Name her elder sister a bad one. Next evening she goes again. They eat, drink, and play cards. He leaves the room and returns with a phial of blood. Is your blood as red as this? She pretends that he is jesting, but he cuts off her finger, opens the window, and throws it to the big dog, afterwards killing her. The tale goes on. Who got the finger? The elder sister got it, and it then explains how she had followed the pair by the track of the horse's feet, pacified the dog, and caught the finger with ring on thrown to him. She desires her father to issue invitations to a dinner. Everyone comes and has to tell a tale or sing a song. On Laula's plate is placed nothing but this finger. When the elder sister tells her tale, he grows uneasy and says he must go outside. He twice interrupts thus, but is restrained by the other gentleman. She gives him away, and at the old father's suggestion he is placed in a barrel filled with grease and burnt to death, on which it is just worth noting that Lawler was a gypsy name in 1540. MacRitchie's Scottish Gypsies under the Stuarts, 1894, pp. 37-39. Of non-gypsy variants may be cited Grimm's No. 40, The Robber Bridegroom, and Coskeen's La Fille du Meilleur, Another Miller's Daughter, I. 1708. In England we have The Story of Mr. Fox, Halliwell's Popular Rhymes and Nursery Tales, 1849, p. 47, and Jacobs's English Fairy Tales, pp. 148-247, and The Girl Who Got Up the Trees, Addie's Household Tales, 1895, pp. Shakespeare refers to the story in Much Ado About Nothing, I. 46, Bopolucci in F.A. Steele's Indian Wide Awake Stories, pp. 73-8, should also be compared. No, 48. Tale of a Wise Young Jew and a Golden Hen. There was once a rich nobleman who had lived with his wife for 10 years without having any children. One time he dreamt that he would have a very warlike son. Another time he dreamt again that a Jewess was going to be confined on the same day as his lady. This was true. Next morning this lord arose and said to his wife, "Wife, I dreamt that we are going to have a child." "That may really come to pass," she answered. He further told her of the Jewess. He said she would be brought to bed at the very same hour as her ladyship. The good God ordained that she should be delivered of a child. The good God gave them a son. The boy's father was very joyful, as were also the mother and that Jewess, who was brought to bed at the very same hour as this lady. The nobleman said to his wife, "My lady, we must go to this Jewess, in order that our child may be brought up with hers." "Very well, husband." They brought thither the Jewess, and she made her home there near this nobleman's dwelling. He begins to grow up, this son of the nobleman. He is very wise, yet the son of the Jewess is still wiser. He is now 10 years old, and is eager to go to school. He learns there to perfection. His father and mother are filled with delight. Once the Jewish boy said to the Lord's son, "Look here now, why not request your father to have some beautiful baths made for you in the fields?" The nobleman's son approached his father, kissed his hand, as also his mother's. "Father," said he, "I beg that you will build me some fine baths in the fields." Who should it happen to be that set themselves to this work? 2 old retainers. They had seen in a town some time before a very beautiful princess. Well, what have they gone and done, these 2 servitors? They have caused the portrait of this princess to be painted on the walls of the baths. These 2 servants came back and announced to their lord, "We have done everything we were ordered to do. Very good. How much now do you ask for it? We shall be satisfied with whatever your grace deigns to give us." The nobleman gave them 4,000 florins. They accorded to their lord their best thanks. Then the Jew boy called to the nobleman's son, "Come, the baths are now built. Let us see what there is to be seen." Thither they went, but this young Jew was always wiser than the nobleman's son. They entered the first hall, where they saw painted upon the walls various kinds of birds, wolves, all which delighted the Son of the Lord. Then all by himself he enters the other apartment, and what does he behold there? The portrait of this lovely princess painted on one of the walls. He gazes at the likeness of the princess, and is so greatly enchanted with it that he swoons away. The young Jew sees him swoon. He revives him with vinegar, and he asks the nobleman's son, "What is the matter with you?" "Oh, brother, if I do not have this princess to wife, I shall kill myself." "Hush, for the love of God," replied the young Jew. "Do not cry so loud, for you shall perhaps have her indeed, only not so soon as you wish." He returned home very sick, this nobleman's son. "What ails him?" asks his father, but the young Jew was ashamed to own what had happened. Orders were given to fetch doctors with all speed. Various remedies are administered, but he has nothing the matter with him, for he is quite well, only withering away for the sake of this princess. What's to be done with him? This lord asks himself. He sends the mother to question her son, that he may reveal to her what it is that has happened. The mother comes to him. "What is the matter, my child? Don't be ashamed to tell me everything." "Ah, mother," he answered, "even though I were to tell you all, you would not be able to give me any advice." "On the contrary, my son, I will give you very good advice." Then he said to her, "Mother, I have seen the likeness of a beautiful princess in these fine baths. If I do not have her to wife, I shall kill myself." The mother hears this with delight. "That is well, my son. In the meantime, where am I to find her?" But the Jew lad said to the nobleman, "My lord, I will go with him to seek the princess. I make myself answerable for his person, and if any harm befalls him, punish me." "Very well, then, get ready, and set out with the help of God." They set out, and on the further side of a large town the young Jew saw a beautiful wand on the road and a little key beside it. "I shall dismount and pick up that wand," said he. But the nobleman's son said to him, "What good will that wand do you? You can buy yourself a fine sword in any town." But the young Jew replied, "I don't want a sword. I wish to take that wand." Well, he got down from his horse. He picked up this wand and the little key. He got into the saddle again, and they went on their way with the help of God. They came to a great forest where night surprised them. They saw a light shining in this forest. "See," said the Lord's son, "there's a light shining over yonder." They came up to this light. They went into the room. There was no one within. There they see a beautiful bed, but unoccupied. They see that there is food for them. There is a golden goblet on the side next to the nobleman's son, and beside the young Jew there is a goblet of silver. The nobleman's son would have seated himself beside the silver goblet, but the young Jew said to him, "Listen to me, brother. You are the son of a wealthy sire, and I am a poor man's son. Your place, therefore, is beside the goblet of gold, and I will seat myself beside the silver goblet." Thereafter he disrobed him deftly and made him lie down on the bed. "Come you to bed, brother," said the nobleman's son. "I don't feel sleepy," replied the young Jew. "Well, I'm going to sleep at any rate." He placed himself beside the table, this young Jew, and pretended to fall asleep. Two ladies approached the young Jew, but they were not really ladies, they were fairies. These ladies spoke thus to one another: "Oh, this young Jew and this nobleman's son are going to a capital, where they wish to carry away the king's daughter." "But," said they, "the young Jew did well to pick up that wand with the little key, for there will be an iron door, which with that key he will be able to open." These ladies went away with the help of God. The young Jew undressed himself and went to bed. They arose next morning. They came to that iron door. The young Jew dismounted and opened it. They see that this is the capital wherein dwells the princess. They went into this town. They see a gentleman passing. The young Jew asks him, "Where is there a them?" and guided them to it. He paid him for his trouble. They ate until they were satisfied. The nobleman's son remained in the inn, and the young Jew sallied out into the town. He saw a gentleman passing. "Stay, sir, I have something to ask of you." The gentleman stopped, and the young Jew asked him, "Where is the principal goldsmiths in this town?" He directed him there. The young Jew went to this goldsmith. "Will you make me an old hen and her chickens of gold? The old hen must have eyes of diamonds, and the young chickens also." "Very well. But I stipulate further that she be alive." The goldsmith, who was a great wizard, replied, "Very good, sir, I will do so if you will pay me. I will pay you as much as 10,000. 3 days later he returned to get what he had ordered. He chose a Sunday, at the time when the princess was going to church. It was then he proposed to exhibit this golden hen and her chickens in such a way that the princess should see them. Well, he went to the goldsmith's. He got the golden hen with her young chickens. On the following Sunday he went near the church. This young Jew, he placed a table there, and on it he exposed his golden hen with the young chicks. Nobody who passed that way thought any more about going to church, but all stopped to gaze with wonder at this golden hen with her young chickens. A throng of people gathered from all parts of the town to see this hen and her chickens. The priest himself does not go into the church, but stops before the hen and her chickens. He looks at them so greedily that his eyes are almost starting out of his head. At last the king's daughter comes to church. She looks to see what is going on there. A crowd of people, gentle and simple, gathered together. She had 4 lackeys with her. "Go," she said to one of them, "see what is going on there." He went and did not return. She sent a second one. No more did he come back, so much was he enchanted. She dispatched a third. Neither did that one return. He was charmed. She sent the fourth, and he returned not either, being enchanted like the others. "What can have happened there?" she asked herself. "Has somebody been killed?" She sent her maid, who forced her way with difficulty among the people. But she also came not back, so much did this golden hen delight her. Another was sent, who with great difficulty forced a passage through the crowd, but she too returned not, so charmed was she. She dispatched her third maidservant, who also penetrated the throng, but, being charmed, did not return. Finally she said to the fourth one, "I am sending you to see what is happening there, but if you do not come back to tell me, I will have you put to death." This one too went. She forced her way after much difficulty through the crowd, but she came not back out of it, so greatly had that golden hen charmed her. The princess then said to herself, "What can be going on there? Here I've sent 8 persons, and not one of them has come back to tell me what's the matter." Then she went herself to see what had happened. Peasants and gentlemen gave way before her. She draws near and sees a golden hen with her young chickens. The Jew lad perceives her and asks her, "Does this give pleasure to your royal highness?" "Greatly, though it pleases me, sir," she answered. "You will not give it to me." He took this hen and presented it to the princess. Then, with the help of the good God, he went away. But the princess called after him and invited him to dine at her father's. The young Jew returned to the inn where the nobleman's son was asleep. He knew nothing of what the young Jew had done. The king sent a very fine carriage to fetch the young Jew. He got into it and drove off. The princess was amusing herself with the hen and its young golden chickens. The king proposed to him that he should live with his daughter. "Very well," said the young Jew to him, "I will live with her." Well, they eat, they drink, and at length towards night the young Jew sent someone to fetch the nobleman's son. When he arrived, all 3 went out to walk in the garden. Then the young Jew said to the princess, "Will you go away from here with us?" "Yes, I will go away," she replied. They set out with her and hurried away with the help of the good God. The father of the princess knew not where she had gone to. Neither did he know whence the young Jew and the nobleman's son had come. The nobleman's son arrived at his father's house. The father and mother are well satisfied that he has been so successful in bringing home the princess. "And now, my son," said his father to him, "you must marry her." So he married her, and they lived together with the help of God. The young Jew has also married a wife, and they live together with the help of God. Obviously an incomplete story, for of the beautiful wand the young Jew makes no use at all, of the key very little. It offers analogies to Baldpate's number 2, to the dead man's gratitude. Number 1, and to Miklosic's Bukowina, Gypsy story of the rivals. The last may be summarized thus. An emperor's daughter on her brow had the sun, on her breast the moon, on her back the stars. An old lady had a sow with 12 little golden pigs, and her servant tended them. He goes into the forest and grazes them along the road, and on 3 successive days the princess gets a little pig by revealing to him her birthmarks. The emperor makes proclamation for them to come and guess her birthmarks. A prince who is in love with her and knows her marks guesses them, so too does the swineherd. So the emperor shuts up the 3 of them in a room. And the boy bought himself bread and sweet apples and sweet cakes and put them in his bosom. And the prince lay with the girl in his arms and the boy at her back. The princess was hungry. The boy was eating cakes. She asked him, "What are you eating, boy?" "I am eating my lips. Give me some." And he gave to her God. How sweet! And the prince said, "Mine are sweeter." And he took his knife and cut off his lips and gave them to her. She flung them on the ground. Again the boy was eating apples. "What are you eating now, boy?" "I am eating my nose. Give me some." He gave her God. How delicious! And the prince, "Mine is sweeter." He took his knife and cut off his nose and gave it to her. She flung it on the ground. The boy eats bread. "What are you eating now, boy?" "I am eating my ears. Give me some." He gave to her. God! How delicious! And the prince, "Mine are sweeter." He took his knife, cut off his ears, and gave them to her. She flung them on the ground. By daybreak the prince was dead. The girl was all over blood from him, and she shoved his corpse on the ground and took the boy in her arms. And the emperor came and found the 2 locked in an embrace. Straightway the emperor clad him and joined them in marriage. Denton's The Shepherd and the King's Daughter in Serbian Folklore p. 172 is closely akin to Miklosic's story over the emperor's daughter and the swineherd in Krauss's Sagen und Märchen der Südslawen, i.e. 32, and Han, II, 17, Ponsire. Mr. David McRitchie suggested in the Gypsy Lore Journal II, 381, that by the golden hen and her chickens in the Polish Gypsy story is to be understood a planetarium of the Pleiades, the popular Romanian name for the Pleiades being the golden hen with her golden chickens. The suggestion is most ingenious, but in Laura Gonzenbach's Sicilian story, Vom Raporco, number 42, I. 291-293, the true bride purchases permission from the false bride to pass 3 nights with the bridegroom with the contents of 3 nuts. 1. A golden hen with many golden chickens. 2. A little golden schoolmistress with little golden pupils who sew and embroider. And 3. A lovely golden eagle. Cf. Also Han, I. T88. No. 49. The golden bird and the good hare. Once upon a time there was a king who had 3 sons, 2 wise and 1 foolish. This king had an apple tree which bore golden apples, but every night someone robbed him of these apples. The king inflicted severe punishment on his servants. One time his eldest son said to him, "Father, I am going to watch the golden apple tree, and if I do not catch the thief, you shall kill me." "Very well, go then." He went to stand guard, but in the night time a golden bird came and stole a golden apple from the tree. Next day the king arose and asked of his son, "Have you caught the thief?" The king counted the apples on the tree. One of them was missing. "Well," said he to his son, "you shall be put to death." The notables of the kingdom and everybody prayed that he would pardon him. The king pardoned him. Then the other brother said to the king, "Father, I also will go and keep watch. It may be that I shall seize the thief." "Very well, then go." He made his preparations and went on guard. The golden bird came once more and stole an apple from the tree. Next day the king arose and asked of his son, "Have you caught the thief?" "No, father, I have not caught him, for he has escaped me." "Did you see him then?" "Yes, I saw him." "Well then, how was he able to escape you?" "You shall be killed." Then the queen and all the nobles entreated him. He pardoned this other son. The king returned to his house. Then the third brother, the fool, came to beg him that he would allow him to go and guard the golden apple tree. "Father," said he, "it must be that I shall catch this thief." "Go then, fool that thou art," replied the king. "Your wise brothers have kept watch and could not take him. And you, what will you do, fool?" "Never mind, father. Wise though my brothers may be, they knew not how to secure the thief. I, who am a fool, shall know better than they how to capture him." "Very well, then, go. But you shall be put to death if you do not take him." "Very well, father, I agree to it that you kill me. But if I do secure the thief, it is I who am to kill you." "Very well. I shall not seek to excuse myself." He made his preparations. He went to keep watch. He climbed up into the tree to watch there. He stuck a needle into a twig and leant his chin upon it. "Whenever I feel sleepy," said he to himself, "the needle will prick me and I shall be aroused." Just at daybreak he saw a golden bird come, intending to steal one of the golden apples. He perceived this, and, firing at the bird, knocked out 3 feathers of gold. These he picked up and kept in his hand. He got up in the morning and went to his father, who asked him, "Have you seized the thief? What have you taken from him?" "I have blown off a piece of his shirt with a musket shot." Then said the king to him, "Now you may kill me." "Father, I grant you your life." He showed him the 3 golden feathers, whereupon his father became blind, so dazzled was he by the terrible gleam. "What shall we do now, unfortunates that we are?" the eldest brother said to his father. "I am going in quest of this bird." "Well, go, my son, have a care of me." He took plenty of money with him and a beautiful horse. He set out in quest of this bird. He went away far out into the world. Once he saw a fine inn. He went in. He ordered something to eat and drink. He hears, this son of the king, that they are wrangling in the next room. He looks through the keyhole and sees 12 young ladies playing at cards. He gently opens the door a little, and these damsels call to him, "Come away, sir, and play with us." He goes in, and he loses all his money at play. He sells his horse, and loses that money too. He sells his clothes, and still loses. Lastly, he asks these damsels to lend him 100 florins. They lend them to him, and he loses the 100 florins. "What shall I do now, pauper that I am?" These damsels have him arrested and put into prison. For 6 months he sees no one, this eldest brother. Then his younger brother made his preparations and requested his father to let him go in quest of the golden bird. His father said to him, "Each of you goes away, and none returns. Very well, go." He took even more money than his brother and a finer horse. He set out and came to the same inn. He makes them serve him with something to eat and drink. He hears people wrangling in the next room. He opens the door a little and sees 12 damsels playing at cards. "Come away, sir, and play with us." He sits down to play and loses all his money. He sells his horse for a large sum, which he loses in the same way. He sells his clothes and loses likewise. Lastly, he borrows 100 florins from the 12 damsels and loses them also. "What shall I do now, pauper that I am?" These damsels have him arrested and put into prison. Then the king says, 'See, it is full 6 months since my 2 sons set out, and neither of them has returned.' Then the fool, the youngest brother, wishes to go in quest of this bird. He requests his father to let him go and seek the golden bird. 'Well, go, my boy.' Fool though you are, perhaps you will bring this bird to me sooner than your 2 wise brothers, who set out and return not." So he made his preparations. He set out without money, without anything save 2 bottles of wine, but he set out with the help of God. After a very long journey, he came to a small wood. In this wood he saw a lame hare which fled away from him. He would have killed this hare, but it besought him, "Have the fear of God, do not kill me. For I know where you are going, and I will tell it to you." "That is well," replied this foolish prince, and he dismounted from his horse. He drew a fine loaf out of his pocket, and gave it to the hare to eat. For himself he drank some of his wine, and said to this hare, "If I gave you wine too, you would certainly not drink any of it." "Why should I not drink any of it, my lord?" replied the hare. "You have only to give me some." Well, he gave him some. The hare drank of it, and thanked him courteously. Then the foolish prince asked him, "What was that you said to me just now?" "I will tell you that you are going in quest of the golden bird, 3 of whose feathers you knocked out with a musket shot. You showed them to your father, who has consequently become blind." "Yes, that is so. But listen, there will be various birds. There will be a cage of diamonds, a cage of gold, a cage of silver, and a cage of wood. In the of taking one of the birds with a beautiful cage, or it will bring misfortune on you. Now, get on my back and leave your horse to graze in this forest." He mounted the hare, and on arriving at the place where these birds were, he dismounted. Then said the hare to him again, "For God's sake, beware of touching a bird with a beautiful cage, but take the one in a common cage." Well then, he goes in to steal, and he sees that there are 3 miserable cages. "Why," said he, "should I take one of these when I can take a bird with a beautiful cage?" He then espied a cage of diamonds with a diamond bird in it. He approached it. He would have taken it when suddenly these wretched birds uttered a terrible scream. The warders came running up and secured the prince. Next day the king questioned him, "Why have you come here?" "I came, sire, to take the bird that robbed me of the golden apples." "Listen, then. You shall have that bird provided you do this for me. There is a certain king who has a silver horse. Steal that horse from him and bring it to me, and I will give you the bird." Very well. The fool came to his hare and began to lament. The hare said to him, "Didn't I tell you not to touch the bird in the fine cage, but to take the bird in the common cage? Well, be silent, come with me without mounting me. And listen, there will be beautiful horses of gold and silver. Don't touch them, but take that miserable horse beside the door." Well, he went. He sees such beautiful horses, one all gold, the other silver. He looks at them and says to himself, "Why should I take that wretched horse when I can take the golden one?" He tries to mount the golden horse when they all neigh terribly loud, and he was arrested. On the morrow the king arose and questioned him, "What do you want here?" "I came, sire, to steal your silver horse, because that other king said to me that if I bring him your silver steed, he will give me his golden bird." "Well, I will give it to you myself if you will accomplish this feat. Our 3rd king has a daughter with locks of gold. If you will carry her off and bring her to me, then I will give you my silver steed." Very well. He came back to his hare. "Why then, won't you do what I tell you?" said the hare to him, and would have beaten him. "Come then with me, but do not get on my back. You will go to where this princess dwells. You will eat with her, you will drink with her, finally you will sleep with her. Then I shall come during the night and carry you both away." Well, he came to where the princess lived. He ate, he drank, and he slept with her. The hare got up during the night and carried them both away. They set out, and by the time it was day they had gone a great distance. "Where am I?" asked the princess. The hare told her, "You will be the wife of this prince." She was quite content to have such a young and handsome husband. Then said the foolish prince, "Well, we have already got the princess with the golden locks, but how are we going to manage to steal the silver steed and the golden bird?" "Oh," replied the hare, "that is my affair, and I shall answer for it." They remained then in that place, and the hare set out alone. He went to where that king lived, and he stole from him that same wretched horse that was beside the door. He mounted it and came back to the fool. The latter sees such a beautiful silver horse. He is enchanted that the hare had succeeded in stealing it. He mounts the princess on this horse, and they continued their journey with the help of God. They reached the home of the third king who had the golden bird. The hare stole from him the miserable bird in the wretched cage. Neither the birds nor the horses uttered a single cry. The hare returned to the fool. He is perfectly delighted on seeing a golden bird in a golden cage. They go on their way. They set out with the help of God, and they come to that forest where they had left their horse. The prince mounted it. Before his departure, the hare said to him, "I forbid you to ransom your two brothers from death." The prince swore that he would not. He and the princess returned thanks to the good hare who had brought them away. They set out and arrived at his father's house. He presents the golden bird to his father, who thereupon recovered his sight. His father is charmed at his son bringing him his wife with the golden locks and a silver steed. He marries her and lives with her 5 years. Once it occurred to this fool that he ought to go in search of his two brothers. "Do not go, my son," said his father. "Let God punish them." "Permit me to do so, father. I will go and seek them." His father objected, but he besought him incessantly, till at last he allowed him to go. He came to a very large town. What does he see there? His two brothers. They were just being led to death. He came to the place, this fool, and he would have ransomed them from death, but the nobles would not have it. He offered an enormous sum, but they would not accept it. "If you will not, I can but go home." He came home, and he said to his father, "Alas, father, my brothers are now dead." "Since they did not obey me," replied his father, "it is right that God should punish them. This youngest prince dwells with his wife, and they live with the help of the good golden god." This opens like a Bulgarian story, The Golden Apples and the 9 Peahens, number 38 of Ratislaw's 60 Slavonic folk tales, p. 196, also somewhat like the Romanian gypsy tale of the Red King and the Witch. Number 14. Laura Gonzenbach's Sicilian Story, number 51, Vom Singend and Dudelsack, may also be compared, but it is essentially identical with our Scottish tinker story of the Fox, number 75, and with Ratislaw's Serbian story of the Lame Fox, number 40 pp. 205-217, with Grimm's number 57, The Golden Birds, II, 227-415, and with Campbell of Islay's number 46, Mac Ian Derish, on which see Reinhold Kohler in Orient and Occident, EI, 1864 pp. 6856. Koperniki's gypsy story is plainly very defective. The lame hare should first meet the two elder brothers, and his stealing the steed and the bird is as lame as himself. The concluding phrase, "golden god," occurs often in Hungarian and in Slovak gypsy stories, so I am inclined to question Koperniki's footnote that, "with the help of God," or "of the good God," a phrase frequently occurring in the Polish gypsy stories is borrowed from the popular speech of Poland. Ja divlasa, go with God, is of constant occurrence in Turkish. Romani, pasparti, p. 2005, and in most, if not all, of the other European Gypsy dialects. 50. The Witch. There was once a nobleman who had a very handsome son. The nobleman wished that his son should marry, but there was nobody whom he would wed. Young ladies of every kind were assembled, but not one of them would he have. For 10 years he lived with his father. Once in a dream he bethought himself that he should go and travel. He went away far out into the world, and for 10 years he was absent from his home. He reflected, "And what shall I do?" he asked himself. "I will return to my father." He returned home in rags, and all lean with wretchedness, so that his father was ashamed of him. He remained with him 3 months. Once he dreamt that in the middle of a field there was a lovely sheet of water, and that in this little lake 3 beautiful damsels were bathing. Next morning he arose and said to his father, "Rest you here with the help of the good God, my father, for I am going afar into the world." His father gave him much money and said to him, "If you do not wish to stay with me, go forth with the help of God." He set out on his way. He came to this little lake, and there he saw 3 beautiful damsels bathing. He would have captured one of them, but these damsels had wings on their smocks, by means of which they soared into the air and escaped him. He went away, this nobleman's son, and said he to himself, "What shall I do now, poor wretch that I am?" And he began to weep bitterly. Then he sees an old man approaching him, and this old man asks him, "Why do you weep, my lad?" "Oh, well, do I know why I weep? There are 3 lovely damsels who bathe in that lake, but I cannot capture them." "What do you want, then?" asks this old man. "Would you catch the whole 3 of them?" "No," he replied, "I wish to catch only one of them, the youngest one." "Very well, then, listen. I am going to dig a pit for you. Whenever you see them coming for a swim, hide yourself in this hole and wait there in silence. As soon as they have laid down their clothes, jump up and seize hold of the smock belonging to the youngest one. She will beg you to give it up to her, but do not give it up." Well, these 3 damsels came. They took off their smocks and laid each of them aside. The nobleman's son watched them from his pit. He jumped out. He seized hold of the smock belonging to the youngest one. She beseeches him to give it back to her, but he will not consent to do so. The 2 other sisters fly away with the good God, and he returns to his home with the young damsel. His father sees that he brings a beautiful damsel with him. Well, he marries her. They lived together for 5 years. They had a very pretty young son. But as for the winged smock, he had a special room made, into which he locked it, and the key of the room he gave to his mother to take care of. Madman that he was! He would have done better had he burned that smock. One day he went out into the fields. Then his wife spoke thus to his mother, "Mother, 5 years now have I been here, and I know not what there is in my husband's room, because he always keeps it hidden from me." Then the mother said to her, "Well, come with me. I am going to show it to you." "That is right, mother. I wish it much, because he ought not to hide anything from me, for I would not rob him of anything to hand it over to the lads." She went into that room with his mother. She sees that her smock with the 2 wings is there. "Mother," she said, "may I again don this smock, to see whether I am as beautiful still as I was once?" "Very well, my daughter. Put it on again. I do not forbid you." She put on the smock, and she said to his mother, "Remain here with the help of the good God, my mother. Salute my husband for me, and take good care of my child, for never more will you see me." Then she sped away with the good God and returned home to the witch, her mother. Her husband came back to the house and asked his mother, "Where has my wife gone?" "My son, she went into that room there. She once more put on a certain smock. She sent you a farewell greeting, and she asked me to take care of her child, for never more would she see us. Well, I am going away in quest of her." He took a lot of money with him. He set out and journeyed forth with the help of the good God. He came to a miller's house. The miller had a mill where they ground corn for this witch. Well, the nobleman's son asked this miller to hide him in a sack, to cover him with meal, and to fasten him securely into the sack. "I will pay you for this service," said he to the miller. Well, as soon as he had hidden him in the sack and fastened it, 4 devils came. Each of them took a sack, but the first of these, the one in which the nobleman's son was concealed, was very heavy. This devil took the sack. He threw it upon his back. He set out on his road and went away with the good God. Sick, they went to the abode of the witch and laid down their sacks. The next day there was to be a wedding there. Who should happen to come to this first sack but his wife? "What are you doing here?" "Well, I am come to take you away. Meanwhile, my mother is going to kill you." Her mother, having heard with whom she was speaking, entered and recognized him. "So then, it is you who are so clever, and who stole away my daughter. Hearken then, you shall have her to wife if you perform for me the feats which I shall lay upon you." She gave him food and drink. He went to bed. Next day he got up, and the witch arose also and said to him, "Hearken, I have here a great forest, 300 leagues in extent. You must uproot for me every tree, cut them in pieces, arrange these pieces in piles, the logs on one side and the brushwood on the other. If you do not do that for me, I will cut off your head." She gave him a wooden axe and a wooden spade. He set out. He went to the forest. He came to this forest. He saw it was very large. "What can I do here, wretched man that I am, with the wooden axe and the wooden spade that she has given me?" He struck a blow with the axe on a tree, and the axe broke. "What am I going to do now, wretched man that I am?" He cowered down upon the ground and fell a-weeping. He sees his wife come. She brings him something to eat and drink. "Why are you weeping?" asks his wife. "How can I refrain from weeping when your mother has given me an axe and a spade of wood, and I have broken them both already?" "Hush then, weep not, all will go well. Only eat and be filled." He ate and was filled. "Come now, I'm going to louse your head." He went to her. He laid his head in her lap and he fell asleep. His wife put her fingers into her mouth and whistled. A great number of devils came to her. "What is it that the great lady demands of us? That this entire forest be cut down, and that the logs be set in piles on one side and the brushwood on the other. Each kind has to be ranged in separate piles." The devils set themselves to this task, and cut down the whole forest, so that not a stick of it remained standing, and all the wood was arranged in piles. His wife then awoke him. "Get up now." He arose. He saw the whole forest was cut down, and each kind of wood was arranged in lots. He is rejoiced. He returns to the house before night. "Finished already?" the mother, this witch, asks him. "Yes," he replied, "I am finished." She went out to see. The whole forest indeed was felled, and each kind of wood was arranged in piles. At that she was much mortified. Well, she gave him some food. He satisfied himself, and lay down to sleep. She arose next morning, this witch, and said to him, "I will give you my daughter to wife if you cause my forest to become again what it was before, with every leaf in its place again. And if you fail to do that for me, why then I will cut off your head." Well, he set out. He went on his way. He came to the forest. "What shall I do now, unhappy wretch that I am?" He tried to fasten a branch onto its proper trunk, and the branch fell off again. He bowed himself to the ground and wept. His wife came to him, bringing him food. "Why do you weep so like a calf?" "How can I help weeping when your mother has made me fell this forest, and now commands me so to restore this same forest so that each leaf shall be once more in its proper place on the tree? Don't weep any more then. Eat." He ate. He was satisfied. "Come, let me louse your head." He lay down on her lap and went to sleep. Then she whistled, and the devils appeared in great numbers. "What do you demand of us, my lady?" "I demand that my forest be restored to its former condition, so that each leaf may be on its own tree." Well, the devil set to work and restored everything so that every leaf was in its proper place. Then she awoke him. He got up and saw the whole forest entire as it had been before. Quite overjoyed, he returned to the house before night. "Finished already?" asked the mother. "Yes, I have finished." She went forth to see if it was true. There was the forest as it had been before. Then the mother said, "What are we to do with him now?" She gave him food and drink. She arose next morning, this witch. "Hearken, you shall have my daughter to wife, if you perform for me yet one more feat." "Very well, mother. There is a very large pond here. You must drain it dry." "Willingly. But beware of letting a single fish in it perish." She gave him a sieve with big holes. "This is what you must empty the pond with." He went to the pond, this nobleman's son. He lifted up a sieve full of water, which immediately streamed away. He flung the sieve to the devils. "If at least ye had given me a bucket, I might perhaps have managed to empty this pond more quickly." Then he bowed himself down and began to weep. "Wretch that I am, what shall I do now?" He sees his wife come to him. "Why are you weeping again?" "Because your mother has given me a sieve with big holes, so that the water runs away at once." "Never mind then, be quiet, do not weep any more. With God's help all will go well." She gave him to eat and to drink. Then he lay down on his wife's lap and slept. His wife whistled, and a great number of devils appeared before her. "What does her ladyship demand of us?" "I desire that all the water in this pond be drained away without a single fish in it dying." The devils set themselves to the task. The pond was soon empty, and not one fish in it died. When he arose, he saw that there was no longer any water in the pond, and that the fish in it remained alive. Filled with joy, he went away to the house.
"Finished already?"
The witch asked him. "Yes, mother, I have done it already." Well, she went away out to sea. She sees that not a single drop of water remained in her pond, but that the fish still living were like to die for want of water. The witch, having then returned home, said to herself, "What are we going to do with him now? He has already performed 3 feats for me. I must make him perform yet a 4th. She gave him food and drink. He went to bed. Next morning, when he arose, the witch said to him, "Hearken, you shall have my daughter to wife if you accomplish this feat. My pond must be fuller than ever of water, and with more fish in it." Then he betook himself to the pond, this nobleman's son, and began to weep bitterly. "Unhappy that I am, what am I going to do now?" He sees his wife come bringing food. "Why are you weeping at such a rate? I've told you already not to weep any more." He ate. He lay down with his head in his wife's lap and fell asleep. She whistled, and the devils appeared in great numbers. "What does her ladyship demand of us?" "I desire that my pond again be filled with water, and that it have more water and more fish than before." Well, she awoke him. He found the pond full of water. He was quite delighted and returned to the house. "Finished already?" the witch asked him. "Yes, mother, I have finished." She goes out and sees that the pond is full of water and fish. She comes into the house again, and says she to herself, "What are we going to do now with him? However, he must be killed tomorrow." She gave him food and drink. Thereafter he went to bed. His wife came to him and said, "We must escape this very night. But should our mother pursue us, I will then change myself into a lovely flower, and you shall change yourself into a beautiful meadow." "Very well. And if you see it is our father that pursues us, then I will change myself into a church, and you shall change yourself into an old man." Well, And if you perceive it is our sister who is coming after us, then I shall have to change myself into a duck, and you must change yourself into a drake. But I shall no longer have the heart to retain myself. She will beseech me, my darling sister, return to us. Thus will she speak to me. Then must you, in your form of drake, allow her no rest, but beat her senseless with blows of your wings. All right. Well, they set out and took to flight. After they had escaped and had traversed a distance of a great many leagues, what do they see? The eldest sister coming after them. As soon as she perceived her, she said to her husband, "Change yourself into a beautiful meadow, and I will change myself into a pretty flower." The eldest sister came up, and, finding nobody, said to herself, "In the midst of such miserable fields, see, here is a beautiful large meadow and a very pretty flower." Then she went home to her mother, the witch. "What have you seen?" asked her mother. "In the midst of a field I saw a beautiful meadow with a lovely flower." Her mother stormed at her. "Why did you not pluck that flower? You would have brought them both home again." Well, the witch set out herself. Meanwhile they had got to a great distance. At length she sees the witch pursuing them, and she says to her husband, "I will change myself into a duck swimming in the middle of a pond, and you must change yourself into a swan." Well, she changed herself into a duck on a beautiful pond, and he changed himself into a swan. Her mother, the witch, making up to them, said to them, "Oh, I am just going to capture you, to take you both back with me." She proceeded to drink up the water of the pond. Then the swan flung himself upon the witch and battered in her head. "That's what my wife advised me to do," he remarked. Then they renewed their journey and went away with the help of God. They had gone yet some leagues further on. Then the father set out in pursuit of them. His daughter sees her father coming, and says she to her husband, "Now change yourself into an old man, and I will change myself into a church." The father arrives, but finds nobody. He sees a church in the middle of a forest, and he says to himself, "This sorcerer, I am now 100 years old, but never yet have I seen a church in the depths of a forest with an old man inside it." So he went back to his house with the good God. When he got there, his 2 daughters said to him, "Our mother has been killed. We knew not that she had exposed all the tricks to him, and they have ended by killing our mother." They journeyed still further away into the world. She sees, the wife of the nobleman's son, that her youngest sister is pursuing them. She says to him, "I will change myself into a duck, and do you change yourself into a drake, and you must do the same thing to her as you did to my mother." Well, he stopped there and changed himself into a drake, and she changed herself into a beautiful duck. Her sister came up and proceeded to entreat her. "My dear sister, come back with me, for if you do not, I will kill myself." Then the drake flung himself upon this sister and battered her with blows of his wings and gave her no respite. Again he flung himself on her and battered in her head. Well, then they set out and resumed their journey with the good God. "Now," said they to themselves, "nobody will pursue us any more." They arrived, this nobleman's son and his wife, at the house of that same miller who had hidden him in a sack. "So you see, sir, that I have gained my end. It is very fortunate that you have, by the grace of God. We were certain you were dead, and, see, you are still alive." He paid this miller a large sum of money for bringing him to the house where his wife was living. He comes home. His mother sees that it is her son who had been absent from home for more than 20 years. His child is now grown up. She is filled then with joy. So is his son at his father's return, and they all live together with the good golden God. The witch is identical with the middle portion, author 25, 130 of Ralston's The Water King and Vasilissa the Wise, collected by Afanasieff in the Voronezh government, southeastern Russia. Ralston cites many variants, among them an Indian one, cf. Also, Prince Unexpected, a Polish story, number 17 in Radislaw's 60 Slavonic Folk Tales, pp. 1 and 8, 12-1. A striking parallel for the recovery of the smock is furnished by La Lully et la Belle de la Terre in Dozons Contes Albanais, pp. 94-5. Cf. Also Radislaw's Croatian story, The She-Wolf, number 55, p. 290, Georgiakis and Pinot's story from Lesbos, number 2, Le Monde des Cailloux, p. 11, and especially Koskin's Chatte Blanche, number 32, with the valuable notes thereon, nigh 9-28. The Welsh Gypsy story of the Green Man of No Man's Land, number 62, is almost a variant there. Likewise, the hero is tearful. So too is the Bukowina Gypsy story, made over to the devil. Number 34 TCF. The notes on these and Clouston, i.e., 1d2 to 91 for bird maidens. The pursuit and the transformation into a church and a priest are discussed pretty fully in the introduction. Chapter 7, English, Gypsy Stories, number 51. Bobby Rag, years and double years ago, there was a nice young gypsy gal playin' round an old oak tree. And up cometh a squire as she were a-playin', and he falled in love with her, and asked her if she'd go to his hall and marry him. And she says, "No, sir, you wouldn't have a poor gypsy gal like me." But he means so, and stoled her away and married her. Now when he bringed her home, his mother warn't 'greeable to let hisself down so low as to marry a gypsy gal. So she says, "You'll have to go and stree her into 100 Mile Wood and strip her star, mother naked, and bring back her clothes and her heart and pluck wid you." And he took his hoss, and she jumped up behint him and rid behint him into the wood. You'll be sure it were a wood, an old-fashioned wood we know it should be, wid bears and eagles and sneaks and wolves into it. And when he took her in the wood, he says, "Now I'll ha' to kill you here and strip you, star, mother naked, and take back your clothes and your heart and pluck with me, and showed them to my mammy." But she begged hard for herself, and she says, "D is an eagle into dat wood, and he's gat de same heart and pluck as a Christian. Take dat home and show it to your mammy, and I'll gin you my clothes as well." So he stripped her clothes after her, and he kilt the eagle, and took his heart and pluck home, and showed it to his mammy, and said as he'd kilt her. And she heard him rode af, and she wensin', and she wensin', and she wensin', and she crept in her poor hands and knees, till she fun away through the long wood. You sure she'd have hard work to thin away through it, and long and by last she got to the hedge near the road, so as she'd hear anyone go by. Now in the morning there was a young gentleman comed by on hossback, and he couldn't get his hoss by for love nor money, and she had herself in under the hedge, for she were frightened were the same man come back to kill her again, and besides, you sure she were ashamed of being naked. And he calls out, "Ef you are a ghost, go away, but ef you are a living Christen, speak to me." And she made answer directly, "I'm as good a Christen as you are, but not in parable." And when he seen her, he pulled his dead beautiful top coat after him, and put it on her. And he says, "Jump behint me." And she jumped behint him, and he rid was her to his own great hall. And there was no speaking till they got home. He knowed she was there to be kilt, and he galloped as hard as he could in his blood hoss, till he got to his own hall. And when he bringed her in, they were all struck stunt to see a woman naked, wid her beautiful black hair hanging down her back in long rinklets. They asked her what she was there fur, and she told them, and she told them. And sure, they soon put clothes on her, and when she was dressed up, there warn't a lady in the land more handsome nor her. And his folks were in delight of her. Now, they says, we'll have a supper for goers and comers and all gentry to come at. Sure, it should be a spensible supper and no servation of no money. And there was to be tales telled and songs singed, and every one that didn't sing the song had to tell the tale. And every door was bolted for fear any one would make a skip out. And it came to pass that this gypsy gal to sing a song, and the gentleman to fun her says, "Now, my pretty gypsy gal, tell a tale." And the gentleman that was her husband knowed her and didn't want her to tell a tale. And he says, "Sing a song, my pretty gypsy gal." And she says, "I won't sing a song, but I'll tell a tale." And she says, "Bobby rag, round the oak tree, pooh, pooh, pooh," says her husband, "they tale won't do." Now the old mother and the son, they knowed what was comin' out. "Go on, my pretty gypsy gal," says the older young gentleman. A very nice tale indeed. So she goes on, Bobby rag, round the oak tree. A gypsy I was born, a lady I was bred. They made me a coffin afore I was dead. And that's the rogue there. And she tell't all the tale into the party how he were going to kill her and take her heart and bruck home. And all the gentry tooked and gibbeted him alive, both him and his mother. And this young squire married her, and made her a lady for life. Ah, if we could know her name, and what breed she were, what a beautiful thing that would be. But the tale don't say. I can offer no exact parallel for this story, though it presents such commonplaces of folklore as the marriage of a poor girl by a rich man, his mother's jealousy, her order to take the bride into a forest and kill her, and bring back her heart or something as a token, the substitution of some other creature's heart, and the ultimate retribution. The husband, however, is nearly always guiltless. The close of our story is reminiscent of Lola or Mr. Fox, Ip Numberson 4 to 5, number 52, D.E. Little Fox. In all formal times, when there used to be kings and queens, there was a king and queen had only one daughter. And they stored this daughter like the eyes in their head, and they hardly would let the wind blow in here. They lived in a menjous big park, and one way of the park was a lodge house, and the odor in there was a great moat of water. Now this queen died and left this daughter, and she were a werry handsome gal. You, are sure she musses be, being a queen's daughter. In this hay lodge house there was an old woman lived, and in them days there were witchcraft. And the old king used to send for her to go up to the palace to work, and she consated herself and him a bit. So one day this he old gentleman was, talking to this old woman, and the daughter got a bit jealous, and this old woman found out that the daughter was angry, and she didn't come anigh the house for a long time. Now the old witch was larning the young lady to sew, so she sent for her to come down to the lodge house afore she had her breakfast. And the first day she went, she picked up a kernel of wheat as she was coming along and eat it. And the witch said to her, "Have you had your breakfast?" And she says, "No." "Have you had nothing?" She says. "No," she says, "only a kernel of wheat." She went 2 mornings like that, and picked up a kernel of wheat every morning, so that the witch would have no power over her. God's grain, you know, sir. But the 3rd morning she only picked up a bit of a range peel, and then this old wise woman witchered her, and after that she never sent for her to come no more. Now this young lady got to be big, and the witch was glad. So she gone to the king, and she says, "Your daughter is that way. Now you know she'll have to be stride." "What, my beautiful handsome daughter to be in the family way? Oh, no, it couldn't be." "But it can be so, and it is so," said the old witch. Well, it was so, and the old king fun it out and was well nigh crazy. And when he fun it out, for schwa them days when any young woman had a misfortune, she used to be burnt. And he ordered a man to go and get an iron chair and a cartload of faggots, and she had to be put in this iron chair, and dessy faggots set of a light round her, and she burnt to death. As they had her in this chair and a going to set it of a light, they were an old gentleman come up. "That was my old double, to be sure," and he says, "My noble leech don't burn her, nor don't hurt her, nor don't stry her, for there's an old vessel into the bottom of day park. Put her in there and let her go where God direct her to." So they did do so, and never think no more about her. During time, this young lady was confined of a little fox, and directly as he was born, he says, "My mammy, you muzzes be wery weak and low being confined of me, and nothing to eat or drink, but I must go somewheres and get you something. Oh, my day, little fox, don't leave me. Whatever shall I do without you? I shall die broken-hearted." "I'm a-going to my grandfather, as I suppose," says the little fox. "My da, you mustn't go, you'll be worried by the dogs." "Oh, no dogs won't hurt me, my mammy." Away he goned, trittin' and trottin' till he got to his grandfather's hall. When he got up to the gret boarding gates, they was closed, and there was 2 or 3 dogs tied down, and when he goned in, the dogs never looked at him. One of the women corned outer the hall, and who should it be but this old witch, he says, "Call your dogs in, missus, and don't let 'em bite me. I wants to see the noble leech belonging to this hall." "What do you want to see him fur?" "I wants to see him for something to eat and drink fur my mammy, she's wery poorly." "And who are you, mammy?" "Let him come out, he'll know." So the noble leech comed out, and he says, "What do you want, my little fox?" He put his hand up to his head, such manners he had. "I want something to eat and drink for my mammy, she's wery poorly." So the noble leech told the cook to fill a basket wide wine and wittles. So the cook done so, and bringed it to him. The noble leech says, "My little fox, you can never carry it." "I will send someone to carry it." But he says, "No, thank you, my noble leech," and he chucked it on his little back, and went stritting and trotting to his mammy. When he got to his mammy, she says, "Oh, my dear little fox, I've been crazy about you. I thought the dogs had eaten you." No, my mammy, they turned their heads the odder way, and she took him and kissed him and rejoiced over him. "Now, my mammy, have something to eat and drink," says the little fox. "I got dem from my grandfather, as I suppose it is." So he went 3 times. And the second time he went, the old witch began smelling a rat, and she says to the servants, "Don't let that little fox come he no more, he'll get worried." But he says, "I wants to see the noble leech," says the little fox. "You are wery plaguesome to the noble leech, my little fox." "Oh, no, I'm not," he says. "The last time he comes, his mother dressed him in a beautiful robe of fine needlework." Now the noble leech comes up again to the little fox, and he says, "Who is you a mammy, my little fox? You wouldn't know p'raps if I was to tell you." And he says, "Who made you dat robe, my little fox?" "My mammy, to be sure." "Who else should make it?" And the old king wept and cried bitterly when he seed this robe he had on, fur he thinked his day child were dead. "Could I have a word with you, my noble leech?" says the little fox. "Could you call a party this afternoon up at your hall?" he says. "What fur, my little fox?" "Well, if you call a party, I'll tell you whose robe dat is, but you mus let my mammy come as well." "No, no, my little fox, I couldn't have ya mammy to come." Well, the old king agreed, and the little fox telled him now there moos be tales to be telled, and songs to be singed, and dem as don't sing a song hes to tell a tale. "And after we have dinner, let's go and walk about in the garden. But you must acquaint as many ladies and gentlemen as you can to this party, and be sure to bring the old lady what live at the lodge." Well, this dinner was called, and they all had enough to eat, and after that were over, the noble leech stood up in the middle and called for a song or tale. There was all songs synced and tales telt till it come to this young lady's tune. And she says, "I can't sing a song or tell a tale, but my little fox can." "Pooey Dorda," says the old witch, "tune out the little fox, he stinks." But they all called in they little fox, and he stood up and says, Once on a time, he says, there was an old-fashioned king and queen lived together, and they only had one daughter, and they stored this daughter like the A's into their head, and they hardly would let the wind blow on her. Puidorda, says the old witch, tune out the little fox, it stinks. But they was all the ladies and gentlemen clapping and saying, Speak, Anne, my little fox. Well told, my little fox. Very good tale indeed. So the little fox speaked Anne and told them all about the old witch and how she wanted to stride the king's daughter, and he says, This hair old lady, she fried my mammy a egg and a slice of bacon, and if she were to eat it all, she'd be in the family way with some bad animal, but she only eat half on it, and then she were so with me. And that's the old witch da, he says, showing the party wid his little paw. And then, after this was done, and they all walked together in the garden, the little fox says, Now, my mammy, I've done all the good I can for you, and now I'm a-going to leave you. And he stripped off his little skin, and he flewed away in the beautifulest white angel you ever seed in your life. And the old witch was burnt in the same chair they was meant for the young lady. In the Bukawina Gypsy story of the winged hero, number 26, the emperor's daughter, for being that way, is to be burnt with her lover, and just as the mother of the little fox is sent adrift in an old vessel, so in the Celtic legend is Saint Thenu or Enoch, having miraculously conceived Saint Kentigern, exposed in a coracle on the Firth of Forth. In her variants of Cinderella, Folklore Sock, 1893, pp. 307-507, Miss Cox gives an interesting parallel for this husk myth, whose close recalls Bobby Rag, number 51. From Matthew Wood, Mr. Forers, Nio Wood. Samson has heard a variant of the little fox, but very different in details. No, 53. D.E. little bull, calf centers of years ago, when all the most part of the country were a wilderness place. D was a little boy lived in a poor bit of a poverty house. And this boy's father gave him a day little bull calf. The boy used to think the world of this bull calf, and his father gived him everything he wanted for it. Afterward that his father died, and his mother got married again, and this was a very wicious stepfather, and he couldn't abide this little boy. And at last he said, if the boy bring the bull calf home again, he were a-going to kill it. This father should be a-willing to this day, little boy, shouldn't he, my Samson? He used to gone out tenting his bull calf every day wid barley bread, and arter that day was an old man comet to him, and we have a deal of thought who that was, eh? And he directed the little boy, you and you a bull, calf had better go away and seek your fortunes. So he wents on as fur as I can tell you tomorrow night, and he went up to a farmhouse and begged a crust of bread, and when he come back he broke it in two and guv half on it to his little bull calf. And he went into another house and begs a bit of cheese crud, and when he come back he wants to gin half on it to his bull calf. No, the little bull calf says, I'm a-going across this field into the wildwood wilderness country where there'll be tigers, leopards, wolves, monkeys, and a fiery dragon. And I shall kill them every one except the fiery dragon, and he'll kill me. The Lord could make any animal speak those days. You know trees could speak once. Our blessed Lord he hid in the elden bush, and it telt on him, and he says, you shall always stink, and so it always do. But the ivy let him hide into it, and he says, it should be green both winter and summer. And this little boy did cry, Yahshua, and he says, oh, my little bull calf, I hope he won't kill you. Yes, he will, the little bull calf says, and you climb up the tree, and then no one can come anigh you but the monkeys, and if they come to cheese crud will sef you. And when I'm kilt, the dragon will go away for a bit. And you come down this tree and skin me and get my biggest gut out and blow it up, and my gut will kill everything as you hit with it, and when that fiery dragon come, you hit it with my gut and then cut its tongue out. We know there were fiery dragons those days, like George and his dragon in the Bible. But there, it aren't the same world now. The world is tuned over sense like you tuned it over with a spade. In course he done as dis bull calf telled him, and he climbed up de tree, and de monkeys climbed up de tree to him. And he held the cheese crud in his hand, and he says, I'll squeeze your heart like this flint stone. And the monkey cocked his eye, much to say, if you can squeeze a flint stone and make the juice come out of it, you can squeeze me. And he never spoke for a monkey's cunning, but down he went. And the little bull calf was fighting all these wild things on the ground, and the little boy was clapping his hands up the tree and saying, Go in, my little bull calf. Well fit, my little bull calf. And he mastered everything barring the fiery dragon, and the fiery dragon killed the little bull calf. And he went and saw a young lady, a king's daughter, staked down by the hair of her head. They was very savage that time of day, kings to their daughters, if they misbehaved themselves, and she was put there for the fiery dragon to stry her. And he sat down with her several hours, and she says, Now, my dear little boy, my time is come when I'm a-going to be worried, and you'll better go. And he says, No, he says, I can master it, and I won't go. She begged and prayed in him as ever she could to get him away, but he wouldn't go, and he could hay it coming far enough, roaring and doing. And this dragon come spitting fire with a tongue like a great spurt, and you could het it roaring fur milts, and this place where the king's daughter was staked down was his beat where he used to come. And when it come, the little boy hit this gut about his face till he was dead, but the fiery dragon bited his front finger after him. Then the little boy cut the fiery dragon's tongue out, and he says to the young lady, I've done all that I can, I must leave you, and you are sure. She was sorry when he had to leave her, and she tied a demon ring into his hair and said goodbye to him. Now then, by the old king comed up to the weary place where his daughter was staked by the hair of her head, mentin' and doing and expecting to see not a bit of his daughter, but the prince of the place where she was. And he was disprised, and he says to his daughter, How come you seft? Why, they was a little boy, comed he and seft me, daddy. Then he untied her and took her home to the palace, for you are sure he were glad when his temper come to him again. Well, he put it into all the papers to want to know who seft his gal, and if the right man comed he were to marry her, and have his kingdom and all his estate. Well, dear was gentlemen comed fun all in all parts of England, wid dear front fingers cut off, and all kinds of tongues, foreign tongues, and beasties' tongues, and wild animals' tongues. They cut all sorts of tongues out, and they went about shooting things a purpose, but they never could find a dragon to shoot. There was gentlemen comin' every other day wid tongues and diamond rings, but when they showed their tongues it warn't the right one, and they got turned off. And this little ragged boy comed up a time or two where he desolated like, and she had an eye on him, and she looked at this boy, till her father got very angry and turned this boy out. Daddy, she says, I've got a knowledge to that boy. You may say there was all kinds of king's sons comin' up showing their parcels, and arter a time or two this boy comed up again dressed a bit better. And the old king says, I see you've got an eye on this boy, and if it is to be him, it has to be him. All the older gentlemen was fit to kill him, and they says, Pooh, pooh. Tune that boy out, it can't be him. But the old king says, Now, my boy, let's see what you got. Well, he showed the diamond ring with her name into it and the fiery dragon's tongue. Dordy! How these gentlemen were mesmerized when he showed his authority, and the king told him, You shall have my estate and marry my daughter. And he got married to this head gal and got all the old king's estate. And then the stepfather came and wanted to own him, but the young king didn't know such a man. A bull calf helps twins in a Russian story summarized by Ralston, p. 134. The squeezing of the cheese crud can be matched from the Slovak Gypsy story of The Gypsy and the Dragon, number 22, p. 84, cf. Also Han, I. 5 and 2 and I. 211. for the slaying of a dragon with the aid of helpful animals, and so rescuing a princess, and for the recognition of the rescuer by means of the dragon's tongues, cf. Grimm's number 60, The Two Brothers, I. 244264 and 418422. That story must be known to the gypsies of Hungary, for we get a rude version of it in the latter half of Dr. Friedrich Muller's number 5, whose first half we have summarized on p34. The hero here comes to a city deprived of its water by 12 dragons, who are also going to devour the king's daughter. He undertakes to rescue her, but falls asleep with his head on her knees. The 12 white dragons roar beneath the earth, and then emerge one by one from the fountain, but are torn in pieces by the hero's 12 wild animals, whose lives he has spared when hunting. Thereupon the water becomes plentiful, and the hero marries the princess. Her former lover, however, poisons him. The 12 animals find his grave and dig him up. They go in quest of the healing herb, and the hare, whose eyes are always open, sees a snake with that herb in its mouth, robs it thereof, and is running away, but at the snake's request gives back a bit. They then resuscitate their master, who sends a challenge to the lover by the lion. The marriage is just about to come off, but the princess reads, weeps, and breaks off the match. In comes the hero, and having packed off the lover, remarries her. If they are not dead, they are still alive. Cf. Our number 30, The Rich and the Poor Brother, pp. Ella 12, Tulek and 17, for stopping the water, number 29, Pretty Face, p. Ella 10, 4, 2, The Dragon, pp. 43, The Dragon, p. 43. None of these stories, however, offers more than analogues to The Little Bull Calf, whose humor as to the dragon's tongue is peculiarly its own. The tongue as the test of who killed the demon occurs in Kara and Guja A. Campbell's Santal Folk Tales, 1891, pp. 2021. Chapter 8, Welsh, Gypsy Stories, number 54. Jack and his Golden Snuff Box. Once upon a time there was an old man and an old woman, and they had one son, and they lived in a great forest. And their son never saw any other people in his life, but he knew that there was some more in the world besides his own father and mother, because he had lots of books, and he used to read every day about them. And when he read about some pretty young women, he used to go mad to see some of them. Till one day, when his father was out cutting wood, he told his mother that he wished to go away to look for his living in some other country, and to see some other people besides them, too. And he said, I see nothing at all here but great trees around me, and if I stay here, maybe I shall go mad before I see anything. The young man's father was out all this time when the conversation was going on between him and his poor old mother. The old woman begins by saying to her son before leaving, Well, well, my poor boy, if you want to go, it's better for you to go, and God be with you. The old woman thought for the best when she said that, but stop a bit before you go. Which would you like best for me to make you? A little cake and to bless you, or a big cake and to curse you? Dear, dear, said he, make me a big cake. Maybe I shall be hungry on the road. The old woman made the big cake, and she went on top of the house, and she cursed him as far as she could see him. He presently meets with his father, and the old man says to him, Where are you going, my poor boy? When the son told the father the same tale as he told his mother, Well, says his father, I'm sorry to see you going away, but if you've made your mind to go, it's better for you to go. The poor lad had not gone far, till his father called him back, when the old man drawed out of his pocket a golden snuff-box, and said to him, Here, take this little box, and put it in your pocket, and be sure not to open it till you are near your death. And away went poor Jack upon his road, and walked till he was tired and hungry, for he had eaten all his cake upon the road, and by this time night was upon him, as he could hardly see his way before him. He could see some light a long way before him, and he made up to it, and found the back door, and knocked at it, till one of the maidservants came and asked him what he wanted. He said that night was on him, and he wanted to get some place to sleep. The maidservant called him into the fire and gave him plenty to eat, good meat and bread and beer, and as he was eating his refreshments by the fire there came the young lady to look at him. And she loved him well, and he loved her. And the young lady ran to tell her father, and said there was a pretty young man in the back kitchen. And immediately the gentleman came to him and questioned him and asked what work he could do. He said, the silly fellow, that he could do anything. Jack meant that he could do any foolish bit of work. What would be wanted about the house? Well, says the gentleman to him, at 8 o'clock in the morning I must have a great lake and some of the largest man-of-war vessels sailing before my mansion, and one of the largest vessels must fire a royal salute, and the last round break the leg of the bed where my young daughter is sleeping on. And if you don't do that, you will have to forfeit your life. All right, said Jack. And away he went to his bed, and said his prayers quietly, and slept till it was near 8 o'clock, and he had hardly any time to think what he was to do, till all of a sudden he remembered about the little golden box that his father gave him. And he said to himself, well, well, I never was so near my death as I am now. And then he felt in his pocket, and drew the little box out. And when he opened it, there hopped out 3 little red men, and asked Jack, what is your will with us? Well, said Jack, I want a great lake and some of the largest man-of-war vessels in the world before this mansion, and one of the largest vessels to fire a royal salute, and the last round to break one of the legs of the bed where this young lady is sleeping on. All right, said the little men, go to sleep. Jack had hardly time to bring the words out of his mouth, to tell the little men what to do, but what it struck 8 o'clock when bang, bang went one of the largest man-of-war vessels, and it made Jack jump out of bed to look through the window. And I can assure you it was a wonderful sight for him to see, after being so long with his father and mother living in a wood. By this time Jack dressed himself, and said his prayers, and came down laughing, because he was proud, he was, because the thing was done so well. The gentleman comes to him and says to him, well, my young man, I must say that you are very clever indeed. Come and have some breakfast. And the gentleman tells him, now there are 2 more things you have to do, and then you shall have my daughter in marriage. Jack gets his breakfast and has a good squint at the young lady, and also she at him. However, I must get on again with my dear little story. The other thing that the gentleman told him to do was to fell all the great trees for miles around by 8 o'clock in the morning, and, to make my long story short, it was done, and it pleased the gentleman well. The gentleman said to him, the other thing you have to do's, and it was the last thing. You must get me a great castle standing on 12 golden pillars, and there must come regiments of soldiers and go through their drill. At 8 o'clock the commanding officer must say, shoulder up. All right, said Jack, when the third and last morning came and the 3 great feats were finished, when he had the young daughter in marriage. But, oh dear, there is worse to come yet. The gentleman now makes a large hunting party, and invites all the gentlemen around the country to it, and to see the castle as well. And by this time Jack has a beautiful horse and a scarlet dress to go with them. On that morning his valet, when putting Jack's clothes by, after changing them to go a-hunting, put his hand in one of Jack's waistcoat pockets and pulled out the little golden snuff-box, as poor Jack left behind in a mistake. And that man opened the little box, and there hopped the 3 little red men out, and asked him what he wanted with them. Well, said the valet to them, I want this castle to be moved from this place far and far across the sea. All right, said the little red men to him. Do you wish to go with it? Yes, said he. Well, get up, said they to him, and away they went, far and far over the great sea. Now the grand hunting party comes back, and the castle upon the 12 golden pillars disappeared, to the great disappointment of those gentlemen as did not see it before. That poor silly Jack is threatened by taking his beautiful young wife from him for taking them in the way he did. But the gentleman is going to make agreement with him, and he is to have a 12 months and a day to look for it, and off he goes with a good horse and money in his pocket. Now poor Jack goes in search of his missing castle, over hills, dales, valleys, and mountains, through woolly woods and sheep-walks, further than I can tell you tonight or ever intend to tell you, until at last he comes up to the place where lives the king of all the little mice in the world. There was one of the little mice on sentry at the front gate going up to the palace, and did try to stop Jack from going in. He asked the little mouse, "Where does the king live? I should like to see him." This one sent another with him to show him the place, and when the king saw him, he called him in. And the king questioned him and asked him where he was going that way. Well, Jack told him all the truth, that he had lost the great castle, and was going to look for it, and he had a whole 12 months and a day to find it out. And Jack asked him whether he knew anything about it, and the king said, "No, but I am the king of all the little mice in the world, and I will call them all up in the morning, and maybe they have seen something of it." Then Jack got a good meal and bed, and in the morning he and the king went on to the fields, and the king called all the mice together and asked them whether they had seen the great beautiful castle standing on golden pillars. And all the little mice said, no, there was none of them had seen it. The old king said to him that he had 2 other brothers. One is the king of all the frogs, and my other brother, who is the oldest, he is the king of all the birds in the world. And if you go there, maybe they know something about it, the missing castle. The king said to him, "Leave your horse here with me till you come back, and take one of my best horses under you, and give this cake to my brother. He will know then who you got it from. Mind, and tell him I am well, and should like dearly to see him." And then the king and Jack shook hands together. And when Jack was going through the gates, the little mouse asked him, should he go with him? And Jack said to him, "No, I shall get myself into trouble with the king." And the little thing told him, "It will be better for you to have me go with you. Maybe I shall do some good to you sometime without you knowing it. Jump up then." And the little mouse ran up the horse's leg and made it dance, and Jack put the mouse in his pocket. Now Jack, after wishing good morning to the king and pocketing the little mouse which was on sentry, trudged on his way. And such a long way he had to go, and this was his on sentry, and gun up on his shoulder, and did try to hinder Jack not to go in. And when Jack said to him that he wanted to see the king, he allowed him to pass, and Jack made up to the door. The king came out and asked him his business, and Jack told him all from beginning to ending. Well, well, come in. He gets good entertainment that night, and in the morning the king made a curious sound and collected all the frogs in the world. And he asked them, did they know or see anything of a castle that stood upon 12 golden pillars? And they all made a curious sound, crow, 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 and said, no. Jack had to take another horse, and a cake to his brother, which is the king of all the fowls of the air. And as Jack was going through the gates, the little frog which was on sentry asked John should he go with him. Jack refused him for a bit, but at last he told him to jump up, and Jack put him in his other waistcoat pocket. And away he went again on his great long journey. It was 3 times as long this time as it was the first day. However, he found the place, and there was a fine bird on sentry. And Jack passed him, and he never said a word to him. And he talked with the king, and told him everything, all about the castle. "Well," said the king to him, "you shall know in the morning from my birds whether they know anything or not." Jack put up his horse in the stable, and then went to bed, after having something to eat. And when he got up in the morning, the king and he went on to some fields, and there the king made some funny noise, and there came all the fowls that were in all the world. And the king asked them, did they see the fine castle? And all the birds answered, no. "Well," said the king, "where is the great bird?" They had to wait then for a long time for Eagle to make his appearance, when at last he came all in a perspiration, after sending two little birds high up in the sky to whistle on him to make all the haste he possibly could. The king asked the great bird, "Did he see the great castle?" And the bird said, "Yes, I came from there where it now is." "Well," says the king, "this young gentleman has lost it, and you must go with him back to it. But stop till you get a bit of something to eat." They killed a thief, and sent the best part of it to feed the eagle on his journey over the seas, and had to carry Jack on his back. Now, when they came in sight of the castle, they did not know what to do to get the little golden box. "Well," the little mouse said to them, "leave me down, and I will get the little box for you." So the mouse stole himself in the castle, and had a hold of the box, and when he was coming down the stairs, fell it down, and very near being caught. He came running out with it, laughing his best. "Have you got it?" Jack said to him. He said, "Yes," and off they went back again, and left the castle behind. As they were all of them, Jack, Mouse, Frog, and Eagle, passing over the great sea, they fell to quarreling about which it was that got the little box, till down it slipped into the water. It was by them looking at it and handing it from one hand to the other that they dropped the little box in the bottom of the sea. "Well, well," said the frog, "I knew as I would have to do something, so you had better let me go down in the water." And they let him go, and he was down for 3 days and 3 nights, and up he comes, and shows his nose and little mouth out of the water. And all of them asked him, did he get it? And he told them, no. "Well, what are you doing there, then?" "Nothing at all," he said, "only I want my full breath." And the poor little frog went down the second time, and he was down for a day and a night, and up he brings it. And away they did go, after being there 4 days and nights, and after a long tug over seas and mountains, arrive at the old king's palace, who is the master of all the birds in the world. And the king is very proud to see them, and has a hearty welcome and a long conversation. Jack opens the little box, and told the little men to go back and to bring the castle here to them. "And all of you make as much haste back again as you possibly can." The 3 little men went off, and when they came near the castle, they were afraid to go to it, till the gentleman and lady and all the servants were gone out to some dance. And there was no one left behind there, only the cook and another maid with her. And it happened to be that a poor gypsy woman, knowing that the family was going from home, made her way to the castle to try to tell the cook's fortune for a bit of victuals was there at the time. And the little red men asked her, which would she rather, go or stop behind? And she said, "I will go with you." And they told her to run upstairs quick. She was no sooner up and in one of the drawing rooms than there comes just in sight the gentleman and lady and all the servants. But it was too late. Off they went at full speed, and the gypsy woman laughing at them through the window, making motion for them to stop, but all to no purpose. They were 9 days on their journey, in which they did try to keep the Sunday holy, by one of the little men turned to be priest, the other the clerk, and cook, housemaid, and gypsy woman, as they had a grand chapel in the castle already. Very remarkable. There was a discord made in the music, and one of the little men ran up one of the organ pipes to see where the bad sound came from, when he found out that it only happened to be that the 3 women were laughing at the little red man stretching his little legs full length on the bass pipes, also his 2 arms the same time, with his little red nightcap, what he never forgot to wear, and what they never witnessed before could not help calling forth some good merriment while on the face of the deep. Poor things. Through them not going on with what they begun with, they very near came to danger, as the castle was once very near sinking in the middle of the sea. At length, after merry journey, they come again to Jack and the king. The king was quite struck with the sight of the castle, and going up the golden stairs wishing to see the inside, when the first one that attracted his attention was the poor gypsy woman. And he said to her, "How are you, sister?" She said to him, "I am very well. How are you?" "Quite well," said he to her. "Come into my place to have a talk with you, and see who you are and who your people are." The old gypsy woman told him that some of her people were some of them from the Lovells, Stanleys, Lees, and I don't know all their names. The king and Jack was very much pleased with the gypsy woman's conversation, but poor Jack's time was drawing to a close of 12 months and a day, and he, wishing to go home to his young wife, gave orders to the 3 little men to get ready by the next morning at 8 o'clock to be off to the next brother, and to stop there for one night, also to proceed from there to the last or the youngest brother, the master of all the mice in the world, in such place where the castle shall be left under his care until it's sent for. Jack takes a farewell of the king, and thanks him very much for his hospitality, and tells him not to be surprised when he shall meet again in some other country. Away went Jack and his castle again, and stopped one night in that place, and away they went again to the 3rd place, and there left the castle under his care. As Jack had to leave the castle behind, he had to take to his own horse, which he left there when he first started. The king liked the gypsy woman well, and told her that he would like if she would stay there with him, and the gypsy woman did stay with him until she was sent for by Jack. Now poor Jack leaves his castle behind and faces towards home, and after having so much merriment with the 3 brothers every night, Jack became sleepy on horseback, and would have lost the road if it was not for the little men a-guiding him. At last he arrives, weary and tired, and they did not seem to receive him with any kindness whatever, because he did not find the stolen castle. And to make it worse, he was disappointed in not seeing his young and beautiful wife to come and meet him, through being hindered by her parents. But that did not stop long. Jack put full power on. Jack dispatched the little men off to bring the castle from there, and they soon got there, and the first one they seen outside gather sticks to put on the fire was the poor gypsy woman. And they did whistle to her when she turned around smartly and said to them, "Dordi! Dordi, how are you, comrades? Where do you come from, and where are you going?" "Well, to tell the truth, we are sent to take this castle from here. Do you wish to stop here or to come with us? I would like better to go with you than to stay here." "Well, come on, my poor sister." Jack shook hands with the king and returned many thanks for his kingly kindness. When, all of a sudden, the king, seeing the gypsy woman, which he fell in so much fancy with, and whom he so much liked, was going to detain the castle until such time he could get her out. But Jack, perceiving his intentions, and wanting the gypsy woman himself for a nurse, instructed the little men to spur up and put speed on. And off they went, and were not long before they reached their journey's end, when out comes the young wife to meet him with a fine lump of a young son. Now, to make my long story short, Jack, after completing what he did, and to make a finish for the poor broken-hearted gypsy woman, he has the loan of one of his father-in-law's largest man-of-wars, which is laying by anchor, and sends the 3 little men in search of her kinsfolk so as they may be found, and to bring them to her. After long searching, they are found and brought back, to the great joy of the woman and delight of his wife's people-in-law, for after a bit they became very fond of each other. When they came on land, Jack's people allowed them to camp on their ground near a beautiful river, and the gentlemen and ladies used to go and see for them every day. Jack and his wife had many children, and had some of the gypsy girls for nurses, and the little children were almost half gypsies, for the girls continually learning them our language. And the gentleman and the lady were delighted with them, and the last time I was there I played my harp for them, and got to go again. This story, like the next, was first printed in my In Gypsy Tense 1880 pp 201 to 214 and 299 317. Thence both have been reprinted with additions and deletions of his own by Mr. Joseph Jacobs in his English Fairy Tales 1890 pp 81, 92, 2036, and more English Fairy Tales 1894 pp 132 to 145, 232 to 233. They are not English fairy tales at all, neither were they taken down from the mouths of the peasantry. Both were written out for me by the Welsh. Gypsy, his neatly written MSS, from one of which the second story of An Old King and His Three Sons in England was printed verbatim et literatum at Messrs. Zero's. T&A Constables for the Gypsy Lore Journal, Vol. E.I. October 1891, pp. 149. Monty. I insist upon this the more, as it is all but unique to find the teller of a folk tale who can himself transcribe it. The story belongs to the Aladdin group, and according to Mr. Jacobs, the closest parallel to it, including the mice, is afforded by Carnoy and Nicolaides' Traditions, Populaires de l'Asie Mineure, 1889, in A Tale from Lesbos, L'Anneau de Bronze, No. 3, pp. 57-74. A much closer parallel, however, is afforded by Ratislaw's 60 Slavonic Folk Tales, 1889, in the Croatian story of The Wonder-Working Lock, No. 54, pp. 284-289, with which compare a Poorish Bohemian variant, La Montre Enchantée, in Louis Leger's Contes Slaves, 1882, No. 15, pp. 29-27, Hans von Dendre Dankbaron, Tyrann No. 9, I, 10-9, and I, 2-2, and 2 Stories Nos. 9 and 10, both called Le Serpent Reconnaissant, in Dozon's Contes Albanaz, 1881, pp. 63-76, and 2-119-222, in the former of which the talisman is a snake stone, in the latter a tobacco box, of course a mere coincidence. All these 4 stories offer analogies to our Romanian gypsy snake who became the king's son-in-law's No. 7, p. 21, Grimm's No. 97, The Water of Life, I. 50, 39-9 should also be compared, and Sir Bumble in FAA. Steele's Wide Awake Stories, pp. 5-4-6. The Little Cake and Blessing, or Big Cake and Curse, recurring in The 10 Rabbits, No. 64, comes also in the Red Eton, Chambers's Popular Rhymes of Scotland, p. 90, in Campbell's West Highland Tales, Nos. 13, 16, and 17, and in Patrick Kennedy's Legendary Fictions of the Irish Celts, pp. 5-54. In the Bukowina, Gypsy story, Made Over to the Devil, No. 34. The mother makes a cake for her departing son, but there is no word of curse or blessing. For many more variants, Arabic, Mongolian, Tamil, Greek, etc., of Aladdin, see Clouston's variants of Burton's Supplemental Arabian Nights, pp. 575. The elements, he observes, of the tale are identical in all versions, Eastern and Western, a talisman by means of which its possessor can command unlimited wealth, etc., its loss, and the consequent disappearance of the magnificent palace erected by supernatural agents who are subservient to the owner of the talisman, and, finally, its recovery, together with the restoration of the palace to its original situation. The words apply strikingly to Jack and his golden snuff-box, of whose existence Mr. Clouston was ignorant when he wrote them. Lastly, this is a find since I began this note, a marvelously close parallel to the wonder-working locks in La Montre Enchantée is offered by The Wonderful Ring in F.A. Steele's Wide Awake Stories from the Punjab and Kashmir, pp. 106 2008. Here the hero with his last 4 rupees buys a cat, dog, parrot, and snake, receives from Snake's grateful father a talismanic ring, builds by means of it a golden palace in the sea, and marries a princess, has the ring stolen by a witch who sleeps with it in her mouth, but recovers it, thanks to the grateful animals who tickle the witch's nose with a rat's tail. Another Oriental version is The Charmed Ring, in Knowles's Folk Tales of Kashmir, pp. 2-28. Of this story and its Croatian, Albanian, and other variants, we get a fragment in Dr. Babu Constantinescu's Romanian gypsy story of the stolen ox. Here a peasant and his 12 sons are starving. He goes begging, but no one will give him anything, so he steals an ox from a farmer. The farmer next morning goes to look after his cattle, misses the ox, and, going in search of it, comes on the boys in the road. "What are you doing there, boys?" "Just playing." "But last night you were roaring for hunger." "Yes, but my daddy went to a farm and stole an ox, and my daddy killed it." "He killed the ox, he did, and we ate half the ox, and half remained, and my daddy buried it in the earth, wrapped up in the hide." The farmer goes and demands payment of the peasant, who gives him one of his sons to serve him for 7 years. The lad serves the farmer faithfully, and at the end of his term sets off home. On his way he lights on a dragon, and in the snake's mouth was a stag. 9 years had that snake had the stag in his mouth and been trying to swallow it, but could not because of the horns. Now that snake was a prince. And seeing the lad whom God had sent his way, "Lad," said the snake, "relieve me of this stag's horns, for I've been going about 9 years with it in my mouth." So the lad broke off the horns, and the snake swallowed the stag. "My lad, tie me round your neck and carry me to my father, for he doesn't know where I am." So he carried him to his father, and his father rewarded him. And I came away and told the tale. No, 55. On O.D. King and his 3 sons in England. Once upon a time there was an old king who had 3 sons. And the old king fell very sick one time, and there was nothing at all could make him well but some golden apples from a far country. So the 3 brothers went on horseback to look for some of those apples to recover their father. The 3 brothers set off together, and when they come to some crossroads they halted and refreshed themselves a bit. And there they agreed to meet on a certain time, and not one was to go home before the other. So Valentine took the right, and Oliver went on straight, and poor Jack took the left. And so as to make my long story short, I shall follow poor Jack and leave the other 2 take their chance, for I don't think there was much good in them. Well, now poor Jack rides off over hills, dales, valleys, and mountains, through woolly woods and sheep-walks, where the old chap never sounded his hollow bugle horn, further than I can tell you tonight, or ever I intend to tell you. At last he came to some old house near a great forest, and there was some old man sitting out by the door, and his look was enough to frighten the devil. And the old man said to him, "Good morning, my king's son." "Good morning to you, old gentleman," was the answer by the young prince, and frightened out of his wits, but he did not like to give in. The old gentleman told him to dismount and to go in and have some refreshments, and to put his horse in the stable, such as it was. After going in, and Jack feeling much better after having something to eat, and after his long ride, began to ask the old gentleman how did he know that he was a king's son. "Oh dear," said the old man, "I knew that you was a king's son, and I knew what is your business better than what you do yourself. So you will have to stay here tonight, and when you are in bed, you mustn't be frightened when you hear something come to you. There will come all manner of snakes and frogs, and some will try to get into your eyes and into your mouth. And mind," the old man said, "if you stir the least bit, then you will turn into one of those things yourself." Poor Jack did not know what to make of this, but however, he ventured to go to bed, and just as he thought to have a bit of sleep, here they came around him, but he never stirred one bit all night. "Well, my young son, how are you this morning?" "Oh, I am very well, thank you, but I did not have much rest." "Well, never mind that. You have got on very well so far, but you have a great deal to go through before you can have the golden apples to go to your father. So now you better come to have some breakfast before you start on your way to my other brother's house. Now you will have to leave your own horse here with me, until you come back here again to me, and to tell me everything about how you got on. After that out comes a fresh horse for the young prince. And the old man give him a ball of yarn, and he flung it between the horse's 2 ears. And off he goes as fast as the wind, which the wind behind could not catch the wind before, until he came to his second oldest brother's house. When he rode up to the door, he had the same salute as he had from the first old man, but this one was much uglier than the first one. He had long gray hair, and his teeth was curling out of his mouth, and his finger and toenails were not cut for many thousands of years. So I shall leave you to guess what sort of a looking being he was. But still his Romani speech was soft and nice, much different to his younger brother. He puts his horse in a much better stable and calls him in and gives him plenty to eat and drink and lots of tobacco and brandy, and they have a bit of chat before they goes to bed. When the old man asks him many questions, "Well, my young son, I suppose that you are one of the king's children and come to look for the golden apples to recover him because he is sick?" Jack: "Yes, I am the youngest of the 3 brothers, and I should like well to get them to go back with." Old man: "Well, don't mind, my young son. I will send before you tonight to my oldest brother when you go to bed, and I will say all to him what you want, and then he will not have much trouble to send you on to the place where you must go to get them. But you must mind tonight not to stir when you hear those things biting and stinging you, or else you will work great mischief to yourself." The young man went to bed and bared all as he did the first night, and got up the next morning well and hearty, and thought a good deal of the old man's Romani way the night before. After a good breakfast and passing some few remarks, what a curious place that was, when the old man should say, "Yes, to him you will see a more curious place soon, and I hope I shall see you back here all right," when out comes another fresh horse, and a ball of yarn to throw between his ears. The old man tells him to jump up, and said to him that he has made it all right with his oldest brother to give him a quick reception, and not to delay any whatever, as you have a good deal to go through in a very short and quick time. He flung the ball, and off he goes as quick as lightning, and comes to the oldest brother's house. I forgot to tell you that the last old man told him not to be frightened at this one's looks. Well, to make my long story short, the old man received him very kindly, and told him that he long wished to see him, and that he would go through his work like a man, and return back here safe and sound. Now tonight I shall give you rest. There shall nothing come to disturb you, so as you may not feel sleepy tomorrow. And you must mind to get up middling early, for you've got to go and come all in the same day. For there will be no place for you to rest within thousands of miles of that place, and if there was, you would stand in great danger never to come from there in your own form. Now, my young prince, mind what I tell you. Tomorrow, when you go in sight of a very large castle which will be surrounded with black water, the first thing you will do, you will tie your horse to a tree, and you will see 3 beautiful swans in sight. When you will say, "Swan, swan, carry me over for the name of the Griffin of the Greenwood," and the swans will swim you over to the castle, there will be 3 great entrances before you go in. The first will be guarded by 4 great giants, and drawn swords in their hands. The second entrance lions and other things, and the other with fiery serpents and other things too frightful to mention. You will have to be there exactly at 1 o'clock, and mind and leave there precisely at 2, and not a moment later. When the swans carry you over to the castle, you will pass all these things, when they will be all fast asleep, but you must not notice any of them. When you go in, you will turn up to the right, you will see some grand rooms, then you will go downstairs and through the cooking kitchen, and through a door on your left you go into a garden where you will find the apples you want for your father to get him well. After you fill your wallet, you make all the speed you possibly can, and call out for the swans to carry you over the same as before. After you get on your horse, should you hear any shouting or making any noise after you, be sure not to look back, as they will follow you for thousands of miles. But when the time will be up, and you near my place, it will be all over. Well now, my young man, I have told you all you have to do tomorrow, and mind, whatever you do, don't look about you when you see all those dreadful things. Keep a good heart, and make haste from there, and come back to me with all the speed you can. I should like to know how my two brothers were when you left them, and what they said about me. Well, to tell the truth, before I left London, my father was sick and said I was to come here to look for the golden apples, for they were the only things would do him good. And when I came to your youngest brother, I could not understand him well. His speech was like the English gypsies and not like yours. You speak the same as the Welsh gypsies, and so I understand your second brother well. He told me many things what to do before I came here. And I thought once that your youngest brother put me in the wrong bed when he put all those snakes to bite me all night long until he, that is, the middle brother, told me, so it was to be, and said, so it is the same here, but said you had none in your beds, but said when I came to you I should find you a fine, dear Romani old man. The old man. So 'tis, my daddy. My youngest brother ran away when he was young with the English gypsies, and their speech is not the same as our speech. Well, let's take a drop more brandy and a little tobacco, and then let's go to bed. You need not fear. There are no snakes here. The young man went to bed, and had a good night's rest, and got up the next morning as fresh as newly caught trout. Breakfast being over, when out come the other horse, and, when saddling and fettling, the old man began to laugh, and told the young gentleman that if he saw a pretty young lady, not to stay with her too long, because she may waken, and then he would have to stay with her, or to be turned into one of those unearthly monsters, like those which he will have to pass by going into the castle. Ha ha! Ha ha! You make me laugh that I can scarcely buckle the saddle straps. I think I shall make it all right, my uncle. If I sees a young lady there, you may depend. Well, my daddy, I shall see how you will get on. So he mounts his Arab steed, and off he goes like a shot out of a gun. At last he comes in sight of the castle. He ties his horse safe to a tree and pulls out his watch. It was then 1:45 when he called out, "Swan, Swan, carry me over for the name of the old griffin of the greenwood." No sooner said than done. A swan under each side, and one in front, took him over in a crack. He got on his legs and walked quietly by all those giants, lions, fiery serpents, and all manner of other frightful things, too numerous to mention, while they were all fast asleep, and that only for the space of 1 hour, when into the castle he goes neck or nothing. Turning to the right, upstairs he runs, and enters into a very grand bedroom, and seen a beautiful princess lying full stretch on a beautiful gold bedstead, fast asleep. It will take me too long to describe the other beautiful things which was in the room at the time, so you will pardon me for going on, for there was no time to lose. He gazed on her beautiful form with admiration, and looked at her foot and said, "Where there is a pretty foot, there must be a pretty leg." And he takes her garter off and buckles it on his own leg, and he buckles his on hers. He also takes her gold watch and pocket handkerchief, and exchanges his for hers. After that ventures to give her a kiss, when she very near opened her eyes. Seeing the time short, off he runs downstairs, and passing through the cooking kitchen, through where he had to pass to go into the garden for the apples, he could see the cook all fours on her back on the middle of the floor, with the knife in one hand and the fork in the other. He found the apples out, and filled his wallet well, and by passing through the kitchen the cook did very near waken, and she did wink on him with one eye. He was obliged to make all the speed he possibly could, as the time was nearly up. He called out for the swans, and off they managed to take him over, but they found he was a little heavier than when he was going over before. No sooner than he had mounted his horse, he could hear a tremendous noise, and the enchantment was broke, and they tried to follow him, but all to no purpose. He was not long before he came to the oldest brother's house, and glad enough he was to see it, for the sight and the noise of all those things that were after him near frightened him to death. "Welcome, my daddy, I am proud to see you. Dismount and put the horse in the stable, and come in and have some refreshments. I know you are hungry after all you have gone through in that castle. And tell all what you did, and all what you saw there. There was other kings' sons went by here to go to that castle, but they never came back alive, and you are the only one that ever broke the spell for me to go from here. And now you must come with me, and a sword in your hand, and must cut my head off, and must throw it in that well. The young prince dismounts and puts the horse in the stable, and then goes in to have some refreshments, for I can assure you he wanted some. And after telling him everything that passed, which the old gentleman was very pleased to hear, they both went for a walk together, the young prince looking around and seeing the place all round him looking dreadful, also the old man. He could scarcely walk from his toenails curling up like ram's horns that had not been cut for many 100 years, and big long hair. And although his teeth was curling out of his mouth, he could speak the Romani language better than any other. They come to a well, and he gives the prince a sword, and tells him to cut the old man's head off, and to throw it in that well. The young man, through him being so kind to him, has to do it against his wish, but has to do it. No sooner he does it and flings his head in the well, than up springs one of the finest young gentlemen you would wish to see, and instead of the old house and the frightful-looking place, it was changed into a beautiful hall and grounds. And they went back, and enjoyed themselves well, and had a good laugh about the castle when he told him all about what had passed, especially when he told him about the cook winking on him, and could not open the other eye. The young prince leaves this young gentleman in all his glory, and he tells the young prince before leaving that he will see him again before long. They have a jolly shake hands, and off he goes to the next oldest brother, and, to make my long story short, he has to serve the other two brothers the same as the first, and he has to take to his own horse to go home. Now the youngest brother there was a good deal of the English gypsy in him, and begun to ask him how things went on, and making inquiries, and asking, "Did you see my two brothers?" "Yes." "How did they look?" "Oh, they looked very well. I liked them much. They told me many things what to do." "Well, did you go to the castle?" "Yes, my uncle." "And will you tell me what you see in there?" "Did you see the young lady?" "Yes, I saw her, and plenty other frightful things." "Did you hear any snake biting you in my oldest brother's bed?" "No, there were none there. I slept well." "You won't have to sleep in the same bed tonight. You will have to cut off my head in the morning." The young prince had a good night's rest, and changed all the appearance of the place by cutting his head off before he started in the morning, having a good breakfast, and supplying himself with a little brandy and a good lot of tobacco for the road before starting, for he had a very long way to go, and his horse had not the same speed as theirs had. A jolly shake hands, and tells him it's very probable that he shall see him again very soon when he will not be aware of it. This one's mansion was very pretty, and the country around it beautiful, after having his head cut off. And off he goes, over hills, dales, valleys, and mountains, and very near losing his apples again. I forgot to tell you that he gives some to each of those brothers before leaving. At last he arrives at the crossroads where he has to meet his brothers on the very day appointed. Coming up to the place, he sees no tracks of horses, and, being very tired, he lays himself down to sleep by tying the horse to his leg and putting the apples under his head. When presently up comes the other brothers the same time to the minute, and found him fast asleep. And they would not waken him, but said one to another, "Let's see what sort of apples he has got under his head." So they took and tasted them, and found they were different from theirs. They took and changed his apples for theirs, and hooked it off too. After a while he awoke, and, seeing the tracks of other horses, he mounted and off with him, not thinking anything about the apples being changed. He had still a long way to go by himself, and by the time he got near London he could hear all the bells in the town ringing, but did not know what was the matter until he rode up to the palace, when he came to know that his father was recovered by his brother's apples. When he got there, his two brothers went off to some sports for a while, and the king was very glad to see his youngest son, and was very anxious to taste his apples. And when he found that they were not good, and thought that they were more for poisoning him, he sent immediately for the head butcher to behead his youngest son, and was taken away there and then in a carriage. But instead of the butcher taking his head off, he took him to some forest not far from the town, because he had pity on him, and there left him to take his chance. When presently up comes a big hairy bear limping upon 3 legs, and the prince, poor fellow, climbed up a tree, frightened of him, and the bear telling him to come down, that it's no use of him to stop there. With hard persuasion, poor Jack comes down, and the bear speaks to him in Romani, and bids him to "Come here to me, I will not do you any harm. It's better for you to come with me and have some refreshments. I know that you are hungry all this time." The poor young prince says, "No, I am not very hungry, but I was very frightened when I saw you coming to me first, when I had no place to run away from you." The bear said, "I was also afraid of you when I saw that gentleman setting you down from that carriage. I thought you would have some guns with you, and that you would not mind killing me if you would see me. But when I saw the gentleman going away with the carriage, and leaving you behind by yourself, I made bold to come to you to see who you was, and now I know who you are very well. Isn't you the king's youngest son? I seen you and your brothers and lots of other gentlemen in this wood many times. Now, before we go from here, I must tell you that I am a gypsy in disguise, and I shall take you where we are stopping at." The young prince up and tells him everything from first to last, how he started in search of the apples, and about the 3 old men, and about the castle, and how he was served at last by his father after he came home, and instead of the butcher to take his head off, he was kind enough to leave him to have his life, and to take his chance in the forest, live or die, and here I am now under your protection. The bear tells him, "Come on, my brother. There shall be no harm come to you as long as you are with me." So he takes him up to the tents, and when they sees him coming, the girls begin to laugh and says,
Here is our Jubal coming with a young gentleman.
When he advanced nearer the tents, they all begun to know that he was the young prince that had passed by that way many times before. And when Jubal went to change himself, he called most of them together in one tent, and tells them everything all about him, and tells them to be kind to him. And so they were, for there was nothing that he desired but what he had, the same as if he was in the palace with his father and mother. He was allowed to romp and play with the girls, but no further, though his princely manners and the chastity of the girls hindered all bad thoughts. Him having lessons on the Welsh harp when a boy by some Welsh harper belonging to the Woods or Roberts family, who were Welsh gypsies of North Wales, made a little difference to his way of speaking to that of the London magpies, when they used to say, "Dorda!" This young gentleman talks as if he was 200 years old. We can't understand him. They used to have a deal of fun with him at night time when telling his funny tales by the fire. Jubal, after he pulled off his hairy coat, was one of the smartest young men amongst them, and he stuck to be the young prince's closest companion. The young prince was always very sociable and merry, only when he would think of his gold watch, the one as he had from the young princess in that castle. The butcher allowed him to keep that for company, and did not like to take it from him, as it might come useful to him some time or another. And the poor fellow did not know where he lost it, being so much excited with everything. He passed off many happy days with the Stanleys and Greys in Epping Forest. But one day him and poor Jubal was strolling through the trees, when they came to the very same spot where they first met, and, accidentally looking up, he could see his watch hanging up in the tree which he had to climb when he first seen poor Jubal coming to him in the form of a bear, and cries out, "Jubal, Jubal, I can see my watch up in that tree." "Well, I am sure, how lucky!" exclaimed poor Jubal. "Shall I go and get it down?" "No, I'd rather go myself," said the young prince. Now when all this was going on, the young princess whom he changed those things with in that castle, seeing that one of the King of England's sons had been there by the changing of the watch and other things, got herself ready with a large army and sailed off for England. She left her army a little out of the town, and she went with her guards straight up to the palace to see the king, and also demanded to see his sons, and brought a fine young boy with her about 9 or 10 months old. They had a long conversation together about different things. At last she demands one of the sons to come before her, and the oldest comes, when she asks him, "Have you ever been at the castle of Melvalis?" And he answers, "Yes." She throws down a pocket handkerchief, bids him to walk over that without stumbling. He goes to walk over it, and no sooner he put his foot on it, he fell down and broke his leg. He was taken off immediately and made a prisoner of by her own guards. The other was called upon and was asked the same questions, and had to go through the same performance, and he also was made a prisoner of. Now she says, "Have you not another son?" When the king began to shiver and shake and knock his 2 knees together that he could scarcely stand upon his legs, and did not know what to say to her, he was so much frightened. At last a thought came to him to send for his head butcher, and inquired of him particularly, did he behead his son, or is he alive? "He is saved, O king." "Then bring him here immediately, or else I shall be done for." 2 of the fastest horses they had were put in the carriage to go and look for the poor Welsh harping prince. And when they got to the very same spot where they left him, that was the time when the prince was up the tree, getting his watch down, and poor Jubal standing a distance off. They cried out to him, "Did he see another young man in this wood?" Jubal, seeing such a nice carriage, thought something, and did not like to say no, and said, "Yes," and pointed up the tree. And they told him to come down immediately, as there is a young lady in search of him with a young child. Ha! 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 Jubal, did you ever hear such a thing in all your life, my brother? Do you call him your brother? Well, he has been better to me than my brothers. Well, for his kindness he shall come to accompany you to the palace, and see how things will turn out. After they go to the palace, he has a good wash, and appears before the princess when she asks him, or puts the question to him, had he ever been at the castle of Melvalis, when he, with a smile upon his face, and gives a graceful bow, and says, "My lady, walk over that handkerchief without stumbling." He walks over it many times, and dances upon it, and nothing happened to him. She said with a proud and smiling air, "That is the young man," and out comes the exchange things by both of them. Presently she orders a very large box to be brought in and to be opened, and out come some of the most costly uniforms that was ever wore on an emperor's back, and when he dressed himself up, the king could scarcely look upon him from the dazzling of the gold and diamonds on his coat and other things. He orders his 2 brothers to be in confinement for a period of time, and before the princess demands him to go with her to her own country, she pays a visit to the Gypsies' camp, and she makes them some very handsome presents for being so kind to the young prince. And she gives Jubal an invitation to go with them, which he accepts, also one of the girls for a nurse, wishes them a hearty farewell for a time, promising to see them again in some little time to come, by saying, "Cheer up, comrades, I'm a Romani myself, I should like to see you in my country." They go back to the king and bids farewell, and tells him not to be so hasty another time to order people to beheaded before having a proper cause for it. Off they go with all their army with them, but while the soldiers were striking their tents, he bethought himself of his Welsh harp, and had it sent for immediately to take with him in a beautiful wooden case. After they went over, they called to see each of those 3 brothers whom the prince had to stay with when he was on his way to the castle of Melvalis, and I can assure you, when they all got together, they had a very merry time of it. The last time I seen him, I play upon the prince's harp, and he told me he should like to see me again in North Wales. Ha, ha! I am glad that I have come to the finish. I ought to have a drop of Scotch ale for telling all those lies. As I said in my notes to number 54, Mr. Joseph Jacobs has also headsman, additions, and omissions of his own. Especially has he deleted every mention of gypsies, whilst leaving in references to tents, camp, etc., which thus appear rather apropos de bottes. Such tampering with folk tales reminds one somehow of your restoring architect called in about an old church. Yes, he pronounces, that window is late perpendicular, so we'll have to come out, and we'll put in an early English one according to the original design. Not that he knows the original design, but he pleases his dupes. Some there be, however, that curse. But Grimm, Mr. Jacobs pleads, rewrote his fairy tales. Maybe he did, but every folklorist is not a Grimm. After this, Mr. Jacobs remarks that the tale is scarcely a good example for Mr. Hindes Groome's contention in Transactions Folklore Congress. For the diffusion of all folk tales by means of gypsies as colporteurs. This is merely a matter of evidence, and of evidence there is singularly little, though it is indeed curious that one of Campbell's best equipped informants should turn out to be a gypsy. Even this fact, however, is not too well substantiated. As I have shown in my introduction, I have never made such a contention. There, too, I have told all I know about Campbell's informant. Mr. Jacobs, perhaps, may know more. But his oracular judgment that this story is a poor example for my real contention, that is what staggers me, unbacked though it be by one tittle of counter-evidence. The following is all I can adduce in self-vindication. My friend Mr. Sampson has got from Matthew Wood another Welsh gypsy version called I Valin Calo Panis, the bottle of black water. This, he writes, is a variant of your king and his 3 sons, with which it agrees in most particulars, except, of course, Robert's own picturesque little touches, and that a bottle of black water takes the place of the 3 golden apples. Then, what I could not know when I published in Gypsy Tense 1880, there is a closely parallel non-gypsy variant in Professor Theodore Vernelecken's In the Land of Marvels, N.Als. Oz, N.Als. Trenans, 1884, number 52, pp. 34, 9, and 360. It is called The Accursed Garden, and comes from St. Polden in Lower Austria. Here is a summary. A king has 3 sons. The youngest, the handsomest. He falls sick and learns he can only get better by eating a fruit from the accursed garden. The brothers set out one after the other. The 2 eldest lose all their money gaming in an inn and are put in jail, cf. Number 49, p. 184. The youngest son comes to a hermit's in a great forest, inquires the way to the accursed garden, and gets a red ball, which flung before him will show the way. He next comes to a black dog and sleeps 3 nights with him, then to a red dog, lastly to a white maiden. Before reaching the mountain on whose top is the garden, he ties his horse to a fig tree. He has to enter the garden at 11 and leave before noon. In a castle in the midst of the garden he finds a sleeping lady, writes down his name and address, departs, and is pursued by devouring beasts. Returning to the white maiden, he is desired by her to divide a grape into 4 parts, and to cast a part into each corner of her dwelling. Immediately it became a splendid palace. The red and black daubs are likewise changed into princes, and the hermit into a king. The prince comes up as his brothers are going to be hanged, buys them off, is robbed by them in the night of his fruit, receiving in its stead a poisoned one, and then is thrown into a valley. The late hermit discovers and revives him, but the king his father, finding his fruit is poisoned, orders him to be shot. But the servant spares him, and the young lady, arriving with a great army, proclaims that if the prince who fetched the fruit be not produced, she will besiege the city. Then the servant tells how he spared the prince, who is sought for and brought to the king. He accurately describes the garden and marries the princess. This version is markedly inferior to our Welsh gypsy one. Still, I know in all folklore of few closer parallels, and the 2 versions are separated by over 4 centuries and by more than 1,000 miles. The ball of yarn on P221 recurs in two other Welsh gypsy stories. The black dog of the wild forest. You follow this ball of worsted. Now it will take you right straight to a river, and the green man of no man's land, she, gives him a ball of thread to place between the horse's ears. In Dasent's Norse tale of the golden palace that hung in the air, Tales from the Field, P291, an old hag gives the hero a grey ball of wool, which he had only to roll on before him, and he would come to whatever place he wished. In Addie's Household Tales, P50, there is a curious but poorly told story from Wensley in Derbyshire, The Little Red Hairy Man, a variant of Our Mayor's Son. Number 20, and Twopence Halfpenny, number 58. Here the little man throws a small copper ball on the ground, and it rolled away, and Jack followed it until it came to a castle made of copper, and flew against the door. So with a silver ball and a silver castle, and a golden ball and a golden castle. On which it is just worth remarking that underground castles of copper, silver, and gold occur in number 58, P245. In a story told to Campbell of Islay by a London gypsy, Tales of the West Highlands, if 43, and in Ralston's The Norka, pp. 75-76. In Radislaw's Hungarian-Slovenish story of the Three Lemons, p63, we find castles of lead, silver, and gold, and at each the hero gets dumplings of the same metals, which he afterwards throws before him, when they fix themselves on the glass hill, and permit him to ascend, cef. 2. Our Three Dragons, pp. 52-4, Irish Folktale in Folklore Journal, I318, and Folklore for December 1890, P495. In Hans Felek, Zeleby's number 73, II 69. The heroine has to follow 3 golden apples, and in The Wicked Queen's J.H. Knowles's Folk Tales of Kashmir, P. 401, a jogi gives a boy a pebble, telling him to throw it on before and to follow its leadings. The well-known Sleeping Beauty recurs in 2 other gypsy stories, the Moravian one of The Princess and the Forester's Son, CP. 47, which offers marked analogies to John Roberts's tale, and that from the Bukawina, The Winged Hero, EP 100-004, which is very oriental in character. Whether she was ever familiar to English or Scottish folklore I do not know, but Scott in chapter XXVI of the Antiquary alludes to her. For the 3 helpful brothers, CFA Steele's Wide Awake Stories, P3536, and for the prohibition not to look about behind, Maeve Stokes's Indian Fairy Tales, P140, No, 56, The 5 Trades. Once there were a sailor and other 4 men. One was a smith, and the other was a soldier and a tailor, and the last was an innkeeper. The sailor asked the smith to come upon the sea. The smith said, "No, I must go and do some work." "What is your work?" "To heat iron," says the smith, "and make it into shoes for horses." The sailor asked the other 3 to come on board his ship. The soldier said he must go to make facings and marchings, and the tailor said, "I must go and make clothes to keep you warm." And the innkeeper said, "I am going to make beer to make you drunk, that you may all of you go to the devil." That's all of that. This little temperance apologue by a non-teetotaler is one of the very few gypsy stories with a moral. No, 57. Ashipelt. Once there was an old man and an old ooman living in the Forest of Dean. They had 12 sons, and there was one son called Ashipelt. He was the youngest son, and they didn't never think but very little o' Ashipelt, as he was Alice used to be, I the S-hole under the fire, and the brothers used to spit on him and laugh at him and make fun of him and that. He never spoke, didn't Ashipelt, nor hear nothin'. These 11 brothers, they was nearly Alice felling timber, and that they used to go off till Saturdays for a week. They used to do that very reg'lar, and were bringing a lot of money in for the old man and the old ooman. So the old ooman says one day, Well, John, I says, I think you and me has got enough money now to live on, which we'll keep we all the days of our life. And we'll tell 'em tonights. It was on a Saturday, and they was comin' home again. They was comin' home with all the week's wages. We'll say to 'em as the press gang has been after 'em, as they've got to 'ear as we've got 11 very fine sons, and they wants to make soldiers of 'em. So I'll begin a-cryin' when they comes here tonight, and I'll say to 'em, oh, my very dear sons, the press gang's been after yous here today. They want yous to go for soldiers, and the best you can do, my dear children. The old 'ooman was cryin' very much, making herself so, is to go to sleep in the barn, and we'll put 'em to sleep in the barn, and give 'em their week's victuals with 'em. What they used to take reg'lar, says the old 'ooman to the old man. We can soon put Ashipelt out of the road. He was listenin' all the time, the poor Ashipelt, listenin' what the old 'ooman was sayin'. Soon as we've put the 11 sons in the barn, we'll set fire to 'em about 12 o'clock and burn 'em. That's the best way to take it out of 'em. We'll burn 'em, she says. Poor Ashipelt gets up out of the S-hole. This was about the hour of 11. They were sittin' up till 12 to set the barn afire. He goes up to the barn, and he throws his brothers up one after another, neck and crop, and they was gonna kill 'em and their week's victuals. "Who are you?" they says. "I am your brother Ashipelt," he says. "I am your brother Ashipelt." So one looks at him, and another looks at him to find a certain mark as they know to him. They went to kill poor Ashipelt for throwing them up. He says, "My father and mother is going to set you afire, all the lot of you. That's the reason they put you in the barn. And come with me up on that back edge, and you'll see the barn going afire directly," says Ashipelt. They sat on this high edge till 12 o'clock come, and they was looking out, and they seen the old 'ooman and the old man go with a lantern and putting a light to the barn and all the straw what was in it. So they thanked Ashipelt very much for saving their lives, but they didn't injure their father or mother, but they all started to go on the road together. They comes to 12 crossroads, and poor Ashipelt, never being out of the S-hole before, he took very sleepy, through being a very old day. So one brother says to the other, "We'll all take a road to ourselves. Each one will take a road, and in 12 months and a day we'll all meet your agin." So poor Ashipelt the sun overcame him, and him never being out of the S-hole, he fell asleep, and each brother left a mark on the road, which way they went, for him to go his road to himself. When poor Ashipelt wakened up, he began looking round him and rubbing his eyes. They left him a very old nasty lane to go up, an old nasty lane with the mud up to your knees. Poor Ashipelt being very weak, he got fast several times going up this old lane and tumbled down in the mud, and the edges was growed very high with 'em so meetin' together, and the briars was scratching poor Ashipelt's eyes very near out as he was going up this old lane. He travels on, over high dales and lofty mountains, where the cock never crowed and the divil never sounded his bugle horn. It'll last till tomorrow night, but I don't mean to half tell you so long. But poor Ashipelt got benighted up this old lane. He used to fall asleep, being summertime, and very early in the morning come daylight, he wakens up, and he kept on the same old lane all the way he was going. He travels on till he come to a castle in a new house where there was a man, and he asked this man could he give him a job. He says, "Yes, Ashipelt, I can give you a job," he says. He says, "What can you do?" Ashipelt says, "I can do everythink as you try to put me to." "Well, Ashipelt," he says, "I'll give you £50 to sleep into the castle all night in a good suit of clothes." "Oh, yes," he says, "I'll sleep there," he said. So he says to Ashipelt, he says, "You shall have a good bag of nuts to crack and plenty o' bacca to smoke, and a good fire to sit by," he says. But he allowed him no can o' beer to drink, plenty o' water, so as he wouldn't get trussicated. "And napping about 11 o'clock at night," he says, "Now, Ashipelt, it is about the time you've got to come in along o' me." So he takes Ashipelt with him about 11 o'clock to this castle. he opens the door and he says, "There you are, go and take your seat and sit down." He says, "Here is your bag of nuts and plenty of bacca to smoke." So just now Ashipelt was sitting down, and just about the hour of 12 he could hear a lot of noise about the room. He looks around behind him at the door, and he sees a man naked. So he says, "Come up to the fire and warm you. You looks very cold." It was a spirit, you see. He wouldn't come up to the fire, so Ashipelt went and fetched him. Ashipelt says, "Will you have a smoke?" He says, and he takes and he fills him a new pipe. He says, "Will you crack some nuts?" So he smoked all poor Ashipelt's bacca, and cracked all his nuts, and poor Ashipelt had none. But he says, "You are a very greedy fellow indeed, I must say." He said, "After a man bringing you up to warm you at the fire and taking every think off him." Just about the hour or 2 o'clock away goes this man from him. So therefore Ashipelt sits contented down afore the fire to hisself. So next morning the master says to him at the hour of 6 o'clock, "Are you alive, Ashipelt?" "Oh, yes," he says to him, "I am alive, sir. And there came a very rude man here last night, and took all my bacca and cracked all my nuts off me," he says, "for the kindness I'd done for him. He was naked, and I asked him to have a warm. Well, he says to Ashipelt, 'Come along and have some breakfast, Ashipelt,' and he takes him to the new house from the castle to have some breakfast. 'Would you wish to stop another night, Ashipelt?' he says, 'and I'll give you another £50. "Oh, yes," says Ashipelt, "I'm never seeing anything, and never knowing what spirits or ghosts was, him being Alice in the S-hole." So all day Ashipelt went up and down the garden, and learning how to dig in the garden, and one thing or another, till 11 o'clock came again the next night. "Well, come, Ashipelt, my lad," he said, "it's time for you to go back to your room agent now." So the next night he gave him very near half a pound of bacca to smoke and a bigger bag of nuts. So about the hour of 12 o'clock he turns round to the door again, and there was 5 or 6 of these ghosts as came into him this time in sperits. So there was one stood up in the corner in his skeleton. There was 5 more running up and down the room, pittity-pat, pittity-pat. "Come up to the fire," Ashipelt says, "and warm yous. Yous looks very cold, all running about naked," he said. He says, "There's some bacca there and some pipes. Have a smoke apiece." So this poor fellow stood up in the corner. "You come here," said Ashipelt. "You looks very cold. You're nothing but bones." But he gave Ashipelt no answer. So Ashipelt comes up to him to pull him out up to the fire, and he happened to give him a bit of a touch round the neck, somewhere under the jaw, I think it was, as he wouldn't come for him. This fellow tumbled all into pieces, in small bits of pieces about half an inch, tumbled all into pieces when Ashie pelted him. Now Ashipelt, says one of 'em, "If you don't put that fellow up aging as you fun him, we'll devour you alive." Poor Ashipelt got fixin' one little bone on top of another, and one little bone on top of another, but he got tumbling them down as quick as he was fixin' them very near. Well, he fixed and fixed at last till it come very near 1 o'clock that he was bein' with 'em, but he got 'em together agin'. So away they all goes just about 2 o'clock and leaves him, and when he come to look for the bacca, every morsel had gone, he never had one pipeful. "Well," he says, "they're a greedy lot of fellows, them is," he says. "They served me worse agent tonight," he says. So he comes and sits himself down completely by his own fire agent. Next morning at the hour of 6 o'clock the master comes for him agent. "Are you alive, Ashipelt?" he says. "Oh, yes," he says, "I'm alive." He says, "Did you wear anything last night?" "Yes," says Ashipelt, "there come a lot of greedy fellows here, and smoked all my bacca and cracked all my nuts off me." So he says, "Come on down, Ashipelt, and have your breakfast." He takes him to the new house to have his breakfast. But after eat a day's breakfast, "Now, Ashipelt," he says, "I will give you another 50 to stop another night." Well, poor Ashipelt, never having no money, he said, yes, he would do it. Well, he took him, as usual, up and down the garden agent next day with him, taking him up and down the garden till 11 o'clock, come the next night. So now, Ashipeld, my boy, it's time for me to take you up to your room, he says. I'll give you a little extra bacca tonight. I'll give you £1 and a bigger bag of nuts. Altogether it might be a gohanna guano, bag of nuts, and £1 of bacca. So he fastened him into the room before Ashipeld comes, and he leaves him sitting down comfortable to hisself having a bit o' a smoke o' his bacca. But he heard one of the terriblest noises he ever heard in his life, shouting blue wilful murders, but he couldn't see nothing. This was at the hour of 12. Banging one of his doors wide open, in comes a man to him with his throat cut from ear to there. Ashipelt axed him to come and have a pipe of bacca and to have a warm. Well, poor Ashipelt never seeing nothing. He wasn't frightened a bit. So the man says to him, Now, Ashipelt, my boy, I see you are not frightened. Come with me, and I'll show you where I lies. My brother has killed me. It's my brother what gives you this money to stop here. You come with me, Ashipelt, down these steps. He took him down steps, down steps, down steps. Ashipelt asked him how much further he had to go, and it had been very dark going down these steps. Ashipelt couldn't see his way, but when he got to the bottom there was a very fine light. Now, Ashipelt, he says, come with me. He says, I'm that man as you struck in the room and knocked all to pieces. Now, Ashipelt, I'll make you a gentleman for life if you'll do one thing for me. Come along o' me, he says to Ashipelt. Then he says, lift up that flag, he says. No, sir, says Ashipelt, I can't lift it up. He says to him, but lift it you. Put your hand down to it and try to lift it up, he said. Ashipelt done what he told him, putting his and down to lift the flag, and he draws the flag up. What was under that but a big pot of gold spade, 8 guineas in that. So he says, come along o' me, Ashipelt, he says, on further, he says. He says, rise that flag up, Ashipelt. Ashipelt doing so, he told him to rise one flag up, he says, rise the other one, Ashipelt, next to it. Ashipelt rises the other one, and there this here skeleton was lying in the coffin. That's where he was buried. His brother buried him there into the coffin. This was the older brother, tell what, the one that was alive, that was dead. But they got fallen out, which would have the castle. The next brother killed the old one and buried him there. Now, says this man with his throat cut from ear to there, Ashipelt, I want you to do me a favourite, and he says you'll never be troubled no more. You can sleep in that room all your lifetime, he says, nothing will ever trouble you no more. Now, in the mornings, he says, when my brother comes for you, he'll ask you what sort of night's rest you had. So you say, all right, only they smoked all my bacca and cracked all my nuts eaten. And the first town you get to, Ashipelt, and you leaves here, you make a report as he's killed his own brother, and when they calls for witnesses, Ashipelt, I'll repair into the hall with my throat cut from here to there. You can come back, Ashipelt, and take the castle, 'cause there's nobody takes the castle barrin' me and my brother. So Ashipelt goes to the next town as he could meet with, then he goes and makes alarm to a magistrate, and the magistrate sent some policemen with him back to fetch this gentleman, and Ashipelt goes with him. Hello, says he to Ashipelt, what brings you back here? He said. So the policeman got close to this man. For you, he says, and catches out of him, they come back for you for killing your brother, taking him off back to the town agent, and Ashipelt along with him, taking him and trying him. When they were trying him, at the hour of 12, the magistrate cries out for witnesses, and the man reappears with his throat cut from ear to there, just as they cried out for witnesses. His brother got life. 20 years, and he died shortly after he got life. He broke his earth. Well, Ashipelt goes back to the castle and lives there, and got a servant or two with him into the castle. One day he bethought hisself about his brothers, where he had to meet them. He gets a pair of horses and a carriage, and he buys 11 suits of clothes, thinking upon his poor brothers. So he drives ahead until he comes to these 12 roads where he had to meet 'em 12 months and a day. So he was driving up to these here 12 roads, and there they was all lying down. "Hello, my men," he says. "What are you men all lying down for?" Ashipelt being dressed up, looking gentlemen, they didn't know him. "We're waiting for a brother of ours by the name of Ashipelt," they said. "Would you know him if you would see him?" He said. "Oh, yes, we would know him very well. 12 months and a day we had to meet on these roads. So he says to him, 'I'm your brother Ashipelt,' he said to the one. So they looks at him. 'If you're our brother Ashipelt, show your arm, you have a mark on it what we know to.' So they looks at this mark. Oh, it is my brother Ashipelt they sees, blessing him and kissing him and slubbering and so on. So he gives 'em a suit of clothes apiece, these 11 brothers, to put on. 'Now,' he says, 'I think we'll go back and see the old 'ooman and the old man how they are getting on from here,' says Ashipelt to his brothers. 'And when we get nigh 'ome, you 11 brothers stop behind, and I'll drive up to the little farm and ask the old lady what came of her 11 sons, what she had.' So poor Ashipelt drives up to the house. 'Hullo, my old lady,' he says, 'what's come of all the 11 sons as you had?' 'Oh,' says her, 'they all went off for soldiers.' So he calls his 11 brothers up, and he says, 'Didn't you try to burn my 11 brothers in that barn,' he says, 'when you set the barn alight and told 'em as the press gang of soldiers was after 'em?' So she says, 'No, true, no,' she said. 'I tell you, sir, they give me a shilling for telling you that lie.' The name Ashipelt, Scottish Ashipelt, Irish Ashipelt, etc. C.F. Ingle. Dialect dict, pp. 80-81, must be of Teutonic origin, akin to the familiar High German Aschenbrodel, Cinderella, and the Norse Askepot boots. The form coming nearest to it is also the oldest known to me, the mystic Johann Tauler, C.C. 1306 says, in the Medulla Anima, 'I thy stable boy and poor Aschenbalts,' see Grimm's Household Tales, I 3667. In another story told by Cornelius Price, The Black Dog of the Wild Forest, the hero is hidden by an old witch in the ash hole under the fire. In the Polish gypsy tale of A Foolish Brother and a Wonderful Bush, number 45, that brother crouches over his stove in Dason's Tales from the Norse. Boots sits all his life in the ashes EP. 90, 232, 3082 in Ralston's story, Ivan Popyalov EP. 66, from the Chernigoff government, the ashes from the stove. But then he arose and shook himself, so that 6 poods of ashes fell off from him, and in Léger's Bohemian story, Contes Slaves, p. 1300, of La Montre Enchantée, which is a variant of our number 54, the third brother, a fool, does nothing but begrime himself with the cinders from the stove. The idea, then, extends beyond the Teutonic area, but how the name Ashipelt has found its way to South Wales is past my telling. Compare Grimm's number 4, I. 11. The story of the youth who went forth to learn what fear was, with the variants on pp. 342-347, also a fragment from Calver, Derbyshire, the boy who feared nothing, in Addie's Household Tales. From a London tinker, Campbell of Islay got a story of a cutler and a tinker who travel together, and sleep in an empty haunted house for a reward. They are beset by ghosts and spirits of murdered ladies and gentlemen, and the inferior, the tinker, shows most courage, and is the hero. He went into the cellar to draw beer, and there he found a little chap a-sittin' on a barrel with a red cap on his head, and says he, Buzz. 'What's Buzz?' says the tinker. 'Never you mind what's Buzz,' says he. 'That's mine, don't you go for to touch it,' etc., etc., etc. Tales of the West Highlands, Vol. I. P. XLVI, and in Vol. I. P. 276, Campbell gives a Gaelic story, The Tale of the Soldier, our number 74, which was told by a tinker. No 58, 2 pensons, halfpenny. There were 3 brothers. The 3 were going on the road to seek for work. Night came upon them. They knew not where to go to get lodgings. It was night. They were traveling through a wood on an old road. They saw a small light, and they came to a cottage. They were hungry and tired. The door was open. They saw a table with food upon it. Said the eldest brother, "Go you in. I am not going in. Go in yourself." "Not I, indeed." "You are 2 fools," said Jack. And in he went and sat down at the table and ate his bellyful. The other 2 watched him. They were afraid to enter the house. At last the other 2 went in and sat down and ate. "Now a little old woman comes," said the old woman. "I have seen no man here for many years. Whence came ye hither?" "We are seeking for work. I will find work for you tomorrow." They went to bed. Up they rose in the morning, and there was a great pot on the fire, and porridge and milk. That was the food they ate. Now the old woman tells the eldest brother to go into the barn to get the tools, and to go into the wood to fell the trees. He took off his coat. There he is, doing the work. There came an old dwarf and asked him who told him to fell the wood. He could not see this little man, so small was he. He looked under his feet. He saw him in the stubble. The old dwarf hit him and beat him until he bled, and there he left him. Now the maid comes with his dinner. The girl went home and told the 2 other brothers to come and carry him home and put him to bed. In the morning the second brother goes to the wood. The eldest brother told him it was a little man who beat him, and the second brother laughed at him. He went off now down to the woods. Here is something that asks him who told him to fell the trees. He looked around him. He could see nothing. At last he saw him in the stubble. "Be off," said he. The little stranger knocked him to pieces. The little maid came down to him with his dinner and went home and told the 2 brothers to come and carry him home. The 2 brothers went down and brought him home. Jack laughed at them. "I am going down tomorrow myself." In the morning he went down to the wood. Here he is felling the trees. He heard something. He looked beneath his feet. He saw the little man in the stubble. Jack kicked him. "You had better keep quiet," said the little man. The dwarf hit him. Down went Jack, and the dwarf half killed him. There was Jack lying there now. The maid came with his dinner. Home went the maid, and told the 2 brothers to come and carry him home. "No," said Jack. "Leave me here and go." The 2 brothers went home. Jack was watching him, and the little man crept under a great stone. Up got Jack now, and home he went, and told his 2 brothers to go into the stable and get out 4 horses. They took a strong rope, and the 3 went with the horses and fastened the rope round the stone. They took the horses and pulled it up and found a well there. "Go you down," said one. "Not I," said the other. "I am not going down." "I will go down," says Jack. "Fasten this rope and let me down, and when you hear me say, 'Pull up,' pull me up, and when I say, 'Let go,' let me go." Now the 2 brothers fastened him and let him down. Down he went a very little way. The little man beat him. "Pull me up." He goes down again. He forgets the word. "Let me down." He came into a beautiful country, and there he saw the old dwarf. The old dwarf spoke to him. "Since you have come into this country, Jack, I will tell you something now." The old man tells Jack what he is to do. "You will find 3 castles. In the first one lives a giant with 2 heads, and," said the old dwarf, "you must fight him. Take the old rusty sword. I will be there with you." "I am afraid of him." "Go on, and have no fear. I will be there with you. Here is Jack at the castle now." He knocked at the door. The servant maid came, and he asked for her master. "He is at home." "Do you wish to see him?" "Yes," said Jack. "I want to fight with him." The maid went and told him to come out. "Are you wanting something to eat?" "No," said Jack. "Come out, and I will fight with you. Come here and choose your sword." Jack chose the old rusty sword. "Why do you take that old rusty sword?" "Take a bright one." "Not I. This one will do for me." The twain went out before the door. Off went one head. "Spare my life, Jack. I will give you all my money." "No." He struck off the other head. He killed him. Now this was the Copper Castle, so they called it. Now Jack goes on to the next, the Silver Castle. A giant with 3 heads lived there. Jack chose the rusty sword and struck 2 heads off. "Don't kill me, Jack. Let me live. I will give you the keys of my castle." "Not I," said Jack, and off went the other head. Now Jack goes on to the next, the Golden Castle. And there was a giant with 4 heads. "Have you come here to fight with me?" "Yes," says Jack. The giant told him to choose a sword, and he chose the old rusty sword, and out they went. Jack struck off 3 heads. "Don't kill me, Jack. I will give you my keys." "Yes, I will," said Jack, and off went the other head. Now all the castles and the money and the 3 fair ladies in the 3 castles were his. Off Jack goes now, and the lady with him. He goes back to the Silver Castle, and takes that lady. He goes to the Copper Castle, and takes that lady. And the 4 went on and came to the place where Jack descended. The old dwarf was there waiting for him. Jack sent the 3 ladies up to his brothers. Now the old dwarf wanted meat. Jack went back to the castle and cooked some meat for him. The old dwarf carried Jack up a bit. The old dwarf stopped. He wanted meat. Jack gave him meat. He went up a bit further. He stopped. He wanted meat. Jack gave him meat. He went up a bit higher. He wanted meat. Jack had none. Now he was a very little way from the surface. He knew not what to do. He drew his knife from his pocket, and cut a little meat off his leg, and gave it to the old dwarf. Up went Jack. 2 of the ladies and his 2 brothers had gone off, and the eldest brother had taken the fairest lady, and the second brother had taken the other lady, and they had left the ugly lady for Jack. Jack asked her where they had gone. The lady told him, and he hastened after them. He caught them by the church. They were going to be married. The fairest lady looked back and saw Jack. "That one's mine," said Jack. Jack took and married her. He left the other lady for his eldest brother to marry. There was only the second brother now, and he took the ugly lady. There are the 3 brothers and the 3 ladies. Now they want to go down to the 3 castles. Jack told the old dwarf to carry them down. "I will carry you down. You must give me food as I come down." "Yes," said Jack. "I will give you plenty of food. I will take you down." He carried them all down, and the old dwarf went along with Jack. Jack put 1 brother and 1 lady in the Copper Castle, and the other brother in the Silver Castle, and Jack went to the Golden Castle, and Jack kept the old dwarf all his days. The old dwarf died, and at last Jack grew old himself. "There, you've done me." A most interesting variant of our number 20, the Bukowina Gypsy story of Mary's son, and so of Grimm's Strong Hands and Koskin's Jean de Lours. In one respect it is more perfect than Mary's son, that during the upward flight the hero cuts a piece out of his leg, which piece by rights the dwarf should have kept and restored cf. p. 79. It is, however, contrary to every canon of the storyteller's art for the dwarf to prove helpful to the hero, and the brother's treachery in cutting the rope is omitted. For the castles of copper, silver, and gold, see pp. 233-4, one is left rather sorry for the ugly lady. No, 59. No, the old smith. An old smith lived on a hill with his wife and mother-in-law. He could only make plowshares. A boy comes and wants his horse shod. The smith could not do it. The boy cuts the horse's legs off, stops the blood, and puts the legs on the fire, beats them on the anvil, and replaces them on the horse. He gives the smith a guinea and goes away. The smith tries this with his mother-in-law's horse, but bungles it. The horse bleeds to death, and its legs are burnt to ashes. The boy comes again with 2 old women. "I want you to make them young again." The smith couldn't. The boy puts them on the fire, beats them on the anvil, and rejuvenates them. The smith tries it with his wife and mother-in-law, but burns them to ashes. He leaves his forge and sets off in the snow and wind. The barefooted boy follows him. The smith wants to send him off. The boy tells him of a sick king in the next town, whom they will cure, the boy acting as the smith's servant. The butler admits them and gives them plenty to eat and drink. The smith forgets all about the sick king, but the boy reminds him. They go up. The boy asks for a knife, pot, water, and spoon. He cuts the king's head off and spits on his hand to stop the blood. He puts the head in the pot, boils it, lifts it out with the golden spoon, and replaces it on the king, who is cured. The king gives them a sack of gold. They take the road again. "All I want," says Barefoot, "is a pair of shoes." "I have little enough for myself," says the smith. The boy leaves him, and the smith goes on alone. Hearing of another sick king, he goes to cure him, but takes too much to drink and boils his head all to ribbons and lets him bleed to death. A knock comes to the door. The smith, frightened, refuses admittance. "Won't you open to little Barefoot?" The boy enters, and with much difficulty gets the head on again. The king is cured and gives them 2 sacks of gold. The boy asks for shoes and gets them. The boy tells the smith of a gentleman who has a wizard whom none can beat. "Let's go there. 3 sacks of gold to anyone who beats him." They enter. There was a bellows. The wizard blows, and blows up half the sea. The boy blows up a fish that drinks up all the wizard's water. The wizard blows up corn as it were rain. The boy blows up birds that eat the corn. The wizard blows up hundreds of rabbits. The boy blows up greyhounds that catch the rabbits, so they win the 3 sacks of gold. The smith hardly knows what to do with all his money. He builds a village and 3 taverns and spends his time loafing round. An old woman comes and begs a night's lodging. He gives it her. She gives him 3 wishes. He wishes that whoever takes his hammer in his hand can't put it down again, that whoever sits on his chair can't get up again, and that whoever gets in his pocket can't get out again. One day, when money had run low, a man comes to the smith and asks, will he sell himself? The smith sells himself for a bag of gold, the time to be up in 5 years. After 5 years, the man returns. The smith gives him his hammer to hold and goes off to his tavern. From end to end the man follows him, and finding him with the chair, and the smith gets 5 more years from the old man, now called Bang Devil. The 3rd time the devil finds the smith in one of his taverns. The smith explains that he has called for drinks, and asks the devil to change himself into a sovereign in the smith's pocket, to pay for them. The devil does so. The smith returns home and goes to bed. At night he hears a great uproar in his trousers pocket, gets up, puts them on the anvil, and hammers. The devil promises never to meddle with him in future if he will release him. The smith lets him go. Afterwards the smith dies and goes to the devil's door and knocks. An imp of Satan comes out. "Tell your father the smith is here." The little devil went and told his father. "He will kill us all," said the devil, "if we let him in. Here, take this wisp of straw and light him upstairs to God." The little devil did so. The smith went to heaven. There he sat and played the harp, and there we shall all see him one day unless we go to the devil instead. C.F. Ralston's The Smith and the Demon, p. 57, and The Pope with the Greedy Eyes, p. 351, Dasent's The Master Smith, Tales from the Norse, p. 1006, Clouston, I. 409, a curious nigger version from Virginia, de New Han, plainly derived from a European source, which I published in the Athenum for 20th August 1887, p. 215, and give here as an appendix Reinhold Kruller's essay, Sankt Petrus, der Himmelspartners, Aufsätze über Märchen und Volkslieder, pp. 4, or Sätze über Märchen und Volkslieder, L'Anneau de Bronze, in Carnoy and Nicolaide's Traditions, Populaires de l'Asie Mineure, pp. 62, and Grimm's Brother Lustig, number 81, I, 312, 440. With the last compare this sketch of a story which M.C. Fige, Paul Bataillard, got from Catalonian gypsies encamped near Paris in 1869, and which very closely resembles one of the Cento Novelle Antiche summarized by Crane, Italian Popular Tales, p. 360. St. Peter travels with Christ as his servant, and they are often hard put to it for a livelihood. Christ sends St. Peter to find a sheep, and, bidding him cook it, goes to heal a sick person who rewards him richly. Peter eats the sheep's liver and kidneys, and Christ, when he comes back, asks where the liver and kidneys are, for Jesus, who is God, knows everything. Peter replying that the sheep had none, at the end of their meal, Christ divides into 3 heaps the large sum received from the farmer whom he has healed. For whom are these 3 heaps? Asks Peter. The 2 first for each of us, Christ answers, and the 3rd for him who ate the liver and kidneys. That was me, says Peter. Very well, Christ answers, take my share as well. I return to my own. And then it is that Christ takes the cross, etc. You see, the narrator ended, that it was God Jesus who at the beginning of the world founded all the estates of men. First doctors, for he healed for money, and who taught the gypsies to beg and to go barefoot, whilst St. Peter instructed them how to deceive their like. In another Catalonian gypsy story, Christ sends St. Peter to a farm to get an omelette or some roasted eggs, and Peter returns with the omelette hidden in his hat, intending to keep it for himself. 2 other pseudo-Christian legends of Christ traveling with St. Peter were told to M. Bataillard by an Alsatian gypsy, but he had forgotten them. Letter of 22nd April 1872. Ralston has a legend, p. 346, of a gypsy who learns of God through St. George that his business is to cheat and to swear falsely, so opens business by stealing the saint's golden stirrup. Lastly, Dr. von Soa gives this confused but curious Slovak gypsy tale. No, 60. The Old Soldier. There was a very old soldier. He was 12 years in military service. Then the colonel asked him, "My good man, what do you want for having served me so many years here?" "Whatever you want I will give you, for you have served me well so many years." "I will give you a beautiful white horse, and I will give you 3 big tobacco pipes, so that you'll smoke like a gentleman. I will give you 3 rolls for your journey. The whole company never served as well as you have served me. I left everything to you. You have performed every sentry. If I went home on furlough, I should weep bitterly. How can I leave you, my good comrades? Now I go home, shall never see you more. I have none but my God and good comrades. I was a good soldier, the sergeant over the entire company. The major has given me a beautiful white horse to go home on. Oh God, I am going, but I have not much money, only a little. When he had come into great forests, there came a beggar and begs of the soldier. He said to him, "Did the soldier, O God, what can I give you?" "I am, you see, a poor soldier, and I have far to go, yet my heart is not heavy. But wait a bit, O beggar, I will give you a roll." Then he bade him farewell. Afterwards the same beggar came again to the soldier and begs of him, "O my soldier, give me something, make me a present." "How can I make you a present, seeing I have given already to 4 beggars?" "But wait, here I'll give you these couple of kreutzers to get a drink of brandy with." Well, he went further. Again a 3rd beggar met him. Again he begs of him. "My God," he said to him, "I am a poor soldier. I have no one but God and myself. I shall have no money. I shall have nothing for myself. I'm giving you everything. My God, what am I to do? I'm an old soldier, a poor man, and being so poor, where shall I now get anything? I gave you everything. Bread, money, and my white horse. Now I must tramp on alone on my old legs. No one ever will know that I was a soldier, but my golden God be with you. Farewell." Then the beggar said to the soldier, "Old soldier, I permit you to ask whatever you will." "For I am God," the soldier answered. "I want nothing but a stick that when I say beat will beat everyone and fear nobody. God gave it him. Tell me now, what do you want besides? Give me further a sack that if I say to a man, 'Get in,' he must forthwith get into it. Good, but you still may ask for a third gift. Only think well, so that God in your old days may succor you. I want nothing but a sack that will let fall money when shaken." God gave him that too and went off. The old soldier goes further, comes to a city, comes into an inn. There were many country folk and other people of all sorts. He sits down to table and orders victuals and drink. Straightway the gentleman brought him something to eat. When he had eaten and drunk, he asks him to. He takes the sack, shakes it, golden pieces come tumbling out. He paid them all to the gentleman and went away. The gentleman was right glad that he had given him all that money. He goes further, came into a vast forest. There were 24 robbers. They kept an inn there, and sold what one required. He went in, and orders victuals to eat and brandy to drink. Forthwith they brought him brandy strong as iron. He drank, he got drunk. "Now pay." He takes the sack, and shook out golden pieces, and hands them over. He paid the robbers, but he did not know that they were robbers. When he had paid up, they marveled to see him shake a sack like that, and the money come falling out. They took him, take the sack, and go into another room. There 4 of them held him down, whilst 2 shake the sack. The money came tumbling out to their heart's desire. They told their chief, "Seize the soldier and kill him and cut him in pieces." Then they hung up his body like an ox on a peg. "Let us leave them and come to the soldier." When he got to paradise, my golden God let him be, but not long. Do you, Peter, go to that old soldier and ask him what he wants here. Good, Peter came. What are you wanting? I just want the peace of God. Ha! I'll ask God if he will let you stay here. Peter went to my God and asks him, "God, that old soldier is wanting your peace. Go to the devils, tell them all to lay hold of him, tear him in pieces, and put as much wood as possible beneath the pot, so as to roast him thoroughly." Well, they cooked him to shreds, but after all had to chuck him out, for he knocked them about so that he broke their bones. A second time my God sent death for him, and him too the old soldier thrashed. But now he is dead and rotten, and we are alive. This very confused story Professor von Soa got from a gypsy lad, Faxuna. Another gypsy, with whom he conversed about gypsy folk tales, said that it should be much longer, and told him in Slovak that, death refusing to repeat his visit, God at last finished the old soldier's existence by sending him so much vermin that he died. No, 6-1, the dragon. A lord, his wife, and his daughter live at a great castle. A poor lad is engaged to mind the sheep. The daughter gives him bread and beer in a basket for lunch. The old lord explains that previous servants have always come back with 1 cow short. In the field a little man comes to Jack. Jack gives him as much as he can eat, and the little man gives Jack a plum. The little man explains that a giant in a neighboring castle steals a cow daily. He gives Jack a pennyworth of pins and bids him put them in the giant's drink. Jack goes to the giant and asks for work. The giant goes to get drinks, and Jack mixes up the pins in the giant's glass. The giant drinks, falls ill, and dies. Jack tells the little man how he has fared, and returns with the full tale of cows. The master is surprised. Presently his daughter comes in. She tells Jack that tomorrow she is to be killed by a dragon, and would like him to be there to see. Jack refuses, but gives the girl a plum which she eats. Next morning she gives him his food, and off he goes. He shares it as before with the little man, who bids him take a key, unlock a large door, and take out a black horse and black clothes with a sword he will find there. Then, having watered his horse, he is to go and fight the dragon. He goes and knocks the dragon about with his sword. The dragon shoots fire from his mouth, but the horse throws up the water he has drunk and quenches it. Jack puts back the horse, changes his clothes, and goes home with the cows. He gives another plum to the girl, who has to meet the dragon again next day and asks Jack to be there. He refuses. Next morning she gives Jack his food, and Jack, at the little man's suggestion, asks for more. He gets it, goes, and shares it with the little man. It is the same as before, only this time he gets a white horse and white clothes. The little man tells Jack that tomorrow is the last day of the fight, and bids him rise early and ask the young lady to send more food. Jack gives her another plum. This time she prepares the food overnight, as she has to meet the dragon at daybreak. She wants Jack to come and see, but he refuses, must see after the cows. He gets a red horse and red clothes this time, and the horse drinks the water dry. The fire from the dragon burns the lady's hair, but the horse's flood of water quenches it, and between them they kill the dragon. The lady cuts off a lock of Jack's hair with a golden scissors. He returns to the castle, and there the girl tells him about the fight and gets another plum. Then there is the usual dinner. Every guest has to lay his head in the lady's lap to let her see whether the lock matches, Jack having meanwhile gone off as usual with his cows, and shared his food with the little man. They fail to match the hair, so they bring up the servants, Jack last of all, wearing the red clothes underneath his own rags. He marries the young lady, and they live first in the dead giant's castle, and then, the parents having died, in her father's. No exact parallel, but the story reminds one inter alia of the sheep-grazing episode in Mare's Son No. 20, and of the Polish gypsy tale of a foolish brother, and of a wonderful bush, No. 45. No. 62, The Green Man of No Man's Land. There was a young miller who was a great gambler. Nobody could beat him. One day a man comes and challenges him. They play. Jack wins and demands a castle. There it is. They play again, and Jack loses. The man tells Jack his name is the Green Man of No Man's Land, and that unless Jack finds his castle in a year and a day, he will be beheaded. The time goes by. Jack remembers his task and sets out in cold and snow. He comes to a cottage where an old woman gives him food and lodging. He asks her if she knows the Green Man. "No," she says, "but if a quarter of the world knows, I can tell you." In the morning she mounts on the roof and blows a horn. A quarter of all the men in the world came, she asks them. They do not know the Green Man, and she dismisses them. Again she blows the horn, and the birds come. She asks them, they don't know, and she dismisses them. She sends Jack on to her elder sister, who knows more than she does. She lends Jack her horse, and gives him a ball of thread to place between the horse's ears. He comes to the horse. He eats and sleeps, then asks about the Green Man. She knows not, but will tell him if half the world knows, so goes on the roof and blows a horn. Half the world come, but they do not know the Green Man. "Go," she says, and blows the horn again. Half the birds in the world come, but with a like result. She takes her sister's horse, and gives Jack hers with a ball of thread, and sends him on to the eldest sister. It is the same thing there. The third sister also doesn't know, but in the morning goes on the roof and blows a horn. All the people in the world come, but do not know the Green Man. Go. Again she blows, and all the birds come, but do not know. She goes down and looks in her book, and finds that the eagle is missing. She blows again, the eagle comes, and she abuses him. He explains that he has just come from the Green Man of No Man's Land. She lends Jack her horse and bids him go till he comes to a pool and sees 3 white birds, to hide and to steal the feathers of the last one to enter the water. He does so. The bird cries and demands its feathers. Jack insists on her carrying him over to her father's castle. She denies at first that she is the Green Man's daughter, but at last carries him over, and when across becomes a young lady. Jack goes up to the castle and knocks. The Green Man comes out. "So you found the house, Jack?" "Yes." The Green Man sets him tasks: the loss of his head, the penalty of failure. The first task is to clean the stable. As fast as he throws out a shovelful of dirt, 3 return. So Jack gives it up, and the girl, coming with his dinner, does it for him. The Green Man accuses him of receiving help. He denies it. The second task is to fell a forest before midday. Jack cuts down 3 trees and weeps. The girl brings his dinner and does it for him, warning him not to tell her father. The same accusation is met with the same denial. The third task is to thatch a barn with a single feather only of each bird. Jack catches a robin, pulls a feather from it, lets it go then, and sits down despairing. The girl brings his food and performs his task for him, warning him of the next task, the 4th one. This is to climb a glass mountain in the middle of a lake, and to bring from the top of it the egg of a bird that lays 1 egg only. The girl meets him at the edge of the lake, and by her suggestion he wishes her shoe a boat. They reach the mountain. He wishes her fingers a ladder. She warns him to tread on every step and not miss one. He forgets, steps over the last rung, and gets the egg, but the girl's finger is broken. She warns him to deny having had any help. The 5th task is to guess which daughter is which, as in the shape of birds they fly thrice over the castle. Forewarned by the girl, Jack names them correctly. The Green Man thereupon gives in, and Jack weds his daughter. For the ball of thread, see pp. 221-233, and for looking in the book, p12. Blowing a blast and summoning all the birds occurs in the Romanian Gypsy story of the 3 princesses and the unclean spirit, p38 cf. The Welsh Gypsy Jack and his golden snuff-box, p214, where likewise the eagle comes last. So too in Dasent's 3 Princesses of Whiteland CFE. Folklore for December 1890, p496, and note on p117 of Georgiakis and Pinot's Folklore de Lesbos. The Green Man of No Man's Land offers close analogies to the Polish gypsy story of The Witch No. 50, and is identical with Campbell's West Highland tale, The Battle of the Birds. No. 2, in a variant of which the hero plays cards with a dog, loses, so has to serve him. Reinhold Curler has treated Campbell's story very fully in Orient and Occident, EI. 1864 pp. 1003-1104, where he gives Irish, Norse, Swedish, German, and Indian variants. The Indian variant, from the Sanskrit verse Kathar Sarit Sagara of Somadeva, 11th century AD, is of high interest. In it, the hero, by the help of his beloved, performs tasks set by her father, a cannibal Rakshasa. One of those tasks is the picking out of the beloved from among her sisters, as in The Green Man of No Man's Land. Then, as in The Witch, we get the pursuit with transformations and final victory. What Curler does not point out is that the 2 birds in Campbell's story correspond very closely to the 2 birds that figure so often in Indian folk tales, for example, in the B.L. Princesses, Maeve Stokes's Indian Fairy Tales, p. 49. No. 63. The Black Lady. A young girl goes to service at an old castle with the Black Lady, who warns her not to look through the window. The Black Lady goes out. The girl gets bored, looks through the window, and sees the Black Lady playing cards with the devil. She falls down, frightened. The black lady comes in and asks her what she has seen. Nothing saw I, naught can I say. Leave me alone, I am weary of my life. The black lady beats her and asks her again, What saw you through the window? Nothing saw I, etc. The girl runs off and meets a keeper who takes her home, and after some years marries her. She has a child and is bedded. Enter the black lady. What saw you through the window? Nothing saw I, etc. The black lady takes the child, dashes its brains out and exit. Enter the husband. The wife offers no explanation, and the husband wants to burn her, but his mother intercedes and saves her this time. But the same thing happens again, and the husband makes a fire. As she is being brought to the stake, the black lady comes. What saw you through the window? Nothing saw I, etc. Take her and burn her, says the black lady. They fasten her up and bring a light. The same question, the same answer. The black lady sees that she is secret, so gives her back her 2 children and leaves her in peace. A story of the Forbidden Room type cf. Clouston, I, 1908-205. An incomplete Italian variant is cited there. Much closer parallels are Grimm's number 3, Our Lady's Child, I, 7 and 34-1, and Dasent's The Lassie and Her Godmothers, P, 1908. For playing cards with the devil, CP 120 and cf. Also this passage from the Romanian Gypsy story of the vampires, number 5, p. 18. Tell me, what did you see me doing? I saw nothing. And he killed her boy. No, 64. T. 10 rabbits. In a little house on the hill lived an old woman with her 3 sons, the youngest of them a fool. The eldest goes to seek his fortune and tells his mother to bake him a cake. Which will you have? A big one and a curse with it, or a little one and a blessing in it? He chooses a big cake. He comes to a stile and a beautiful road leading to a castle. He knocks at the castle door and asks the old gentleman for work. He is sent into a field with the gentleman's rabbits. He eats his food and refuses to give any to a little old man who asks for some. The rabbits run here and there. He tries to catch them but fails to recover half of them. The gentleman counts them and finds some missing, so cuts the eldest brother's head off and sticks it on a gatepost. The second brother acts in the same way and meets the same fate. The fool also will seek his fortune. He chooses a little cake with a blessing. His mother sends him with a sieve to get water for her. A robin bids him stop up the holes with leaves and clay. He does so and brings water. He gets the cake and goes. He sees his 2 brothers' heads stuck on the gateposts and stands laughing at them, saying, What are you doing there, you 2 fools? And throwing stones at them. He enters, dines, and smiles at the old gentleman's daughter, who falls in love with him. He goes to the field, lets the rabbits go, and falls asleep. The rabbits run about here and there. An old man by the well begs food, and Jack shares his food with him. Jack hunts for hedgehogs. He can't get the rabbits back, but the old man gives him a silver whistle. Jack blows, and the rabbits return. The old gentleman counts them and finds them correct. The girl brings Jack his dinner daily in the field. The old man tells Jack to marry her. He does so, still living as servant in the stable till the old people's death. Then he takes over the castle and brings his mother to live with him. A very imperfect story, still plainly identical with Dasent's Osborne's pipe. Tales from the Field, P1, where it is hares that Boots has to tend, and an old wife gives him a magic pipe. According to an article in Temple Bar for May 1876, pp. 1005 Allen 8, the same story is told of the Brussels mannequin, the well-known bronze figure not quite a meter high by Duke Snoy 1609. Here a boy has to feed 12 rabbits in the forest, gets a magic whistle from an old woman, befools a fat nobleman, the princess, and the king, and finally marries the princess. In the heads of the two brothers stuck on the gateposts, Mr. Baring Gould may find a confirmation of his theory that the stone balls surmounting gateposts are a survival of the practice of impaling the heads of one's enemies. Anyhow, in the Romanian gypsy story of the Three Princesses and the Unclean Spirits, number 10, p. 39, the old wife threatens the hero, "I will cut off your head and stick it on yonder stake, cf." Also Campbell's West Highland Tales, IP 51, line 20. For the big cake with curse or the little cake with blessing, cf. P219. The hunting for hedgehogs is a very gypsy touch. No. 65. The Three Wishes. A fool lives with his mother. Once on a hillside he finds a young lady exposed to the heat of the sun and twines a bower of bushes round her for protection. She awakes and gives him 3 wishes. He wishes he were at home, no sooner said than done. On the way he catches a glimpse of a lovely lady at a window, and wishes idly that she were with child by him. She proves so, but knows not the cause. She bears a child, and her parents summon everyone from far and near to visit her. When the fool enters, the babe says, "Dad! Dad!" Disgusted at the lover's low estate, the parents cast all 3 adrift in a boat. The lady asks him how she became with child, and he tells her, "Then you must have a wish still left." He wishes they were safe on shore in a fine castle of their own. They live happily there for some time, then return home and visit the girl's parents, splendidly dressed. The parents refuse to believe him the same man. He returns in his old clothes. Triumph and reconciliation. He provides for his old mother. This story is largely identical with Hans number 8, Der halbe Menschke, I. 102, II. 2020, which lacks, however, the episode of making a bower for the fairy. That episode forms the opening of Radislaw's Illyrian Slavenish story of the Vila number 60, p. 34, otherwise different. And the whole Welsh gypsy story is absolutely identical with Basile's story of Peruonto in the Pentamerone, EJA. Third, for the recognition of the father by the child, see Clouston, E.E. 159 note. In Hans' story, the child gives its father an apple, and in Friedrich Muller's Hungarian gypsy story, number 3, the Wallachian gypsy, a lady is adjudged to him to whom she shall throw a red apple. Cf. Also Hahn, I-94, II, 56, Bernhard Schmidt's Griechische Märchen, pp. 85, 228, and Reinhold Kohler in Orient und Occident, II. 1864, pp. 304-306, no, 66, Fairy Bride. A king has 3 sons, and knows not to which of them to leave his kingdom. They shoot for it with bow and arrows. The youngest shoots so far that his arrow is lost. He seeks it for a long time, and at last finds it sticking in a glass door. He enters and finds himself in the home of the Queen of the Fairies, whom he marries. After a while he returns home with his bride. An old witch who lives in the park incites the king to ask the fairy bride to fetch him a handkerchief which will cover the whole park. She does it, and then is asked to bring her brother. She refuses, but finally summons him. He enters, and terrifies the king by his threatening aspect. "What did you call me for?" The king is too frightened to answer coherently. The fairy's brother kills him and the old witch, and vanishes. They live at the castle. Arrows occur in the Bukowina gypsy story of Mare's son, number 20, p. 79. The handkerchief that will cover all the park reminds one of the tent with room for the king and all his soldiers in an Arab version of our number 17. It all comes to lights. Cosquin. I. 96. Otherwise I can offer no parallel for this story. Na. 67. Cinderella. A glorious version, too long to take down, and now almost forgotten. After Cinderella's marriage, the sisters live with her and flirt with the prince. Her children are stolen and Cinderella is turned into a sow. She protects the children, but at the instigation of the sisters or stepmother, she is hunted by the prince's hounds and killed. The 3 children come to the hall and beg for the sow's liver, its special efficacy forgotten. The children are followed and further restored to their father. Perhaps Cinderella herself comes again to life. Just enough to make one want more, but some day, of course, the whole tale must be taken down. Meanwhile, I will merely remark that in 1871-72 I frequently saw an old gypsy house dweller, Cinderella Petulengro or Smith at Headington near Oxford. From her I heard the story of fair Rosimer, so fair you could see the poison pass down her throat. She was turned, it seems, after death into a holy briar, which, being enchanted, bleeds if a twig be plucked. No. 68. Jack the Robber. Now we'll leave the master to stand a bit and go back to the mother. So in the morning Jack says to his mother, "Mother," he says, "give me one of them old bladders as hang up in the house, and," he says, "I'll fill it full of blood, and I'll tie it round your throat, and when the master comes up to ax me if I got the sheet, me and you will be having a bit of argument, and I'll up with my fist and hit you on the bladder, and the bladder will bust, and you'll make yourself to be dead. Now the master comes. Have you got the sheet, Jack?" And just as he's axing him, he up with his fist and hits his mother. And the master says, "Oh, Jack, what did you kill your poor mother for?" "Oh, I don't care. I can soon bring her right again." "No," says the master, "never, Jack." And Jack began to smile, and he says, "Can't I?" "You shall see, then." And he goes behind the door and fetches a stick with a bit of a knob to it. Jack began to laugh. He touches his mother with this stick, and the old woman jumped up. "This is supposed to be an enchanted stick," says the master. "Oh, Jack," he says, "what shall I give you for that stick?" "Well, sir," he says, "I couldn't let you have that stick. My enchantment would be broke. Well, Jack, if you'll let me have that stick, I'll never give you another thing to do as long as you live here." So he gave him 50 for this stick and said he'd never give him nothing else to do for him. So the master went home to the house, and he didn't know which way to fall out with the missus to try this stick. One day at dinner time he happened to fall out with her. The dinner she put for him didn't please him. So he up with his fist and he knocked her dead. In comes the poor servant girl and says, "Oh, master, whatever did you kill the poor missus for?" He says, "I'll sarve you the same." And he sarved her the same. In come the wagoner, and he asked, "What did he kill the missus and the sarvant for?" And he says, "I'll sarve you the same," he says. He wanted to try this stick what he had off Jack. He thought he could use it the same way as Jack. So he touched the missus with it fust, but she never rose. He touched the servant with it, and she never rose. He touched the wagoner, and he never rose. "Well," he says, "I'll try the big end," he says, and he tries the knob. So he battered and battered with the knob till he battered the brains out of the 3 of them. He does no more, and he goes up to Jack and says, "Oh, Jack, you've ruined me for life." He says, "Jack, I shall have to drown you." So Jack says, "All right, master." "Well, get in this bag," he says, and he takes him on his back. As he was going along the road, he went one field off the road, being a very methlious man. During the time he was down there come a drovier by with his cattle. Now Jack's head was out of the sack. "Hello, Jack, where are you going?" "To heaven, I hope." "Oh, Jack, let me go. I'm an older man till you, and I'll give you all my money and this cattle." Jack told him to unloosen the bag to let him out, and for him to get into it. Away Jack goes with the cattle and the money. So the master comes up, taking no notice of it, and he picks the bag up and puts it on his shoulder, and goes on till he comes to Montfort's bridge. He says, 1, 2, 3, and away he chucks him over. Well, Jack goes now about the country dealing in cattle. So in about 3 years' time he comes round the same way again, round the master's place. So, hello, Jack, he says, wherever did you get them from? Well, sir, he says, when you throwed me, if I'd had a little boy at the turning to turn them straight down the road, I should have had as many more. So he says, Jack, will you chuck me there, and you stop at the turning to turn them? So Jack says, you'll have to walk till you get there, for I can't carry you. And when he got to the bridge, Jack put him in the bag, and Jack counted his. 1, 2, 3, same as he counted for him, and away he goes. And Jack went back and took to the farm, and making very good use of it. For many a night he let me sleep in the field with my tent for telling that lie about him. Matthew Wood gave the closing episode to Mr. Sampson, who summarizes it thus. No, 69, the fool with the sheep. The youngest of 3 brothers is a fool, and the 2 others want to kill him. They induce him to get into a sack as the way to go to heaven. He does so, and they take him to the sea. They stop for a drink at a tavern. A stranger comes by with sheep. He wants to go and takes Jack's place and is thrown into the sea. Jack returns with the sheep. The brothers find him at home with his flock and ask where he got them, at the bottom of the sea. They want to go too, so Jack throws them in and returns home. One of the Boswells remarked to me 20-odd years ago, the folks hereabouts are a lot of rat-fellow heathens. They all think they are going to heaven in a sack. Our story is a very widespread one. A Polish Gypsy fragment of it was printed as a specimen by Kopernicki, Gypsy Lore Journal, II, 32, and it occurs also in Grimm, The Little Peasant, number 61, II, 264, 422, Campbell of Islay, The 3 Widows, number 39, II, 2118, 238, cf. Are cooler thereon in Orient and Occident, EI, 1864, pp. 486, FIFO 6, and Straparola, Venice, 1550, Scarpafigo, I. 3, besides which Clouston, II, 229,288, 489,091, cites Irish, English, Norse, Danish, Icelandic, Burgundian, Gascon, Sicilian, Modern Greek, Kabylie, Indian, and other versions. He could not, of course, give 2 excellent versions from A. Campbell's Santal Folk Tales, 1891, The Story of Bitaram, pp. 25-32, and The Greatest Cheat of 7, pp. 98, 91. In the first, which has features of Grimm's Thumbling, number 37, and Frederick and Catherine, number 59. Bitaram, who is only a span high by measuring money in a piler and leaving some coins sticking in it, deludes the king and his sons into killing all their cattle and firing their houses, so as likewise to grow rich by the sale of the hides and the ashes. They resolve to drown him, put him in a bag, and carry him to the river, then go to a little distance to cook their food. Bitaram tells a herd boy that they are going to marry him against his will. The herd boy takes his place, and the story ends exactly as in the European versions, only with cows and buffaloes in place of sheep. In the second story, the rivals are induced to purchase a magic fishing rod and a marvelous dog to burn their houses and to kill their wives. The occurrence of this story, as of others already cited, among the aboriginal Santals of India is exceedingly curious. Is it perhaps to be explained by the frequent mention in the collection of Doms, Bromes, Gypsies? Cornelius Price's whole story of Jack the Robber is a combination of the master thief and the little peasant, such as meets us also in Hahn's Greek story of Beauty and the Dragon, number 3, I. 7579 II, 78 no, 70, The Tinker and His Wife. Once there was a tinker and his wife, and they got into a bit of very good country for yearning a few shillings quick. And in this country there wasn't very little lodgings. Well, my wench, he said to his wife, I think we'll go and take that little empty house and keep a little beer. Well, my wench, I'll order for a barrel of beer. He has this barrel of beer in the house. Now, my wench, you make the biggest penny out of it as ever you can, and I'll go off for another week's walk. In the course of one day, a packman come by. He says, "It's getting very warm, missus, isn't it?" "No, indeed," she says. "It's very cold weather. I've got a very big load, and it makes me sweat, and I think it's warm." "I sell beer here," she says. He says, "Well, God bless you. Put me a drop for this penny." It was one of the old big pennies, and was the biggest penny she ever saw there. She brought him all the barrow for it. So she takes the penny and drops it in the basin on the mantel-shelf. He was there 3 days drinking till he emptied the barrel of beer. The husband comes home at the end of the week. "Well, my wench, how did you get on?" "Well, Jack, I did very well. I sold every drop of beer." "Well done, my wench. We'll have another one and see how that goes." "Now, my wench, bring them few shillings down, and let's see what you made upon it." She brings the basin down and says, "You telled me to make the biggest penny on it as ever I could." He begin to count it, and turns the basin upside down and empties it on the table. And what was there but the one big penny? "Well, well, well," he says, "you'll ruin me now for life." "Ah," she says, "Jack, didn't you tell me to make the biggest penny out of it as ever I could, and that was the biggest penny as ever I seen." "Well," he says, "my wench, I see you don't understand sellin' beer. I think I'll buy a little pig. We've got plenty of taters and cabbage in the garden." "Well, now, my wench, when the butcher comes round to kill the pig, you walk round the garden and count every cabbage that's in the garden, and you get a little stick and stick it by every cabbage in the garden, and when the butcher slays the pig up, you divide a piece of pig up for every cabbage in the garden." She divided a piece of pig up for every cabbage in the garden, and stuck it on every stick round the cabbages. The husband comes home again. "Well, my wife, how did you go on with the pig?" "Well, Jack, I done as you told me," she says. "I got a stick and stuck it by every cabbage, and put a piece of mate on every stick." "Well, well, whoa," he says, "where's the mate gone to now? You'll ruin me if I stop here much longer." "Pull the fire out," he says, "and I'll get away from here." And he picks up his basket and throws it on his shoulder. "Pull that door after you," he says. What did she do but she pulls all the fire out and put it into her apron. The old door of the house was tumbling down, and she picks it up and put it on her back. So him being into a temper, he didn't take much notice of her behind him. They travelled on, and it come very dark. They comes to an old hollow tree by the side of the road. "Well, my wench, I think we'll stop here tonight." They goes up to the top of the old tree. After they got up in the tree, the robbers got underneath them. "Whatever you do, my wench, keep quiet. This is a robber's den." The robbers had plenty of meat and everything, and they prayed for a bit of fire. She says, "Jack," she says, "I shall have to drop it." So she drops the fire out of her apron, and it go down the hollow tree. "See what a godsend that is," said one. They cooked the meat as they had. "The Lord send me a drop of vinegar," says one. "Thank God for that," says that other one. "See what a godsend 'tis to us." Now the door's fastened to her back yet, and she says, "Jack, I shall have to drop it." "Drop what?" he says. "I shall have to drop the door, Jack," she says. "The rope's cutting my shoulders in two." So she dropped the door down the hollow tree, and it went dumble, tumble, tumble down the tree, and these robbers thought 'twas the devil himself coming. They jumps up, and away they goes down the road as hard as ever they could go. The time as they run, Jack's wife goes down the tree and picks up the bag of gold what they'd left. Being frightened as they'd had such godsends to 'em, they left all behind. They had one brother as was deaf and dumb. Him being a very valuable fellow, he thought he'd come back to see what was the matter. He come peeping round the old tree. Who happened to see him but Jack's wife? And he went to her. "Come here," she says. "I can cure your speech." She made motions with her own mouth for him to put his tongue out. She drew the knife slightly from behind her as he put his tongue out and cut half of his tongue off. Him being bleeding, he went, "Ha wah 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 wah," putting his hand to his mouth and making motions to his brothers. And when he got back to his brothers, them seeing him bleeding, they thought sure the devil was there. I never see Jack nor his wife nor the robbers since after they left the tree. Matthew Wood furnished another imperfect Welsh gypsy version, number 71, Winter. An old man and woman, very poor, live in a cottage. The old man saves up money in a stocking for winter. A beggar comes to the door. The old woman asks his name. Winter. "Here is money, my old man, saved for you." The old husband comes home. They leave the cottage, the old woman taking the door with her, reason not given, and camp out in a tree. Robbers come and camp underneath and quarrel over the division of their spoil. They want change for one. One says he will have change if he goes to the devil for it. Down falls the door. The robbers think it is the devil and fly, leaving the money. The old man and woman seize it and return to their cottage. Halliwell's Popular Rhymes and Nursery Tales, 1849, p. 31, has a story of the miser and his wife, where the beggar calls himself Good Fortune. A most unlikely name, whereas Winter, it is worth remarking, was the name of a Northumbrian gypsy family. Simpson's History of the Gypsies, 1865, p. 96, as also of German gypsies, as also of German gypsies. The Story of Mr. Vinegar's. Halliwell, p. 26, obtained from oral tradition in the west of England, tells how a husband and wife go off, taking the door, climb a tree, let the door fall on thieves, and get the booty. A very Rabelaisian passage in Price's story, which I have omitted, explains why vinegar. That story is identical with Grimm's Frederick and Catherine, number 59. I, 238, 244, and 411718 for putting meat among the cabbages. Cf. Grimm's DML variant. In Campbell's Santal Folk Tales, p. 30, Beataram climbs into a tree for safety when darkness comes on, as wild beasts infested the forest through which he was passing. During the night some thieves came under the tree in which he was, and began to divide the money they had stolen. Beataram then relaxed his hold of his dry cowhide, which made such a noise as it fell from branch to branch that the thieves fled terror-stricken and left all their booty behind them. In the morning Beataram descended, and collecting all the rupees carried them home. And in F.A. Steele's Wide-Awake Stories from the Punjab, p. 242, there is another most curious parallel, where the robber captain puts out his tongue and, snip, the barber's clever wife bites the tip off clean. What with the fright and the pain, he tumbled off the branch and fell bump on the ground, where he sat with his legs very wide apart, looking as if he had fallen from the skies. "What is the matter?" cried his comrades, awakened by the noise of his fall. "Bur-ur-a-bur-ur-ur," said he, still pointing upwards. "The man is bewitched," cried one. "There must be a ghost in the tree. From India to Wales I know not how many thousands of miles, neither know I how many centuries since the forebears of the tellers of these two tales parted company." Cf. Also Han, I, 221. No, 72, The Black Dog of the Wild Forest. There was a king and queen in the north of Ireland, and they had one son. The son had to be revived when he came of age by the black dog of the wild forest, and his father was very fond of his son. When he came close to the time when he had to be revived, his father took him a shorter journey every day, and one day his father saddled the best horse as he had in his stable, and gave him as much money as he liked to take with him. He galloped away as hard as ever he could till he got benighted. He rode some hundreds and hundreds of miles, and he could see a small little light a little distance off him, maybe 100 miles off him to the best of his knowledge in the dark, and he makes for this little light. And who was living there but an old witch? "Well, come in, my king's son," she said, "from the north of Ireland. I know you aren't very well." And so when he comes in, she puts him in the S-hole under the fire. He hadn't been in there but 20 minutes, but in comes the black dog of the wild forest, spitting fire yards away out of his mouth, the old lady and her little dog named Hero after him. But they beat him. "Now," she says, "my king's son, please to get up. You can have your tea now. We have beat him." So he gets up, has his tea with her, and gives a lot of money to the old lady, which says they have got a sister living from her 300 miles. And if you can get there, 10 to 1 she will give you her advice to get safe. "I will give you my favors, the bread out of my mouth. That is Hero the dog. I will give you that dog with you." He gallops on, till he gets benighted. He looks behind him on the way he was going. His horse was getting very tired, and he could see the black dog of the wild forest after him. And he gallops on till he comes to t'other sister's house. "Well, come in," she says, "my king's son from the north of Ireland. I know you aren't very well." She puts him down into the S-hole again, sir, and she had a little dog named Spring All. If they fought hard the first night, they fought 15 times harder with Hero and Spring All and Sword Lady herself. "Well," she said, "my king's son, I will do the best as ever I can for you. I will give you Spring All, and I will give you the rod. Don't forget what I tell you to do with this rod. You follow this ball of worsted. Now it will take you right straight to a river. You will see the black dog of the wild forest, and sever you get to this river, you hit this rod in the water, and a fine bridge will jump up. And when you get to t'other side, just hit the water, and the bridge will fall in again, and the black dog of the wild forest cannot get you." He got into another wild forest over the water, and he got romping and moping about the forest by himself till he got very wild. He got moping about, and he found he got to a castle. That was the king's castle as he got over there to. He got to this castle, and the gentleman put him on to a job at this castle. So he says to him, "Jack, are you only good at shooting?" "Yes, sir," he says, "I can shoot a little bit." "I can shoot a long way further." "Well, will you go out today, Jack, and we will have a shot or two in the forest." They killed several birds and wild varmints in the forest. So him being sweet upon a daughter at this big hall, her and Jack got very great together. Jack took her down to the river to show her what he could do with his rod, him being laughing and joking with her. The king wanted a bridge made over the river, and he said there was no one as could do it. "My dear," says Jack, "I could do it," he says. "With what?" she says. "With my rod." He touched the water with his rod, and up springs as nice a bridge as ever you have seen up out of the water. Him being laughing and joking with this young girl, he come away and forgot the bridge standing. He comes home. Next day following, he goes off again, shooting with the king again, and the black dog of the wild forest comes to the king's house. He says to the old lady herself, "Whatever you do tomorrow, Jack will be going out shooting again, and you get Jack to leave his 2 little dogs, as I am going to devour Jack. And whatever you do, you fasten him down in the cellar tomorrow, and I will follow Jack to the forest where he is going shooting. And if Jack kills me, he will bring me back on the top of his horse on the front of him, and you will say to him, 'Oh, Jack, whatever are you going to do with that?' 'I am going to make a fire of it,' he will say. And he will burn me, and when he burns me, he will burn me to dust. And you get a small bit of stick. Jack will go away and leave me after, and you go and rake my dust about, and you will find a lucky bone. And when Jack goes to his bed, you drop this lucky bone in Jack's ear. He will never rise no more, and you can take and bury him." Now the old lady was against Jack a lot for being there. So the black dog of the wild forest told the old lady the way to kill Jack. So see as when Jack brings me back and burns me, you look in my dust and you will find a lucky bone, and you drop it when Jack goes to bed, drop it into his ear, and Jack will never rise from his bed no more, he will be dead. Take Jack and bury him. Jack goes to the forest out shooting, and the black dog of the wild forest follows him, and Jack begin to cry. Now if the fire came from his mouth the first time, it came 100 times more, and Jack began to cry. "Oh dear," he cried, "where is my little Hear-all and Spring-all?" He had no sooner said the words 5 minutes, but scarcely, comes up the 2 little dogs, and they's a very terrible fight. But Jack masters him and kills him. He brings home the black dog of the wild forest on the front of his horse. He brings him back, Jack, on the front of his horse, and the king says, "Whatever are you going to do with that?" "I'm going to burn him." After he burns him to dust. The black dog of the wild forest says to the old lady, "When Jack burns me to dust, you get a little stick and rake my dust about, and you will find a lucky bone. You drop that lucky bone in Jack's ear when he goes to bed, and Jack will never waken no more. And then you can take and bury him, and after that Jack is buried there will be no more said about him." Well, the old woman did do so, sir. When Jack went to bed, she got this lucky bone and did as the black dog of the wild forest told her. She did drop it in Jack's ear, and Jack was dead. They take Jack off to bury him. Jack been buried 3 days, and the parson wondered what these 2 little dogs was moping about the grave all the time. He couldn't get them away. "I think we'll rise Jack again," he says, and sever they rise him. Off opened the lid of the coffin, and little Hear-all jumped to the side of his head, and he licked the lucky bone out of his ear. And up Jack jumped alive. Jack says, "Whoever put me here?" "It was the king as had you buried here, Jack." Jack made his way home to his own father and mother. Going on the road, Jack was riding, bounded on the back of his horse's back. "Hear-all," says to him, "Jack," he says, "come down, cut my head off." "Oh dear, no, Hear-all, Hear-all. I couldn't do that for the kindness you have done for me. If you don't do it, Jack, I shall devour you." He comes down off his horse's back, and he kills little Hear-all. He cuts his head off, and well off times. He goes crying about Hear-all for what he'd done, goes on a little further. Spring-all says to him, "Jack, you have got to come down and serve me the same." "Oh dear, no," he says. "Spring-all, I shall take it all to heart." "Well," he says, "if you don't come down, Jack," he says, "I will devour you." Jack comes down, and he cuts his head off, and he goes on the road, crying very much to himself about his 2 little dogs. So going on this road, as he was crying, he turned his head round at the back of his horse, looking behind him, and he sees 2 of the handsomest young ladies coming as ever he saw in his life. "What are you crying for?" said these ladies to him. "I am crying," he said, "about 2 little dogs, 2 faithful dogs what I had. What was the name of your little dogs?" "One was named Hear-all, and the t'other was named Spring-all." "Would you know them 2 dogs if you would see them again?" "Oh dear, yes," says Jack. "Oh dear, yes," says Jack. "Well, I am Hear-all, and this is Spring-all." Away Jack goes home to his father and mother, and lives very happy there all the days of his life. A capital and very curious story, but plainly imperfect. Jack, of course, should marry the princess. There is a very West Highland ring about it, yet I cannot match it from Campbell, nor indeed elsewhere. At the same time, many of the incidents are familiar enough, for the balls of worsted and the 3 helpful sisters, or brothers, hermits, etc. Cf. John Roberts's story of An Old King and His 3 Sons, number 55, pp. 220-234. The bridge-making episode suggests a combination of the passage of the Red Sea and the bridge-making ball of yarn in The Companions, Dasent's Tales from the Field, p. 73. The lucky bone in the ear reminds one of the pin which, driven into the heroine's head, causes transformation into a bird. Maeve Stokes's Indian Fairy Tales, pp. Yes, 12, 14, 253, and Laura Gonzenbach's Sicil. Märchen, IP. 82, or of the comb, poisoned apple, etc., in Grimm's Snow White, number 53, and its Qian, Albanian, and other variants, which produce, as in Jack's case, suspended animation. For the cutting off of the helpful animal's head, under a threat, and the consequent transformation, cf. The Scottish Tinker Story of the Fox, number 75, Chapter 9. Scottish Tinker Stories, number 73, The Brown Beer of the Green Glen. There was a king in Erin once who had a leash of sons. John was the name of the youngest one, and it was said that he was not wise enough. And this good worldly king lost the sight of his eyes and the strength of his feet. The two eldest brothers said that they would go seek 3 bottles of the water of the Green Isle that was about the heaps of the deep. And so it was that these 2 brothers went away. Now the fool said that he would not believe, but that he himself would go also. And the first big town he reached in his father's kingdom, there he sees his 2 brothers, there, the blackguards. "Oh, my boys," says the young one, "is it thus you are?" "With swiftness of foot," said they, "take thyself home, or we will have thy life. Don't be afraid, lads, it is nothing to me to stay with you." Now John went away on his journey till he came to a great desert of a wood. "Hoo, hoo," says John to himself, "it is not canny for me to walk this wood alone." The night was coming now, and growing pretty dark. John ties the cripple-white horse to the root of a tree, and he went up in the top himself. He was but a very short time in the top, when he saw a bear coming with a fiery cinder in his mouth. "Come down, son of the king of Erin," says he. "Indeed, I won't come. I am thinking I am safer where I am." "But if thou wilt not come down, I will go up," said the bear. "Art thou, too, taking me for a fool?" says John. "A shaggy, shambling creature like thee climbing a tree. But if thou wilt not come down, I will go up," says the bear as he fell out of hand to climbing the tree. "Lord, thou canst do that same," said John. "Keep back from the root of the tree then, and I will go down to talk to thee." And when the son of Erin's king drew down, they came to chatting. The bear asked him if he was hungry. "Weel, by your leave," said John, "I am a little at this very same time." The bear took that wonderful watchful turn, and he catches a roebuck. "Now, son of Erin's king," says the bear, "whether wouldst thou like thy share of the buck boiled or raw?" "The sort of meat I used to get would be kind of plotted boiled," says John. And thus it fell out. John got his share roasted. "Now," said the bear, "lie down between my paws, and thou hast no cause to fear cold or hunger till morning." Early in the morning the bear asked, "Art thou asleep, son of Erin's king?" "I am not very heavily," said he. "It is time for thee to be on thy soles then. Thy journey is long, 200 miles. But art thou a good horseman, John?" "There are worse than me at times," said he. "Thou hadst best get on top of me then." He did this, and at the first leap John was to earth. "Foil, foil," says John. "What? Thou art not bad at the trade thyself. Thou hadst best come back till we try thee again." And with nails and teeth he fastened on the bear, till they reached the end of the 200 miles and a giant's house. "Now, John," said the bear, "thou shalt go to pass the night in this giant's house. Thou wilt find him pretty grumpy, but say thou that it was the brown bear of the green glen that set thee here for a night's share, and don't thou be afraid that thou wilt not get share and comfort." And he left the bear to go to the giant's house. "Son of Erin's king," says the giant, "thy coming was in the prophecy, but if I did not get thy father, I have got his son. I don't know whether I will put thee in the earth with my feet or in the sky with my breath." "Thou wilt do neither of either," said John, "for it is the brown bear of the green glen that set me here. Come in, son of Erin's king," said he, "and thou shalt be well taken to this night." And as he said, it was true. John got meat and drink without stint. But to make a long tale short, the bear took John day after day to this giant. But thou wilt not be long in his house when thou must wrestle with him. And if he is too hard on thy back, say then, "If I had the brown bear of the green glen here, that was thy master." As soon as John went in, "Aye, aye," or "ee," says the giant. "If I did not get thy father, I have got his son." And to grips they go. They would make the boggy bog of the rocky rock. In the hardest place they would sink to the knee, in the softest up to the thighs, and they would bring wells of spring water from the face of every rock. The giant gave John a sore wrench or two. "Foil, foil," says he, "if I had here the brown bear of the green glen, thy leap would not be so hearty." And no sooner spoke he the word than the worthy bear was at his side. "Aye, yes." "Yes," says the giant, "son of Erin's king, now I know thy matter better than thou dost thyself." So it was that the giant ordered his shepherd to bring home the best wether he had in the hill, and to throw his carcass before the great door. "Now, John," says the giant, "an eagle will come, and she will settle on the carcass of this wether. And there is a wart on the ear of this eagle which thou must cut off with this sword, but a drop of blood thou must not draw." The eagle came, but she was not long eating when John drew close to her, and with one stroke he cut the wart of her without drawing one drop of blood. "Oh, is not that a fearful lie? Now," said the eagle, "come on the root of my two wings, for I know thy matter better than thou dost thyself." He did this, and they were now on sea, and now on land, and now on the wing, till they reached the Green Isle. "Now, John," says she, "be quick and fill thy 3 bottles. Remember that the black dogs are away just now." "What dogs?" "Black dogs. Dost thou not know that they always had black dogs chasing the Gregorak?" When he filled the bottles with the water out of the well, he sees a little house beside him. John said to himself that he would go in, and that he would see what was in it. And the first chamber he opened, he saw a full bottle. And what was in it? What should be in it but whiskey? He filled a glass out of it, and he drank it, and when he was going, he gave a glance, and the bottle was as full as it was before. "I will have this bottle along with the bottles of water," says he. Then he went into another chamber, and he saw a loaf. He took a slice out of it, but the loaf was as whole as it was before. "Ye gods! I won't leave thee," says John. He went on thus till he came to another chamber. He saw a great cheese. He took a slice of the cheese, but it was as whole as ever. "I will have this along with the rest," says he. Then he went to another chamber, and he saw laid there the very prettiest little jewel of a woman he ever saw. "It were a great pity not to kiss thy lips, my love," says John. Soon after, John jumped on top of the eagle, and she took him on the self-same steps till they reached the house of the big giant. And they went paying rent to the giant, and there was the sight of tenants and giants and meat and drink. "Well, John," says the giant, "didst thou see such drink as this in thy father's house in Erin?" "Pooh," says John, "who?" "My hero, thou other man, I have a drink, this is unlike it." He gave the giant a glass out of the bottle, but the bottle was as full as it was before. "Well," said the giant, "I will give thee myself 200 notes, a bridle and a saddle for the bottle." "It is a bargain then," says John, "but that the first sweetheart I ever had must get it if she comes the way." "She will get that," says the giant. But to make the long story short, he left each loaf and cheese with the 2 other giants, with the same covenant that the first sweetheart he ever had should get them if she came the way. Now John reached his father's big town in Erin, and he sees his two brothers as he left them, the blackguards. "You had best come with me, lad," says he, "and you will get a dress of cloth and a saddle and bridle each." And so they did. But when they were near to their father's house, the brothers thought that they had better kill him, and so it was that they set on him. And when they thought he was dead, they threw him behind a dike, and they took from him the 3 bottles of water, and they went home. John was not too long here, when his father's smith came the way with a cartload of rusty iron. John called out, "Whoever the Christian is that is there, oh!" that he should help him. The smith caught him, and he threw John amongst the iron. And because the iron was so rusty, it went into each wound and sore that John had, and so it was that John became rough-skinned and bald. Here we will leave John, and we will go back to the pretty little jewel that John left in the Green Isle. She became pale and heavy, and at the end of 3/4 she had a fine lad's son. "Oh, in all the great world," says she, "how did I find this?" "Foil, foil," says the henwife. "Don't let that set thee thinking. Here's for thee a bird, and as soon as he sees the father of thy son, he will hop on the top of his head." The Green Isle was gathered from end to end, and the people were put in at the back door and out at the front door, but the bird did not stir, and the babe's father was not found. Now here she said she would go through the world altogether till she should find the father of the babe. Then she came to the house of the big giant and seized the bottle.
"Hi."
"Aye," said she, "who gave thee this bottle?" said the giant. "It was young John, son of Erin's king, that left it." "Well, then, the bottle is mine," said she. But to make a long story short, she came to the house of each giant, and she took with her each bottle and each loaf and each cheese, till at last she came to the house of the king of Erin. Then the 5/5 of Erin were gathered, and the bridge of nobles of the people, they were put in at the back door and out at the front door, but the bird did not stir. Then she asked if there was one other or anyone else at all in Erin that had not been here. "I have a bold, rough-skinned gilly in the smithy," said the smith, "but, Fruff, on or off, send him here," says she. No sooner did the bird see the head of the bold, rough-skinned gilly than he took a flight and settles on the bald top of the rough-skinned lad. She caught him and kissed him. "Thou art the father of my babe." "But, John," says the great king of Erin, "it is thou that gottest the bottles of water for me." "Indeed 'twas I," says John. "Weel, then, what art thou willing to do to thy 2 brothers? The very thing they wished to do to me, do for them." And that same was done. John married the daughter of the king of the Green Isle, and they made a great rich wedding that lasted 7 days and 7 years. And thou couldst but hear league, league, and beag, beag, solid sound and peg drawing. Gold a-crushing from the soles of their feet to the tips of their fingers the length of 7 years and 7 days. A variant clearly of John Roberts' Welsh Gypsy story of an old king and his 3 sons in England, number 55, pp. 220, 220-34, but I expect that Matthew Wood's variant, The Bottle of Black Water, would come closer still. Some day Mr. Sampson must give us that with its fellows. Which is the better story, that of John Roberts, the Welsh harper, or this of John MacDonald, the travelling tinker, is hard to determine. In some respects, each is immeasurably superior. John Roberts is the more coherent and intelligible, but it lacks that splendid wrestling match, with which compare the much poorer one in the Bohemian, Gypsy story of The 3 Dragons, number 44, p. 52. And then, while it preserves the handkerchief ordeal, it has not the inexhaustible whiskey bottle, loaf, and cheese. The occurrence of a bear in each version, though with marked differences, can hardly be accidental. For a long while after I got John Roberts' story, I believed that its close was largely of his own invention, but that belief now seems to be inadmissible. The Polish Gypsy story of The Golden Bird and the Good Hares, number 49, pp. 1T228, and its Scottish Tinker version, The Fox, number 75, should be carefully studied. No, 74. The Tale of the Soldier. There was an old soldier once, and he left the army. He went to the top of a hill that was at the upper end of the townland, and he said, "Well, may it be that the mischief may come and take me with him on his back the next time that I come again in sight of this town." Then he was walking till he came to the house of a gentleman that was there. John asked the gentleman if he would get leave to stay in his house that night. "Well, then," said the gentleman, "since thou art an old soldier, and hast the look of a man of courage without dread or fear in thy face, there is a castle at the side of yonder wood, and thou mayest stay in it till day. Thou shalt have a pipe and baxy, a cogie full of whiskey, and a Bible to read." When John got his supper, he took himself to the castle. He set on a great fire, and when a while of the night had come, there came 2 tawny women in, and a dead man's kist between them. They threw it at the fireside, and they sprang out. John arose, and with the heel of his foot he drove out its end, and he dragged out an old hoary bodach. And he set him sitting in the great chair. He gave him a pipe and baxy, and a cogie of whiskey, but the bodach let them fall on the floor. "Poor man," said John, "the cold is on thee." John laid himself stretched in the bed, and he left the bodach to toast himself at the fireside, but about the crowing of the cock he went away. The gentleman came well early in the morning. "What rest didst thou find, John?" "Good rest," said John. "Thy father was not the man that would frighten me. Right good, John, thou shalt have 200 pund, and lie tonight in the castle." "I am the man that will do that," said John. And that night it was the very like. There came 3 tawny women, and a dead man's kist with them amongst them. They threw it up to the side of the fireplace, and they took their souls out of that. John arose, and with the heel of his boot he broke the head of the kist, and he dragged out of it the old hoary man. And, as he did the night before, he set him sitting in the big chair, and gave him pipe and baxy, and he let them fall. "Oh, poor man," said John, "cold is on thee." Then he gave him a cogie of drink, and he let that fall also. "Oh, poor man, thou art cold." The bodach went as he did the night before. "But," said John to himself, "if I stay here this night, and that thou shouldst come, thou shalt pay my pipe and baxy and my cogie of drink." The gentleman came early enough in the morning, and he asked, "What rest didst thou find last night, John?" "Good rest," said John. "It was not the hoary bodach thy father that would put fear on me." "Oh," said the gentleman, "if thou stayest tonight thou shalt have 300 pund." "It's a bargain," said John. When it was a while of the night there came 4 tawny women, and a dead man's kist with them amongst them, and they set that down at the side of John. John arose, and he drew his foot, and he drove the head out of the kist, and he dragged out the old hoary man, and he set him in the big chair. He reached him the pipe and the baxy, the cup and the drink, but the old man let them fall, and they were broken. "Och," said John, "before thou goest this night, thou shalt pay me all thou hast broken." But word came there not from the head of the bodach. Then John took the belt of his Eber's skeg, and he tied the bodach to his side, and he took him with him to bed. When the heathcock crowed, the bodach asked him to let him go. "Pay what thou hast broken first," said John. "I will tell thee then," said the old man. "There is a cellar of drink under below me, in which there is plenty of drink, tobacco, and pipes. There is another little chamber beside the cellar, in which there is a cauldron full of gold, and under the threshold of the big door there is a crocky full of silver. Thou sawest the women that came with me tonight?" "I saw," said John. Well, there thou hast 4 women from whom I took the cows, and they in extremity. They are going with me every night, thus punishing me. But go thou and tell my son how I am being wearied out. Let him go and pay the cows, and let him not be heavy on the poor. Thou thyself and he may divide the gold and silver between you, and marry thyself my old girl. But mind, give plenty of gold of what is left to the poor, on whom I was too hard, and I will find rest in the world of worlds. The gentleman came, and John told him, as I have told thee. But John would not marry the old girl of the hoary Bodak. At the end of a day or two, John would not stay longer. He filled his pockets full of the gold, and he asked the gentleman to give plenty of gold to the poor. He reached the house, but he was wearying at home, and he had rather be back with the regiment. He took himself off on a day of days, and he reached the hill above the town from which he went away. But who should come to him but the mischief? Hoth, Hoth, John, thou hast come back. Hoth on thyself, quoth John. I came. Who art thou? I am the mischief, the man to whom thou gavest thyself when thou was here last. Aye, said John. It's long since I heard tell of thee, but I never saw thee before. There is glamour on my eyes. I will not believe that it is thou at all. But make a snake of thyself, and I will believe thee. The mischief did this. Make now a lion of roaring. The mischief did this. Spit fire now 7 miles behind thee, and 7 miles before thee. The mischief did this. Well, said John, since I am to be a servant with thee, come into my Aber's-Gaik, and I will carry thee. But thou must not come out till I ask thee, or else the bargain's broke. The mischief promised, and he did this. Now, said John, I am going to see a brother of mine that is in the regiment, but keep thou quiet. So now John went into the town, and one yonder and one here would cry, There is John the Deserter. There was gripping of John, and a court held on him, and so it was that he was to be hanged about midday on the morrow. And John asked no favor but to be floored with a bullet. The Corneel said, since he was an old soldier, and in the army so long, that he should have his asking. On the morrow, when John was to be shot, and the soldiers foursome round all about him, What is that they are saying? Said the mischief. Let me amongst them, and I won't be long scattering them. Quist, quist, said John. What's that speaking to thee? Said the Corneel. Oh, it's but a white mouse, said John. Black or white, said the Corneel. Don't thou let her out of the Aber's-Gaik, and thou shalt have a letter of loosing, and let's see no more of thee. John went away, and in the mouth of night he went into a barn where there were 12 men threshing. Oh, lads, said John, here's for you, my old Aber's-Gaik, and take a while threshing it. It is so hard that it is taking the skin off my back. They took as much as 2 hours of the watch at the Aber's-Gaik with the 12 flails, and at last, every blow they gave it, it would leap to the top of the barn, and it was casting one of the threshers now and again on his back. When they saw that, they asked him to be out of that, himself and his Aber's-Gaik. They would not believe but that the mischief was in it. Then he went on his journey, and he went into a smithy where there were 12 smiths striking their great hammers. Here's for you, lads, an old Aber's-Gaik, and I will give you 1/2 crown, and take a while at it with the 12 great hammers. It is so hard that it is taking the skin off my back. But that was fun for the smiths. It was good sport for them, the Aber's-Gaik of the soldier. But every scale it got, it was bounding to the top of the smithy. Go out of this, thyself and it, said they. We will not believe that the Brahmin is in it. So then John went on, and the mischief on his back, and he reached a great furnace that was there. Where art thou going now, John? Said the mischief. Patience a little, and thou'lt see that, said John. Let me out, said the mischief, and I will never put trouble on thee in this world. Nor in the next, said John. That's it, said the mischief. Stop then, said John, till thou get a smoke. And so saying, John cast the Abergaic and the Mischief into the middle of the furnace, and himself and the furnace went as a green flame of fire to the skies. The first half is a variant, and a good one, of the Welsh gypsy story of Ashipelt number 57, p. 235. The second half is a variant, a better one, of the latter part of the Welsh gypsy, Old Smith number 59, p. 247, and of the confused and imperfect Slovak gypsy, Old Soldiers number 60, p. The prominence given to tobacco smoking in both Ashipelt and in the Scottish Tinker story suggests that the forebears of Cornelius Price and those of John MacDonald must have parted company at some time later than the beginning of the 17th century, unless, indeed, this resemblance is accidental. About the beginning of the 19th century, English gypsies must have visited Scotland much more than they did in 1870-80, when a few of the Smiths or Reynolds, Maces, and Lees, all closely connected, were the only English gypsies who traveled north of the Tweed. Since 1880, again, there has been a great influx of English gypsydom, one reason that fortune-telling seems to be not illegal in Scotland. In his notes upon Campbell's story in Orient and Occident, i.e., 1864, pp. 609 I 607, Reinhold Kohler makes an odd slip, very unusual with him. He renders the mischief by das Unglück, and is puzzled why poor Unglück should be so scurvily handled. No, 75. The fox. Brian, the son of the king of Greece, fell in love with the henwife's daughter, and he would marry no other but she. His father said to him on a day of days, before that should happen, that he must get first for him the most marvelous bird that there was in the world. Then here went Brian, and he put the world under his head, till he came much further than I can tell or you can think, till he reached the house of the carlin of buskins. He got well taken to by the carlin that night, and in the morning she said to him, "It is time for thee to arise, the journey is far." When he rose to the door, what was it but sowing and winnowing snow? He looked hither and thither, and what should he see but a fox drawing on his shoes and stockings? "Sha!" "Beast," said Brian, "thou hadst best leave my lot of shoes and stockings for myself." "Och," said the fox, "it's long since a shoe or a stocking was on me, and I'm thinking that I shall put them to use this day itself. Thou ugly beast, art thou thinking to steal my footwebs, and I myself looking at thee?" "Well," said the fox, "if thou wilt take me to be thy servant, thou shalt get thy set of shoes and stockings." "O poor beast," said he, "thou wouldst find death with me from hunger." "Oh!" "Hoth," said the fox, "there is little good in the servant that will not do for his own self and for his master at times." "Yes, yes," said he, "I don't mind. At all events thou mayest follow me." They had not gone far on their journey when the fox asked him if he was good at riding. He said he was, if it could be known what on. "Come on top of me a turn of a while," said the fox. "On top of thee, poor beast, I would break thy back." "Ho, Hoth, son of the king of Greece," said the fox, "thou didst not know me so well as I know thee. Take no care but that I am able to carry thee. But never mind." When Brian went on top of the fox, they would drive spray from each puddle, spark from each pebble. And they took no halt nor rest till they reached the house of the giant of 5 heads, 5 humps, and 5 throttles. "Here's for thee," said the fox, "the house of the giant who has the marvelous bird. And what wilt thou say to him when thou goest in?" "What should I say but that I came to steal the marvelous bird?" "Ha, ha," said the fox, "thou wilt not return. But," said the fox, "take thou service with this giant to be a stable lad. And there is no sort of bird under the 7 russet rungs of the world that he has not got. And when he brings out the marvelous bird, say thou, Fweeth, fweeth. The nasty bird, throw it out of my sight. I could find braver birds than that on the middens at home." Brian did thus. "Steer," said the big one, "then I must go to thy country to gather a part of them." But Brian was pleasing the giant well. But on a night of the nights Brian steals the marvelous bird, and drags himself out with it. When he was a good bit from the giant's house, "Sestia," said Brian to himself, "I don't know if it is the right bird I have after every turn." Brian lifts the covering off the bird's head, and he lets out one screech, and the screech roused the giant. "Oh, oh, son of the king of Greece," said the giant, "that I have coming to steal the marvelous bird." The prophet was saying that he would come to his gird. Then here the giant put on the shoes that could make 9 miles at every step, and he wasn't long catching poor Brian. They returned home to the giant's house, and the giant laid the binding of the 3 smalls on him, and he threw Brian into the peat corner, and he was there till the morning on the morrow's day. "Now," said the giant, "son of the king of Greece, thou hast thy 2 rathers. Whether wouldst thou rather thy head to be on yonder stake, or go to steal the white glaive of light that is in the realm of big women?" "A man is kind to his life," said Brian. "I will go to steal the white glaive of light." But never mind. Brian had not gone far from the giant's house when the fox met with him. "O man without mind or sense, thou didst not take my counsel, and what will now arise against thee? Thou art going to the realm of big women to steal the white glaive of light. That is 20 times as hard for thee as the marvelous bird of that carle of a giant. But what help for it now but that I must betake myself to it?" said poor Brian. "Well then," said the fox, "come thou on top of me, and I am in hopes thou wilt be wiser the next time." They went then further than I can remember, till they reached the knoll of the country at the back of the wind and the face of the sun, that was in the realm of big women. "Now," said the fox, "thou shalt sit here, and thou shalt begin at blubbering and crying. And when the big women come out where thou art, they will lift thee in their oxters, and when they reach the house with thee, they will try to coax thee. But never thou cease of crying until thou get the white glaive of light, and they will leave it with thee in the cradle the length of the night, to keep thee quiet." Worthy Brian was not long blubbering and crying when the big women came, and they took Brian with them, as the fox had said. And when Brian found the house quiet, he went away with the white glaive of light. And when he thought he was a good way from the house, he thought he would see if he had the right sword. He took it out of the sheath, and the sword gave out a ring. This awoke the big women, and they were on their souls. "Whom have we here," said they, "but the son of the king of Greece coming to steal the white glaive of light?" They took after Brian, and they were not long bringing him back. They tied him roundly like a ball, and they threw him into the peat corner till the white morrow's day was. When the morning came, they asked him to be under the sparks of the bellows, or to go to steal the sun goddess, daughter of the king of the gathering of Fion. "A man is kind to his life," said Brian. "I will go steal the sun goddess." Never mind. Brian went, but he was not long on the path when the fox met him. "O poor fool," said the fox, "thou art as silly as thou wert ever. What good for me to be giving thee counsel? Thou art now going to steal the sun goddess. Many a better thief than thou went on the same journey, but ever a man came never back. There are 9 guards guarding her, and there is no dress under the 7 russet rungs of the world that is like the dress that is on her. But one other dress, and here is that dress for thee. And mind," said the fox, "that thou dost as I ask thee, or if thou dost not, thou wilt not come to the next tale. Never mind." They went, and when they were near the guard, the fox put the dress on Brian, and he said to him to go forward straight through them, and when he reached the sun goddess to do as he bid him. "And, Brian, if thou gettest her out, I will not be far from you." But never mind. Brian took courage, and he went on, and each guard made way for him, till he went in where the sun goddess, daughter of the king of the gathering of Fion, was. She put all hail and good luck on him, and she it was who was pleased to see him, for her father was not letting man come near her, and there they were. "But how shall we get away at all?" said she in the morning. Brian lifted the window, and he put out the sun goddess through it. The fox met them. "Thou wilt do yet," said he. "Leap you on top of me." And when they were far, far away, and near the country of big women, "Now, Brian," said the fox, "is it not a great pity for thyself to give away this sun goddess for the white glaive of light?" "Is it not that which is wounding me at this very time?" said Brian. "It is that I will make a sun goddess of myself, and thou shalt give me to the big women," said the fox. "I had rather part with the sun goddess herself than thee. But never thou mind, Brian, they won't keep me long." Here Brian went in with the fox as a sun goddess, and he got the white glaive of light. Brian left the fox with the big women, and he went forward. In a day or two the fox overtook them, and they got on him. And when they were nearing the house of the big giant, "Is it not a great pity for thyself, O Brian, to part with the white glaive of light for that filth of a marvelous bird?" "There is no help for it," said Brian. "I will make myself a white glaive of light," said the fox. "It may be that thou wilt yet find a use for the white glaive of light." Brian was not so much against the fox this time, since he saw that he had got off from the big women. "Thou art come with it," said the big man. "It was in the prophecies that I should cut this great oak tree at one blow, which my father cut 200 years ago with the same sword." Brian got the marvelous bird, and he went away. He had gone but a short distance from the giant's house when the fox made up to him with his pad to his mouth. "What's this that befell thee?" said Brian. "Oh, the son of the Great One," said the fox. "When he seized me with the first blow, he cut the tree all but a small bit of bark. And look thyself, there is no tooth in the door of my mouth which that filth of a bodach has not broken." Brian was exceedingly sorrowful that the fox had lost the teeth, but there was no help for it. They were going forward, walking at times, and at times riding, till they came to a spring that there was by the side of the road. "Now, Brian," said the fox, "unless thou dost strike off my head with one blow of the white glaive of light into this spring, I will strike off thine." "Stia," said Brian, "a man is kind to his own life." And he swept the head off him with one blow, and it fell into the well. And in the wink of an eye, what should rise up out of the well but the son of the king that was father to the sun goddess? They went on till they reached his father's house, and his father made a great wedding with joy and gladness, and there was no word about marrying the hen-wife's daughter when I parted from them. On the 25th of April, 1859, at Inverary, John MacDonald, the tinker, gave the beginning of this as part of his contribution to the evening's entertainment. He not only told the story, but acted it, dandling a fancied baby when it came to the adventure of the big women, and rolling his eyes wildly. The story which he told varied from that which he dictated in several particulars. It began, "There was a king and a knight, as there was and will be, and as grows the fir tree, some of it crooked and some of it straight. And it was the king of Erin it was, and the queen died with her queen. Thou art not like the sonsy cheery queen that we had ere now." And here came a long bit, which the tinker put into another story, and which he seems to have condensed into the first sentence of the version which I have got and translated. He has also transferred the scene from Ireland to Greece, perhaps because the latter country sounds better and is further off, or perhaps because he had got the original form of the story from his old father in the meantime. Some of the things mentioned in the tinker's version have to do with druidical worship, the magic, well, the oak tree, the bird. For the Celtic tribes, as it is said, were all guided in their wanderings by the flight of birds. The sun goddess, for the Druids are supposed to have worshipped the sun, and the sun is feminine in Gaelic. These are all mixed up with Fionn and the Sword of Light and the Big Women, personages and things which do not appear out of the Highlands. The whole of this last paragraph seems to me more than questionable, for the fox is beyond all question identical with the Polish gypsy story of The Golden Bird and the Good Hare, number 49, pp. 82-8, in the excellent Servian version of which it is a fox, not a hare. Druidism is hardly to be looked for in either Poland or Servia. In some respects, the Polish gypsy story is better than the Tinker one, but in others the Tinker version is greatly superior. Each, indeed, supplies the other's deficiencies. The original beginning given by Campbell seems to point to a form of the story where, as in the Indian versions of The Bad Mother, cited on p. 35, note, the hero is sent on his quest by a stepmother. In his notes on the Gaelic story in Orient und Occident, E.E. I. 1864, pp. 6856, Reinhold Köhler cites an interesting Wallachian version, No. 76, the Magic Shirt. There was a king and a knight as there was and will be, and as grows the fir tree, some of it crooked and some of it straight, and he was a king of Erin, said the old tinker, and then came a wicked stepmother who was incited to evil by a wicked henwife. The son of the first queen was at school with 12 comrades, and they used to play at shinny every day with silver shinnies and a golden ball. The henwife, for certain curious rewards, gave the stepdame a magic shirt, and she sent it to her stepson, Sheen Billy, and persuaded him to put it on. He refused at first, but complied at last, and the shirt was a great snake about his neck. Then he was enchanted and under spells, and all manner of adventures happened. But at last he came to the house of a wise woman who had a beautiful daughter, who fell in love with the enchanted prince and said she must and would have him. "It will cost thee much sorrow," said the mother. "I care not," said the girl, "I must have him. It will cost thee thy hair." "I care not. It will cost thee thy right breast." "I care not if it should cost me my life," said the girl. And the old woman agreed to help her to her will. A cauldron was prepared and filled with plants, and the king's son was put into it and stripped to the magic shirt, and the girl was stripped to the waist. And the mother stood by with a great knife which she gave to her daughter. Then the king's son was put down in the cauldron, and the great serpent, which appeared to be a shirt about his neck, changed into its own form, and sprang on the girl and fastened on her, and she cut away the hold, and the king's son was freed from the spells. Then they were married, and a golden breast was made for the lady. "And then," adds Mr. Campbell, "they went through more adventures which I do not well remember, and which the old tinker's son vainly strove to repeat in August 1860, for he is far behind his father in the telling of old Highland tales. The serpent, then, would seem to be an emblem of evil and wisdom in Celtic popular mythology. Appendiix, p. 249. The following nigger folk tale, first printed by me in the Athenaeum for 20th August 1887, p. 245, was taken down by an American acquaintance, Mr. J. Ashway. P. Suvercrop, C.E. in 1871 at Sand Mountain, Alabama, from the recitation of his Negro servant, Dick Brown, a boy about 30 years old, who was a native of Petersburg, Virginia, and there had got it from his granny. It seems to be clearly a variant of The Master Smith's Clouston, II, 409, and of Grimm's number 47, The Old Man Made Young Again, I. 215, 444. If so, it must be a comparatively recent transmission from one race, Aryan, to another, non-Aryan, yet it is as thoroughly localized as folk tale well could be. D. E. Newhan. Once dar were a sawmill on the edge of a wood, not 1,000 milli from her, wid a branch a runnin' by a turnin' de wheel. An old colored man, he kept the millin were a very fine kind of man, but his son Sam would help him, didn't take arter the old man, but were a triflin' no account sort of young nigger, and the old man had to walk right sharp to git along. One day, along come a poor-lookin' sort of man, sayin' he wanted to larn to saw millin', and he wook fur a year fur nuffin. The old man were glad to get his help, and the young un lowed he could shift some o' his wuck onto the new han. So the new han he went to totin' boards and doin' chores round the mill. The old man he liked the new han fust class. An Aluskin he just as good as he get hisself, but the son he make hisself big to the new han behind the old man back, and order him round to do this and that. The new han he never say nuffin but just go long about he own business. The old man he cut Sam business and abbossin' the new han around, and he club he good fur hit more'n a few times. One day an old man come fur a load of plank, and he wore a groanin' wid the misery in the back, and a wishin' he were young and spry like as he used to. Then up speak the new han, and he say, "If you all go in the woods exceptin' this man and me where you can't see nuffin goin' on, and wait till I holler, I'll fix this man right up good, but you all must promise not to peek, for suffin bad happen if you do." So they promise. And the old man and his son go in the woods where they can't see nuffin. And the new hands he say to the man with the misery in he back, "Go lay down on the saw frame." Then he up with the saw and cut he in two. Then he up with the two pieces of the man and trow 'em into the branch, and the pieces jined together, and the old man with the misery in he back come outer the branch, alive and well man and quite young like and frisky. Then he fell a thankin' the new han, but he just told he to shet up, and then he hollered. Sam and he fader come a runnin' and was mighty exprised when they seen the young-lookin' nigger in the place of the old limpin' man, but the new han wouldn't say nuffin' about it. So they just shet up, and things carried on same as usual till the old man, he got word his mother very bad, and he must start right off fur to see her. Before he go, he done told us Sam not fur to act obstropolous wid the new han, case if he did so, show would he git a dubbin soon as he got back. But Sam he forget just so soon the old man gone, and behave wery overbearin' and obstropolous. Finally the new han say to Sam, "If you don't quit behavin', I's gwine to leave when my year up, and that's tomorrow." Then Sam act real audacious, and told him, "Go along now, you fool." Sure enough, next day the new han done gone, and no one seed him go, and no one pass he in the road or in the wood. Well, the werry next day long come the nigger, what was made young and likely by the new han, and long wid him come he old woman totin' a basket wid a elegant fat possum, and sweet taters that fairly made Sam mouth water. After passin' the time o' day and so on, the man ax arter the new han, sayin' he want him fix up the old woman same like he do him. Sam say, "Oh, he be back tomorrow, jes leave the possum and come agin. I'll gin it to him when he come." But the man too smart fur dat, and wouldn't leave hit. So Sam 'fraid he gwine to lose the possum, so he say, "The new han done gone off fur to see he sick fader, and done told me fo he go for to ax you, and the same what he done to you." So then the man told Sam, and as Sam tell the man to go in the wood and shet he eyes. Then Sam he saw the old lay woman in two, and frow the pieces in the branch, but dar they stay. Then Sam get scared, and go down to the branch, and try to jine the pieces, but they won't jine. And the old man's husband come a runnin' and a hollerin' outer the wood case he see suffin wrong, and the neighbors come, and they take Sam and try he and fin he guilty. And the judge he put on he black hat and say, "Hang Sam by the neck until he must be quite dead, and the law have mercy on poor Sam." Then Sam's old fader come a-runnin', and he fall down and beg for Sam, but Dewey roll in the deuce and cry. The judge won't let Sam go. Then they all go way solemn like to the gallows. And the judge asked Sam, "Do he got anything to say for himself?" and Sam see the new hand stan a laughin' in the crowd, and he think how bad he done treated the poor man. So he say, "Brudren and sistren min, what I gwine tell you." Donnock high-minded and biggity with no one, case if I hadn't dat way to a man in dis here very crowd, I'd have been heaven's sawlogs instead of gwine to be hung dis day. Then all he friends fall a cryin' and a rollin', but the new hand jump up longside Sam and say quick like to he, "Do you sure enough sorry for your actions?" Then Sam say, "Deed indeed I's sorry, and I ax pardon and hope you'll forgive me when I's gone." Then the new hand speak out big and loud to the crowd and say, "How come you're gwine to hang this hay man when the older man he kill is a standin' right to her?" Sure enough dar was she standin' right dar. Sure enough dar was she standin' long of her old man. So they let Sam down, and they had great jollification, but they never see the new hand from dat day to dis nohour. John Bunyan. Folk tales are scarcely literature, but a question affecting the world's literature arises out of these gypsy folk tales. Was the author of The Pilgrim's Progress an English peasant or a gypsy half-breed? The Reverend J. Brown in John Bunyan, His Life, Times, and Work, 1885, shows that the family of Bunyan, a name spelt in 34 different ways, was established in Bedfordshire as early at least as 1199, and that in 1327 a William Bownan was living at Elstow on the very spot where John Bunyan was born in 1628. There is a gap in the Bunyan annals between 1327 and 1542, when one finds a William Bunyan of Elstow, as in 1548 a Thomas Bunyan, aged 46 or more. Next come a Thomas Bunyan, petty chapman, who died in 1641, and his son, also Thomas Bunyan, 1603 to 760, who, says Mr. Brown, is usually spoken of as a tinker, but describes himself as a brazier. This second Thomas took for his second wife in 1627 an Elstow woman, Margaret Bentley, 1603-44, and John was the first child of that marriage. He, as everyone knows, was an itinerant though house-dwelling tinker Brown, pp. 64, 1119, 58, etc., and his eldest son, John, was brought up to the ancestral trade of a brazier and carried on business in Bedford till his death in 1728. It, bore, pp. 2002. That is all of the essential to be gleaned about Bunyan's pedigree. We know nothing as to his grandmother or great-grandmother. With this evidence, then, before him, Canon Venables pronounced, in the Dictionary of National Biography, vi. I, R. 1886, p. 276, that the antiquity of the family in Bunyan's native county effectually disposes of the strange hallucination, which even Sir Walter Scott was disposed to favor, that the Bunyans, though reclaimed and settled, may have sprung from the gypsy tribe. By no means necessarily, as may be seen from a single example. During 1870-75, I often came across members of the Bunce family in Oxfordshire, Wilts, Herts, and Somerset. Stephen Bunce of Wiltshire yeoman ancestry had 30 years earlier married Phoebe Buckland, a thoroughbred gypsy woman, had himself turned tent-dweller, and travelled the southern counties till his death. They had a largish family, and many, perhaps most, of their sons and daughters have married gypsies of more or less purity. One son was, and maybe is still, a small farmer and horse dealer living in a house of his own at Pewsey. Now, if a son or a grandson of his rose to eminence, he could not by Canon Venables' argument be a gypsy, because, forsooth, the Bunces are an old Wiltshire family. The chief upholder of Bunyan's gypsy ancestry was Mr. James Simpson, a Scoto-American of New York, the editor of Walter Simpson's History of the Gypsies, 1865, and author of John Bunyan and the Gypsies, 1882, and a whole host of similar pamphlets. He pointed out that Bunyan writes in his Grace Abounding, "For my descent it was, as is well known to many, of a low and inconsiderable generation, my father's house being of that rank that is meanest and most despised of all the families of the land." And again, after I had been thus for some considerable time, another thought came into my mind, and that was whether we were of the Israelites or no. For, finding in the Scriptures that they were once the peculiar people of God, thought I, if I were one of this race, my soul must needs be happy. Now, again, I found within me a great longing to be resolved about this question, but could not tell how I should. At last I asked my father, who told me, no, we were not. And yet again I often, when these temptations had been with force upon me, did compare myself to the case of such a child whom some gypsy hath by force took up in her arms, and is carrying from friend and country. Kidnapping has never been a gypsy practice in Gypsy Tense, pp. 24446, nor, though it were, would a gypsy, even a converted gypsy, be likely to use it as an illustration. But Mr. Simpson's two first passages are really pertinent. The Anglo-Israelite craze was not devised till 1793, and it is hard to conceive why about 1645 an English peasant boy should have speculated on a Jewish origin for himself and his kindred. But with a gypsy it would not the least surprise me. I hardly ever see Frampton Boswell, an English gypsy of 50, but he returns to the question, and there's one thing, Mr. Bister, Groome, I've been wanting to ask you about, and that is where you think our people originated. Hindus, Jews, and Egyptians are regularly passed in review, but Frampton cannot make up his mind, as neither can he about Romani, except that for certain 'tisn't one of the 7 languages. Tinker in Bunyan's day indubitably carried a suggestion at least of gypsydom. I have not been able to see The Tinker of Turvey or Canterbury Tales, Lund, 1630, ed. by J.O. Halliwell, to which Mr. Brown refers, but from his few quotations on p. 34 it seems evident that that strolling tinker and brave metal man regarded himself as something widely different from an ordinary English artificer. Sir Thomas Overbury, in his well-known character 1614, describes the tinker, the companion of whose travels is some foul, sunburnt queen, that since the terrible statute recanted gypsism and is turned pedlarus, so marches he all over England with his bag and baggage, etc. In an article by A.H.A. Hamilton on quarter sessions under Charles I from original records of Devon Fraser's Mag, Jan. 1877, is a quotation concerning sundry suspect persons, roegs, both sturdy and begging vagrant, some whereof pretend to be petty chapmen like Bunyan's grandfather, others peddlers, others glassmen, tinkers, others palmesters, fortune-readers, Egyptians, and the like. Brazier is a frequent designation of gypsies at the present day. For example, the baptismal register of Hill, Sutton Coldfield, has Jan Rown, 27, 1866. Miriam Kate Agnes, daughter of Benjamin and Mira Boswell, Cutler and Braziers, and that of Boothroyd, Dewsbury, has Mary Jane, doctor of Thomas, and Mary Green, Dewsbury Moor, Brazier of the gypsy tribe. The occurrence in the Bunyan pedigree of such gypsy Christian names as Mantis and Perun, Delarfa and Meralini would be a strong point, but is entirely lacking. On the other hand, gougified or gentilized gypsies often drop such names. 2 brothers of my acquaintance, Oti and Lazzy, became thus plain William and George. A contemporary description of Bunyan Brown, p. 399, as tall of stature, strong-boned, though not corpulent, somewhat of a ruddy face with sparkling eyes, his hair reddish, runs rather against the theory of Bunyan's gypsy ancestry, but not conclusively, for I have known 2 gypsy brothers, one very swarthy, the other red-haired. The strongest corroboration of that theory was unknown to both Mr. Simpson and Mr. Brown. In Notes and Queries for January 24, 1891, p. 67, R. cited an entry from the parish register of St. Mary's, Launceston, 1586, March the 5th Daye was christened Nicholas, son of James Bonia, an Egyptia rogue. Here, Egyptia. Egyptia must stand for Egyptian, Bonia. Similarly should be Bonian, and if so, we have veritable gypsy bunions. It may seem a far cry from Launceston and Cornwall to Elstow and Bedfordshire, were nomads, not in case, in time, the interval between this baptism and the birth of the inspired tinker is but 42 years. But, anyhow, whether Bunyan was gypsy or Gentile, folk tales plus the Bible seemed to me quite as likely a source of inspiration for his Pilgrim's Progress and Holy War as, say, the 14th century Pèlerinage de l'Homme or the siege of the Anabaptists at Munster. I do not believe this has ever before been suggested. I will merely suggest it, and leave the working out of it to folklorists.